Well, welcome back one and all as it's time for more Triton Super High Roller Series Cash Game Invitational Action, second edition, live from the Landing Casino at Jeju, Shinhwa World in South Korea. Ali Nejad alongside Poker Hall of Famer Brian Rast, and your first glimpse there at the Titans, who will be clashing here, including Elton Sang, Andy Ni, Tan Chuen, Victor Malinowski, ST Wang, Danny Tang, and Rui Cao, forgive me. Blinds are 1,000, 2,000 with a 5K big blind ante, and Rast, that jumps right off the screen at me as something that's going to be a catalyst for some very dramatic altercations on the day.
Oh, certainly. I mean, that ante is much bigger than what we're used to seeing. Right? I think most of them have a one big blind ante, so this is 2.5 times that, and yeah, it is definitely a catalyst. I mean, it's also interesting because of how deep they're playing, right? They're playing 250 big blinds deep, so you know, the game that I play sometimes, and you're over there at Resorts World, it actually ends up having a it's 100, 200, 500, but it's capped at 30 big blinds normally when I'm in there. So it's very interesting to see that kind of similar super high ante, which drives a lot of action, a lot of incentive to steal and re-steal, yet they're very deep.
Not only are they very deep and the big blind ante is very large, but with the straddle on as well, Elton Sang found an ace of hearts, defended against the open from Victor Malinowski. Unclear what Malinowski's got, but it's enough to leave him comfortable barreling through for 20K. Elton,
I mean, the number one card in the deck we can see as the only card we're given in Elton's hand.
And wouldn't a pair in the nut flush draw be something for Elton? He did call the 20,000, pot up to 68K. Elton checking again over to Victor, and it doesn't look like he's going to let his foot up off the gas, reaching for more chips here, Rasty, and into 68 comes a follow-through on the turn.
You expect a bigger sizing here, something
40 plus?
Closer to the pot. I think Victor bet 61K, right?
61,000, I do believe, was the delivery from Malinowski. Apologies for the graphic making it seem as though Elton is the man who bet it, but he is the man who is calling it. So one way or another, another $122,000 slides in there. A relatively clean 9 of diamonds here.
Yeah, and that turn bet polarized Malinowski's range here a little bit. You know, we don't know exactly what Elton has, but should another bet come on the river, given the way that this pot played, it makes all of Elton's one pair ace-x hands somewhat basically bluff catchers.
And Elton reveals at least that ace. Don't have a look at Malinowski's hand. And was it ace-deuce for 2 pair? Yeah,
so he had
a hand there.
So Elton had a pretty clear call to a bet on the river to anything but crazy overbet shoves that kind of represent sets or the 4-5. But, you know, anything even pot size, Elton's just snapping off with aces up.
So pot A of the day does go to Elton Sang.
Wow, so was that a failure to put their cards on the readers, or are we not going to know what the players have most of the time?
No, I would think that that's something to do with the RFID. As we can see, Andy Nee here has properly scanned his hand in the straddle.
Speaking of which, the straddle, especially it sounds like it's forced, that actually makes this game play a bit more like, because right, straddle's 4,000 and the ante's 5,000. So now let's kind of have to consider if it's a 4 straddle. Straddle's kind of like the big blind, so it's a bit more back into the 1-to-1 ratio.
Like a 3-blind
sort
of, game.
3-blind game with an ante that's the size of the biggest blind. I mean, it's slightly bigger, but yeah.
With a few, dare I say, feral animals, the likes of Tan Chuen, who is among the most fearless high-stakes cash games on the Triton Super High Roller circuit. Absolute delight anytime you put chips in front of him. Queen 10 suited, responsible for a open to 12,000. Danny Tang came along, swing and a miss for him. Andy Nee, though, defended that straddle and flops middle pair and the open ender, checking over to Tan, who's just got 2 overs and backdoor clubs. Not enough for him to c-bet. And Danny, of course, complete whiff here. He too will check.
So this pot illustrates, I think, something you're going to see a lot more. So as you get these deeper stacks that you're not as used to seeing in tournament play, you're going to see a lot more value put on suited connectors. These are the type of hands that can make straights and flushes and are nice to be, because you can make really big hands. They end up having kind of semi-bluff equity or float equity to like make backdoor straights and flushes. So I mean, you see Andy Nee playing a hand from under the gun, perhaps slightly loose with a one gapper being so low, 5-3 diamonds, but you're going to see a lot more hands like that.
Yeah, he was in the straddle, of course, so it was an involuntary
situation.
situation.
Oh, okay. Under the gun straddle.
Does make that 6-high straight. Bet and take it there. Rather uneventful hand. And just consider once upon a time the idea of you and I sitting here in a booth, Rast, and regarding a pot of $78,000 as, quote, uneventful.
Yeah.
That's the state of poker these days.
Well, it goes to speak how big this game is. And all of us who have the opportunity to watch now, I mean, we could see 7-figure pots in this game.
Without
a
question.
doubt.
I mean, anybody that wants to bet the don't on a 7-figure pot here is throwing money away, especially based on Cash Game Invitational #1, which was held at the Maestro Casino in Montenegro just a few weeks ago. In fact, we saw multiple 7-figure pots. Worthy of note, by the way, Rast, there is a second table of action also in play, if I'm not mistaken, efforting the names of those who are at that outer table right now. Wai Liang Chan, Tom Hyung, Aaron Zhang, Masashi Oya, Wang Zhen, Shu Liang, and Henrik Hecklin. They are playing 500, 1,000 with a 1K big blind ante, minimum buy-in of 100,000. And the reason for that is they are all looking for an opportunity to tag in to this here larger featured table of this invitational series. Only 2 pros at maximum are allowed in what's called the hot seat here in the cash game, so as to retain some of that excitement of more recreational gunslinger, businessman, VIP type heavy lineups, which lend to a lot of the entertainment in any given cash game table.
Certainly. I do find it. So in this game, there's only 2 pro seats.
Correct, the hot seats.
Okay.
Those currently occupied by Danny Tang and Victor Malinowski. King 10 offsuit awaits Victor. In the straddle, Rui Cao, he's king suited, has the right arsenal to go up against this King 10. But on this flop, it is Victor who is out flopped Rui. Rui, by the way, an absolute legend of the Triton Super High Roller Series. On the tournament side of things, approaches things very much like a cash game player. So we saw the check call of 9,000 on the flop. Two quick checks, rather, pardon me, on the turn. And now a 4-liner on board, rather unpleasant board texture for Victor. Does manage to take it down. Malinowski, by the way, goes by Limitless in the online streets, Rast. I know you've tussled with him on an occasion or two, I would imagine, at minimum, over the years.
Not so much. By the time Victor was playing online, I wasn't really in the online streets.
Cleats?
Yeah.
He did come out to Vegas on a couple of occasions, as I recall, and dabble in some of the high-stakes live games that were being spread about town.
I've played very little online since Black Friday.
Yeah.
It's been a long time now.
You know, it's funny. Last night, for whatever reason, 13 years removed, I want to say, from its production, I watched a documentary about Danielle Anderson, Tony Dunst, and Barton, can't remember his last name right now, but called Bet Raise Fold. And it was so interesting to watch poker from 13 years ago and see, you know, what the game was like back then, and just recall some of the faces that we no longer see in the background. And, you know, the World Poker Tour being the preeminent, you know, content. It was very telling with regards to how far we've come as we indulge ourselves in streams such as this, and Malinowski indulging himself in pocket deuces here, still ahead of ST Wang's Queen High, as this one is big blind versus straddle. ST did raise it up to 16,000 after Victor limped.
Interesting bet here by ST, designed to attack hands just like the one Victor has, maybe even king high. I feel like a close decision, but ends up getting the deuces to fold, which is quite the accomplishment.
So just getting our feet wet here on the afternoon. The plan is to bring you many hours of fun-filled action from here at Jeju Shinhwa World. And of course, we'd be remiss if we didn't mention our sponsors, QQ Poker. We've got a new player sign-up bonus of $50 in a Triton reward tournament with $30,000 guaranteed. They are Asia's growing poker platform, expanding globally, offering fair play, a wide range of games, and an easy-to-use interface for all players. Whether you're a beginner or a seasoned vet, QQ Poker has you covered. And remember to play responsibly.
Yeah, that was a fun hand. I think you could make an argument that Victor should be defending deuces there versus half pot. But also, I mean, it's okay to call hands that you then maybe fold on the river to another bet. You know, you don't have to call twice there. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. But it's an interesting decision by Victor there to just kind of pass what is clearly a very close spot.
So
maybe in the interest of simpler decisions.
Yeah. I like to liken it to the idea of not looking for murky water in which to do our swimming while we're out there. Here's Malinowski with a considerably better pocket pair. Two kings, 25,000 to go, punishing the limp from Elton, who has just ace-9. Offsuit makes the call, doesn't find any help on this 10-7-5 board, perhaps mercifully, though the ace would have been a nice development for him. He does check over, presumably done with this one. Although one thing I can tell you from experience, Rast, and I'm sure you know this all too well, is presumptions are very dangerous when we're in the booth here with the likes of these guys. Elton does, however, let it go, and I think that unpredictability is exactly what makes these specific Triton Cash Game Invitational streams so absurdly entertaining.
Yeah.
Because you just, whatever you think your GTO tells you, your charts, and your, you know, this is the standard obvious line, throw it out the window. And it's also what makes things so difficult on the pros when they're out there from time to time.
Yeah, which was why I was kind of fixating on that deuces decision by Victor. I mean, I wonder if it's like a strategic thing from him. You know, I've been in the spot before where all of a sudden I'm playing a game that maybe I consider to be a softer than normal lineup, but like way bigger than a game I normally play. And it's not a game I'm going to get to play a lot. I might only get to play it one session or 2 or 3 sessions or something, and then off. And it's, you know, it is a consideration in that spot, you know, especially if you have a really big piece of yourself and it's a much bigger spot than you normally have. Like, do I pass some really close, like very marginal, maybe like break even or very slightly plus EV where I don't have a good feel, in order to just try to kind of make my EV a little bit more conservatively in like better spots, or a spot where I feel like I have a feel or a read because we've been playing for a while now, etc. So it's definitely kind of a strategic consideration that'll be like a fun little thread to follow as we keep watching.
You know, in tournaments we often talk about it being a marathon, not a sprint. You know, you can't win a tournament on day one.
Yeah.
In a cash game where you know that you're going to have a good number of hours in the seat. Now, granted, Malinowski is one of those people in the hot seat, so he will be swapped out.
Okay.
But
when you
Oh,
know
that's
that
how
you
the
have,
hot seat works.
yeah, exactly. He doesn't get to play the entire session,
Okay.
but it is worthy of mentioning that strategically he could be thinking, listen, I am going to get to play a big pot with one of these guys at some point. I don't need to go taking these thin spots that are very marginal and then subjecting myself to high variance. It will come naturally in a better situation. Meanwhile, Danny Tang the Razor to 12,000 with Queen Jack suited.
Or he could be also saying, like, for example, I don't want my thin spots to be ones where I'm, like, calling and guessing with bluff catchers. I'd rather have my thin spots be ones where I'm bluffing. You know, I mean, there could be a bunch of little variants of this idea with different strategic ideas.
Andy Nee, 7-8, turning into the best hand on a 9-9-7 board. Texture tempting Danny into a C-bet here as he fires 9,000.
Yeah, this is a spot where Andy's going to check raise a decent amount with his range. 7-8 is the type of hand that can sort of go both ways. There's some kind of value and protection to check raising it, but the flip side is you're also bloating a pot out of position that could be difficult to navigate later.
Nice turn card for Andy, which eases navigations courtesy of the open ender. And he's looking down at his stack, suggesting that he is going to take the lead here, and it is a rather comfortable one, Rast. Not just because Danny's got queen high, but even if Danny has an overpair, he's really been handcuffed by the board texture versus a defending straddle.
Yeah, it's an interesting line with his hand in particular because his hand is starting to be like right between. I don't think he gets an overpair to fold. I think to get an overpair to fold, you'd have to bet there and then just like turn your hand into a bluff and just bomb the river.
Point being, though, that you don't have to worry about being raised like you might in other situations. You know, you can kind of control and dictate the sizing on the turn.
I do think that he's not getting raised a lot, and in general, maybe his range is a little stronger, but I do not think that's a spot where his opponent in position never raises him. It's an interesting decision to lead, and with his hand in particular. I feel like his hand, for me, fits really nicely into a check call line at that point. Just so robust having the 9s and 7s with the open ender. So, but
onwards we march. Victor, with a reasonably robust pocket 9s, raises it up. Ruikawa is flatted from the button. Mystery holding there. Elton 3-betting the ace-jack offsuit back around to Victor, and he's going to be forced to play a larger one than he anticipated. Calling the extra 45,000. Rui out of the way. So it's heads up, and it's Broadway gut shot versus the underpair to the king and queen. Uncomfortable texture for Malinowski. And he does face the C-bet from Elton. Neatly deposited in the amount of 40K.
yeah, 9s is just a super uncomfortable hand to play there. Even if you hit your 9, you know, Jack 10 just made a huge hand, and you're still losing to kings and queens. So it's very hard to continue. Pretty reasonably played hand by all parties.
Rui made a 10K donation to that one. He is incredibly dangerous as well. Oftentimes, I think, you can be lulled into the sense that because some of these players are regarded as VIPs or businessmen or recreational players or, you know, not GTO-based professionals, that somehow they're going to be out of their element here. But, you know, I got to say, any one of the players seated at these table, at not just this table, but the outer table as well, very capable of pulling together a big win and making it look very professional in the process. I mean, they're dangerous out there.
Listen, some of these guys, and I didn't say anything at the time, but listen, I understand how poker's been evolving and the modern study tools, but there's some of these guys are even if they're not poker professionals today, like once upon a time in a different life, like they were playing a lot of poker and winning money. I mean, two guys that stand out was or Elton Sang and Roy
try to
Cal.
learn,
Sure.
I mean, I just know this because I used to go to Macau back in the true glory days, and both of those guys were there playing big poker, and they were very tough, and they were winning players.
Yeah.
You know, in some really big games. So, you know, I mean, you know, their life trajectory maybe hasn't led them to keep playing and studying poker as hard, but I mean, they're really good poker players with wealth of experience, especially playing high stakes. So very dangerous guys. And this isn't the type of game where you really want to be just playing and trying to emulate GTO the whole time. Like, their guys are going to be doing different things here, and more. It's yes, knowing GTO is important and reasonable baseline in order to exploit people. That said, the bread and butter in this poker game for sure is going to be exploiting decisions and mistakes and tendencies of your opponents. Just like many cash games. I mean, that's true for most games that people play, right? Like, I'm speaking now to our viewers who don't play 1K, 2K, and with the best poker players in the world. You might be playing 5-10 or $1, $2, or 50 cent, $1 with people at your local casino or online or whatever, and like, they're going to be making massive mistakes, and the way you make the most money is exploiting them.
Tan Xuan squaring off against ST here. King 3-3 board. Neither party interested in barreling. ST does pick up the wheel draw. Already has the best hand here. This is small blind versus straddle for 20K pre from Tan, who's still not interested in barreling.
You'd think Tan's probably done with this hand, but you never know with him.
Check back from ST. Neither party improving on this river.
Just from the standpoint of having almost the worst hand possible, this is a pretty reasonable bluff by Tan. Something I like to see him find.
Yeah, he knows he's not winning this one at Showdown. So in comes the 20.
Yeah, this is a tough decision for ST here. I mean, could definitely find a call, but decides the better of it, and Tan got away with one there.
Not going to be the last time those words cross your lips today, Brian, that's for sure.
Definitely not. I still remember, I think you and I are in the booth, and it wasn't the full deck, right? I think it was short deck.
Okay.
If I recall, but didn't Tan, there was just some stop, it might have been Jeju, where he was just manipulating the whole table as the second biggest stack. I think he just went at the chip leader and just like bluffed him a bunch of times, and he was just doing, he had this crazy bluff versus Ike Haxton.
It was actually here in Jeju in the short deck tournament streets where Tan put on an absolute clinic and it got people to fold some pretty incredible hands. Just wielded a big stack like the best of them.
That was really something to watch. I mean, I to this, you know, it's been a year or whatever, I still remember his performance. So yeah, Tan is a fun character, great poker player, and always a treat to get to watch him and his decisions.
Ace 9-7 rainbow board here. Victor checks the gut shot. Danny the obvious check. Now the pair of sevens from Elton makes a little bit of noise. Following through on the 12K pre-flop raise.
Oh, this is a very speculative call. He does have the backdoor flush draw, but like his gutter is, you know, he has only undercards to the board, so he can't really make a pair and beat a flopped pair. And even the 8, you know, I mean, there's the obvious Jack-10 straight, so it's the, you know, to the underside gutter. So interesting call by Victor, and hitting the 5, he's not going to bluff, and this probably just gets to showdown, I would think. Wonder if Elton's thinking of a value bet. Yeah.
Just a shutdown there, as Victor did turn the 5s and never had to put another chip in, but unfortunately for him, he will fall to those 7s. 6 might have been a little bit spicy.
Cooler. Yeah. You bet, I raise, you call, turn, I check, you bet. Many pots. Could be a big pot in other universe.
了？刚开始就喝咖啡了？
我咖啡都喝完了，你才喝。
你还没有开始喝呢。
我喝了一杯了。
你认来。
我喝2杯了。
Rui in the straddle. ST mulling over from the small with Queen 9 suited. Pulls that small blind back and in place. Looks like the raise is inbound. There it is. 18,000. Flirting with 5x of the straddle there. But again, Brian, these functions of that 5K big blind ante that's out there, which changes the proposition so much.
Yeah, it's a big ante. Also, I think you find in some of these spots they're very deep, and you know you find you want to discourage when you do open these spots pre-flop. You're out of position, so you do want to increase any potential fold equity that you might have, right? So in these spots, you'll see some limping, and then oftentimes like the open sizing will be larger, right? They're over 100 big blinds deep if you count the 4K straddle as the big blind. So I think going 4.5x there to the straddle is a size that kind of makes sense to me. Same idea, like one of the things you're going to see in this is when guys 3-bet out of position, it's going to be some pretty big sizes, right? Like someone might open to 10K and the 3-bet from the small blind, you know, it's not going to be 30K very often.
Right.
It'll be 40 plus, 50.
Well, here's a 3-bet out of position, right on cue to 45,000 from Danny Tang, over the top of the 10K, and courtesy of at least an ace of diamonds.
When out of position, by making it larger, I mean, first, oftentimes you have a good hand, so you're just putting a lot of money in the pot with a good hand, but it's also good to make the stack to pot ratio smaller. In other words, making the amount in the middle more so it's larger relative to the stacks, because that mitigates the positional advantage.
Sure.
Also important to increase your fold equity. In other words, weaker and marginal hands are more likely to fold to a bigger 3-bet, which in general is good, especially for, you know, you're not aces or kings or whatever that you're 3-betting with out of position.
Yeah, wouldn't mind just taking it pre.
Yeah. You know, even hands like ace-queen, I mean, you know, it's definitely not the end of the world. You just take it down.
Yeah, ace-queen, one of those hands that certainly cost people plenty of chips throughout the course of time. Pocket threes played as a limp here by Rui. Elton in the big. Slips in another 2K with Queen 4 suited. And look at Andy Nee, the K9 unit, barking it up to 30,000. Rui with zero hesitation, plunking 30 dimes out there with the pocket threes. Elton will give way, so it'll be heads up here. And Exhibit A, by the way, if you just want to get an appreciation for the appetite for gamble that these guys have, as the king high is adrift and the pocket threes don't find a set.
Oh, wow. Andy Nee does not follow through with his C-bet there.
He does plunk a 9 on the turn, however, to take the lead. Still no barreling. 4-liner on board now. And Rui in full shutdown mode, hoping to see ace high.
So yeah, my comment on that hand as a commentator would be, if you're in Roy Cow's shoes and you're out of position, you're facing the 8x raise there, you know, and you guys got 400K behind, whatever. The math on the call makes sense if you knew your opponent had like aces or kings, because now you know when I hit threes, right, or like ace king, and sometimes you check down and you know they have ace high. Right? You can occasionally win checking down because your opponent's not going to check down aces or kings the whole way. And when you do hit your 3, there's a big implied odds. it starts to break down if your opponent's going to mix in some wily steals there, because now all of a sudden you don't know exactly what your opponent has, and you don't get to stack them every time you flop a set when your opponent has the king 9 off, right? So I think versus even a raise that big, it's gambly, but like reasonable if your opponent's a super nit and they just like always have aces. But once they start mixing in some other hands, it ends up not being I think a positive EV like speculation on Roy's power.
Well, King Queen is a positive for Rui there, as he's able to raise and take. Not quite a full rebate on that 30K investment he made with those pocket threes, but he'll take it. One of the things you'll also notice, and granted, I don't know how strong your Mandarin is in spite of your time spent across the pond in Macau, but these guys know each other so well, and they're having a blast, win, lose, or draw. You know, obviously they have a preference for the win, but this is a day at the proverbial office, hanging out, doing their thing, and the point really to be made is that there's a lot of context as well. Pots that they've played with one another throughout the course of history, many, many years. As we see the 8s for ST, opening to 10, and Elton flatting ace-king.
I mean, Elton's flat there is setting up for Victor to squeeze this. Let's see if that's what he decides to do.
Oh.
Wow, okay, Victor. And it's very interesting. I think if he has ace-queen suited, he's squeezing there like maybe all the time or most of the time, but
well,
in some of these deep stack spots with like ace-queen off, whatever, it's even ace-king off sometimes, you might not see a re-raise.
Well, what we do see is an ace-high dry board, and ST third place in a 3-man race. Barrels through for 12,000. Elton is going to be giving Malinowski some very real problems.
I put 5 hand here. And I had
Yeah, we're going to see Elton and Victor, barring an 8, continue to put money in this pot, and this is going to end up being a very difficult spot for Victor, I think. Elton has the nice advantage that he's in position, so he's always going to keep betting. You know, he's always going to be able to keep betting his hand. And because he just flatted pre-flop, his range is going to include some hands as this goes to the turn and river, like ace-10, ace-jack, that Victor's going to tell himself he can beat. So
things could get pricey. You see Elton flatting the 12. Malinowski flatting as well. And with a board this dry, as we see the 7 pair on the turn, how pesky is that card in particular when you have to assume everybody doesn't have an ace? So what's really going on?
So yeah, this is an interesting card because it counterfeits ace-3. And again, versus ace-x type hands, it makes ace-king and ace-queen stronger, right? Because by counterfeiting ace-3, it's one less combination of pocket 7s. It does make any 7x hands now massive favorites over an ace. So it has pluses and minuses, kind of. You know, and so the drawback is how likely is it for some of these players to have a 7? Elton can have some suited 7x combos. Wow, and Victor just gets away on the turn, and so can Victor for that mine.
Well, I think Victor is more inclined to give Elton credit for some speculative 7x as a pre-flop flatter who is now activating for 45,000 than he would have had Elton 3-bet pre. Not to suggest that Victor's automatically in there with the ace-queen. It would depend on the size of the 3-bet and any other things that Victor picks up on, but here ST's 8s certainly have shriveled, and he does check fold. So Malinowski really escaping.
I think ST's even potentially thinking about bluffing there, blocking some of one of the combos in particular, 8-7 suited, but just kind of decided against it, right? But let's talk about Victor's fold. It's a very good fold. Now he does have ST to worry about behind him. He doesn't know if ST has him beat, but I think folding ace-queen there is
That's tidy.
Pretty tidy, and he was correct. I mean, I think one of the things, if you're trying to get into what Victor's thinking, is, okay, Elton can have a 7. He obviously knows he can have a 7 too, but he doesn't, right? Elton can have some 7x. I'm pretty much dead to those. I need an ace. If Elton has an ace, you know, how many ace-x combos that I'm beating does he bet here into 2 people? Maybe he bets ace-jack, maybe ace-10, maybe he even checks those. Maybe he's very likely checking anything worse than ace-10. So maybe there's this logical process of elimination where he's like, okay, how often is he bluffing? Maybe not that much. Is he betting many worse ace-x than me? I'm not saying these are all right, but these are correct. I'm just saying he's saying, well, maybe he doesn't really betting much worse ace-x, and he can have 7s now. I've got a third player to worry about.
He has to be assuming that ace-king would have activated as a 3-bet under most circumstances pre-flop.
Probably normally.
So it's a little discombobulating, and therein lies a lot of the credit to be given to Victor for getting away.
I think it's a close spot, and I think there's other players that are definitely calling there and maybe waiting to the river to fold. You know, and making a decision on the river, facing a bet, but potentially folding. So it's
trip 9s.
But when you're right, Ollie.
Yeah, trip 9s for Elton here as things are going right for the pre-flop raiser. ST with king mystery card. Check calls to 12K. C-bet. 9's full now for Elton on the turn. Could see him check this one back. So much hand. Maybe tempt ST into a river barrel.
Maybe, but when you're deep, it's just so tempting to keep growing the pot, right? These like kind of fancy plays. When you're 20, 30 big blinds deep and you can check back and still get it all, or, you know, your opponent bets river, you raise all in. But it's just, when you have a really good hand, you need to be very careful doing that when you're super deep like these guys, because otherwise you just end up winning less when your opponent kind of like has hands they have to call you down with.
So the check call of 25,000 on the turn from ST. Might it be King Jack lurking? It would seem improbable. As played, one never knows, however, and that would be a very bad development for him. As Elton now will draw up a river sizing into 106,000.
Yeah, we're speculating on it. If it's King 6, he's not going to be able to call the river. King 9 will be his tough decision. And wow, with the snap fold, you have to think it's probably King 6 there.
Certainly a candidate.
Yeah, Elton definitely with dreams on that river of getting called by 3 9s, a flush, a straight, all kinds of hands that he's beating. But to no avail.
Sevens for Rui. Makes it 10,000 to go. Ducklings for Elton. Along he comes. Pretty one for Andy. He joins the fray. Now Malinowski.
A lot of playable hands here.
King Jack suited. Hops in there. Such a nice price for Danny, but Queen 8 offsuit just not really a consideration.
And Roy once again showing that he wants to gamble pre-flop.
Yeah, Malinowski did make it 55,000. My apologies, something I overlooked initially, thinking that he had simply decided from the small blind to hop in there, but he's looking to call the herd. So far hasn't been able to do so as both pocket pairs slide in.
Yeah, Andy's got to call this now.
I mean,
4 ways in
close
position.
the action, 45 more to win a big one, and already $231,000 in the middle. 4-way affair, flop. 6 deuce 4, bottom set versus an overpair here.
So Andy and Victor just really kind of have nothing. I mean, Victor can have aces and kings, but obviously never really hits much of that board. Other than potentially a hand like ace-3 suited or something. But this is a pot where Roy and Elton might be putting in some money. Elton has a set and, wow, decides to slow play it on the flop with a check.
Now the 9 connects with Andy. See if that poses a problem.
Wow, and Andy with a very tough decision here. He hits the 9. He's got 2 people left to act behind him. It is not out of the question that either Roy or Victor could have him beat with a overpair of some kind that they checked.
Let
Not
alone
saying-
Elton himself
yeah,
as the man
the
betting
better.
110,000.
Exactly.
Nevertheless, though, Andy calls, drawing dead.
Which I think is reasonable, all things considered. His tough decision will be on the river. Ooh,
That
maybe
is
not
a
so tough.
sopping wet 3 of diamonds. Unclear how much 5x Elton imagines Andy has called 10 and then the 45 more pre-flop with, but diamond combos are definitely a thing.
The problem for Elton at this point is if he has the best hand, it's not the easiest to get value. He could decide to put in a block here. You know, betting like 40, 50K.
I mean, he would hate to leave the door open to Andy to potentially bully him right off of his hand. Time banks being utilized here as Elton really chewing on this one, and you wonder what's going on in Andy's mind with regard to whether or not this posture is such that Andy feels he can maybe apply pressure with the 10-9 under concerns that maybe it was no good. Instead, he's just happy to take showdown there, understandably, and Elton does show the set and take down the biggest pot thus far on the day, 451K.
你要是有修当，没修当就是偷了。哎呀。
So we get a peek now at the performances being turned in thus far. ST Wong stuck $578,000. Malinowski, 221 in the hole. Rurikal, 138. Andy Nee in the black. Relatively modest losses thus far. Danny Tang hasn't really been a combatant. Tan Xuan, the only player other than Elton in the green, as Sang is up over $500,000 here in the early goings of Cash Game Invitational 2, presented by the Triton Poker Series.
Those numbers don't completely add up to 0.
As I read, you know, we do have a little bit of like rounding, but ST 578,000 in the hole, really?
牌啊，
Feels a bit rich, if I'm being
Yeah.
honest.
I mean, the thing that stood out to me is Elton obviously has won. As we can see, he's got 1.1 million. So yeah, or 1 million. He is up over 500K. The one thing I've noticed that Tan Xuan also has 1 million on, so he must have added on.
Oh, I'm not sure if you missed it or not, but there was multiple add-ons that were delivered.
Okay.
I'm telling you, none of these guys like being covered. None of these guys like being what they consider short-stacked. They want to be in there nice and tough.
And it looks like Esti probably added on as well, because he's right around 1 million. And
yeah, so maybe that's where the discrepancy was, that the add-on had not been
counted
registered,
as a loss,
you know, somehow, as the ace-king does 3-bet the pocket nines, 2 overs on the board.
Again, another
nines.
brutal flop in a 3-bet pot for pocket nines.
And you see the ace-king. Happy to ask a question here. 45,000 into 115.
And Elton taking a different line than the last one we saw, where it folded on the king-queen. Now Elton, he beats ace-x and ace-king. Other than, you know, any ace-x hand other than ace-queen and ace-jack, basically. And he's going to speculate in position. And we'll see. I think if Esti follows through with a double barrel on the turn here, he'll pick this one up. But that's going to be a hefty commitment. Okay, he finds it. And this would be a really tough call. Maybe borderline impossible by Elton.
I mean, the issue is always future game.
Yeah.
I make this call and what? Pray that I don't face another barrel on the end? I mean...
Yeah. Oh, my goodness. Okay. No.
You see, he's definitely a non-believer, but he also understands ST's got another clip available. Gorgeous confines of the private gaming salons here at the Landing Casino.
You know, it's an interesting spot, like, because we saw 2 different players play nines differently in those spots. Like, if your opponent's just folding all the mid pairs on the flop, it makes the turn barrel a little bit less attractive. Consequently, if your opponent's, you know, calling the 30% bet on the flop with like 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s, and then going to fold them on the turn, it kind of makes that like ace-king turn barrel almost mandatory to like clear that out, especially with all the equity you have. So maybe ST just knows his man.
King-Jack, causing Victor to activate. Elton defends with ace-7 and flops himself 2 pair here. Swing and a miss from Malinowski.
But yeah, he's got a nice hand to bet with here. He's got the jack of diamonds blocking ace-jack certainly, and even some ace-king. As I said, like ace-king off doesn't need to 3-bet OOP in some of these spots. It's close when you're over 100 big blinds deep.
OOP, of course, out of position, for those not familiar with the acronym. Meanwhile, check back from Victor. No, it was a 9K bet, forgive me.
I think on a club turn, it's probably less likely to keep barreling with this hand. Probably more likely on blank turns and very likely on diamond turns.
So after Victor's check back on the turn, Elton does swing for 75, and this one's done.
Elton's running pretty good. He's just making he's making the best hand a lot.
His game, you know, I'm not sure how far back you go, not just in terms of playing with him potentially out in Macau when you were in the cash game streets there, but also being in the booth and kind of observing him, has evolved tremendously. And he's put the work in, Brian. He really has. I know he's solicited some coaching, you know, and really looks at things differently, but hasn't lost that Elton essence, that ability to just deviate and play the game on his terms from time to time, in context, by the way, against people who he's very, very familiar with.
Yeah, and coaching can be a very time-efficient way to study and integrate knowledge into your game, right? You get a coach who's a good fit with you. It should streamline some of the knowledge, explain some of the concepts. I mean, I think something people don't understand is you can sit and like look at solver outputs. That doesn't, like, the best players in the world aren't like memorizing solver outputs. They look at the form of the response and this, and they like incorporate takeaways, like strategic takeaways and concepts, like what the solver kind of says or implies as like a concept that they can remember, right? So, you know, a good coach should be able to kind of help do that for you, right? They should know some of these things and give you some of the takeaways to kind of take the mystery of just like, it'd be like if you're looking at a chess output. You know, the chess might say this is the best move, but you might need a grandmaster to tell you why.
Well, you said
Same
the word
idea.
mystery, Rast, and it couldn't have come at a better time, given that the QQ Poker mystery hand is upon us, and it belongs to Rui Cao here in what was a three-way pot, a raise to 10K from Victor with the kings pre-flop. He had company in two spots, checked around on the 865 board, then it was Rui who let out for 25,000 on that deuce of hearts turn. Victor made the call and now faces a 125K barrel on the river, which he calls, and Rui at top set, which turned into quads on the river.
Jesus.
Monstrosity of a hand there.
Yeah, on the turn, we had a lot of draws. It was a double flush draw board with a bunch of straight options. And when a relative blank hits the river, it's a spot where, you know, Roy's going to have some big hands that want to get value, and he's going to have a lot of missed draws, having bet the turn into two people, and went for a big size. Got paid by kings. So Malinowski found
So I
a
have this hand
great
or-
fold earlier with ace queen off.
And 2x
Just couldn't find one again.
对啊，我也觉得比你说的。
因为护照是法国的，护照不能说是成功说的。
哦，我这把确跟真的打得很大这把牌。
We all know that feeling when you've been in a game, you've made a good laydown. You know, the next, sometimes you just gotta look somebody up. You're like, am I really gonna lay down a big hand again? I'm sure you've been there, Ollie.
Oh, come on. You kidding me? There are so many decisions that are made that are in context, as we see Malinowski here. Objectively a good decision with ace-queen suited to raise to 10,000, but ST Wang has other ideas about how much it'll cost to see three here. Three betting with pocket tens to 35,000. Malinowski, of course, coming along, wounded on the heels of those two kings. 82,000 in the middle, but no ace, no queen, and no immediate draw for Victor, who checks over to ST. He looks up at the 1-over card. Does check back, and now there's a heart on the turn for Malinowski, picking up the nut flush draw as ST picks up a gutter to go with the best hand.
Very curious to see how Malinowski plays, in particular the ace-queen here, because he did pick up a draw. You'd love to get ace-king to fold. That said, you are beating any other unpaired hand, and the way this plays, most paired hands are calling you. So yeah, him leading with a big bet makes sense here, I think, to put pressure on weak one-pair hands, and then definitely ace-king. But tens is just way too much hand to get to fold after a check back. Tens is beating some value, and you have a gutter.
Oh boy. There's the heart on the river. As ST did call the 60K on the turn. Let's see how much he's going to face here into 202 on the river.
Yeah.
Semi-bluff coming home for Victor, and now just needs to determine how much value he thinks is available to him as played.
65.
And 65 seems like a nice number. Could potentially be leaving a little meat on the bone from time to time, but it's not sent 210s into the bin just yet.
Yeah, I wonder if 65 is an amount that 210s ends up paying off. Seems hard for 210s in particular with a diamond to pay off like a pot size bet, but does ST find a call versus this bet, which is just a little over a quarter pot?
And it's not just that we have a diamond blocking that busted flush draw we're hoping Victor has, but the lack of a heart in ST's hand as well, unblocking this nut flush, which does get shown as Victor gets paid off. Nice procedures there from the Polish pro in the hot seat. Although he was turning the heat up himself in that one.
Yeah, he had just lost a pretty big pot there, paying off with kings, and basically got it right back.
You know, it's funny because we touched on the idea of decisions that we ourselves make, given things in context. But also important to be mindful of what other people might be thinking as a result of what they've seen. You see a guy take a beat, get shown quads, now all of a sudden he's in the very next hand, and you wonder, is he trying to force things? Is he a little bit steamy? These are all live poker sorts of things that cause us to maybe make choices we wouldn't otherwise from time to time. As we see Rui, ace-jack the choice, making it 10. Not really the prettiest ace in the deck for Andy. The offsuit 9.
I feel like in a 3-blind structure here, I like just throwing this away. I mean, if you do play, you're 3-betting it. Versus the cutoff, I think it's okay, and he's coming at Roy Cow.
Bet to 45,000. Rui makes the call. Neither party has a club on this king high monotone board.
No, Andy Nee has a big, hot, steaming pile of nothing. Really nothing. So hard to imagine him doing too much barreling, but just one bet gets the job done.
Always such a relief when you have dust like that and you fire that obligatory C-bet and the guy beats you into the muck.
Yeah, I feel like my read is that Andy Nee has, it seems like other people are kind of playing him like he's tight and nitty, and so far he definitely hasn't been.
Interesting.
Well, he raised some limpers huge with king 9 off, and he just made a aggressive 3-bet choice with the ace 9 off. I mean, I think in a non-3-blind game, you know, 3-betting ace 9 off in the normal small blind versus the cutoff, it's like kind of reasonable aggro. But in a 3-blind game, I would guess, I haven't looked at any 3, but I think that's wide. You have that extra player who's you have to get through, and now your small blind isn't half of the biggest blind, it's a quarter. So my guess is like ace 9 off versus a cutoff opens, just like you let that go. But see, Andy's going for it, and I think people don't realize he's stepping out there yet.
Malinowski stepping out there as Elton's ace 4 offsuit cutoff open gets 3-bet with the pocket queens. QQ Poker mystery hand belongs to ST here, who is contemplating out of the straddle. And might the raising not be done? Indeed, a declaration of a 4-bet, is it?
Yeah.
Just how big does he go?
Pretty big.
150K.
It's more than 3x. And now, I mean, queens is kind of uncomfortable. Like, I know in a lot of tournament spots, you're like, oh, queens versus like kind of right? Like late position open, blinds 3-bet. Yeah, we're just getting it in. But, you know, for 150 big blinds, over 150 effective big blinds, getting in queens here is just not going to perform very well. I think it's too much hand to fold, and so Victor calls, which is totally reasonable. And now, you know, ST is kind of repping, in my opinion, aces, kings, ace, king, and then like every once in a while he could have a hand like jacks. He'll have some like ace-5 suiteds. Maybe he's throwing in some other kind of random bluff hands. Most of them should have an ace in it, but you never know in this game with these guys, right?
Sure.
Like, so yeah, and it's a mystery hand, so let's keep that in mind.
Victor's check is met by a check back from ST. Board pairs on the turn. Malinowski's queens do feel rather cozy, although it isn't a given that ST checks back here without having those queens beat, is it?
He could check back aces or kings. If he has aces or kings, a 9 coming is like a beautiful card for him because it didn't change the board in a meaningful way, and it's less likely that Victor has pocket 9s. So
here's a bet now from Victor of 80,000. And we're going to find out pretty quickly whether or not ST was just trying to pick off what he thought was a weak open and 3-bet in front of him, or if there's real kit attached to this 150 pre, and it would seem to be the latter more so than the former, as he does call the 80, Rast.
Being in position, he doesn't really need to raise. He's going to have the option to bet the river when check to. So something to keep in mind. This is a very kind of tricky spot for Victor here. Isn't a ton of value for him to get, really. It's just not that likely our opponent, given that he cold 4-bet, has like Jack X hands that you'd normally be wanting to value bet verse. So I'm very curious to, you know, the flush came in. Yeah, if he bets here, you're going to see a small size.
115,000.
In the context of the pot, I think it's less than quarter pot.
It's into 478K.
Yeah.
Is it a little bit dicey with the arrival of the club on the end?
Yeah, it's like I said, this is a very dicey spot for queens. I mean, it kind of depends what Victor thinks about ST's cold 4-betting. If he thinks ST can have hands like ace-jack suited or jack X suited or whatever more likely, then it's a bit more reasonable. If his 4-betting range is more stuff like aces, kings, and just like ace-X, right, it doesn't make a ton of sense because he's either basically ahead or behind, and there isn't even that much value to get betting small, right? Because like ace, short of like ace-5 exactly, almost like what's calling you. I mean, maybe ace-king finds like a cry call because it's beating queen-10, king-10. You know, it's a very interesting, murky situation for queens with no club here, OOP. And yeah, like getting bluffed isn't out of the question. I mean, at least your opponent trying to bluff. Like, what if ST has just like ace-king, ace-queen off with like the ace of clubs? In particular, let's say ace-king, maybe ace-queen folds the turn.
Well, ST is chewing hard on this one. And he does make the call, which makes it seem as though the queens are no good, but ST had a 9. Trip 9s, Rast. Didn't raise the turn or the river.
Yeah, so this is the thing I was saying about like when your opponent doesn't have like the hands that you expect to see in a solver.
Right.
Right, like a solver's not cold 4ing 9-7 suited there, right? They're going to have, like I said, hands based off of aces and kings kind of for value with like ace-king and like ace-x, and maybe some king-x suited stuff being like the other hands. You know, maybe with a few smattering of like queens, jack, you know, but 9-7 suited, no. But that kind of makes it totally different to play against. Very interesting.
I confess, if I got flatted on the end there with queens, I'm thinking I'm collecting this pot 99.9% of the time as played.
Pretty crazy.
I definitely wouldn't think a 9's going to get revealed.
It's in my stack. Oh, okay.
Good skill for dealer to have.
You know, I think what was happening is I think SD was thinking about raising, obviously in retrospect.
What is this?
He wasn't going to fold 3
No,
nines.
no.
And that was what he was laboring over, is whether or not he should raise. And
Remember, the ace-queen suited got shown there
yeah,
against Victor, you know, with that flush coming in. Maybe there's a little bit of PTSD with the 2 10s, but a very healthy pickup.
that might have been part of the reason why Victor went for, in deciding to bet and block, he didn't go for too small of a size, was to discourage getting raised, either as a bluff or maybe by value by like kings or a 9.
Yeah, because chances
So-
are if he checks the river there, that
faces a bigger
larger
bet.
bet comes in. You're right about that. as
Or
we
if
see.
he instead, because he bet almost quarter pot, what if he bets like 10%, like 40K, right?
King, king, deuce now as Andy's ace high turns into 2 pair. Always the better of things, covering the clubs as a 12K pre-flop raiser. Tan Xuan saw how well 9-7 suited did moments ago, thinking he'll try it on for size. Both parties check. 6 of hearts on the turn, doesn't change anything. Now Andy will serve this 9 high some walking
那句
papers.
话叫做这个打这个呀。对，他这个注码像你对皮蛋比较多一点。
And yeah, Andy is a guy, again, I'll just kind of say it. He's not in here as a pro, but he's come in. I think my feel for this, having watched some hands, that he's probably unexpectedly and surprising some people with some aggressive pre-flop play. And so far, he's played pretty well. Seems like he's played fine.
Ace king for Tan Xuan, who doesn't need a hand this good to open a pot. Makes it 12 to go.
算了，
Rui could find some
我
trouble
们朋友打不见了。
in the straddle. Defends. Dominated.
Does not want to see an ace.
And he doesn't. 2 club. 4-4-6 board here.
Now this is a very interesting flop because these low paired ones are flops where the defending blind gets to check raise a lot. Roy doesn't, which is totally fine, but you will see that.
And sometimes you'll
It's a
see
high frequency.
that action card on the turn. Tan having c-bet 10K now hits a king. Rui picking up the nut flush draw. Here is the second barrel. 27,000. And Rui does not hesitate to check pop this one. Up to 85K.
Yeah, Roy turning his hand into a bluff off of the strength of the ace of clubs. Perhaps deciding that 27K just a little too big of a bet to ambitiously think ace 10 has a lot of showdown value, or even that when it's good he gets to see river much without calling another bet. Decides to check raise and turn it into a bluff, and now Tan with a pretty good hand, but one that's not really beating much value anymore, calls, and we're going to get to see an interesting river here. So I think Roy's going to follow through a decent amount, but we'll see whether or not he does. If he does, he's going to have to put in a hefty bet, because he's basically at this point with his blocker repping a flush. Okay, so he gives up, and don't think there's a ton of value for Tan here betting. I mean, check raise on the turn, kind of already repping bigger hands than his, so it's either a spot where Rui's playing tricky with a good hand, or he's just giving up.
上上好朋友。
Hey, hi.
So the shutdown from Rui, and Tan doesn't want to get himself in any trouble, knowing that Rui definitely
好朋友
could have that second check raise in him and
打个500块钱，你出去
put
扣
that
一下
ace king in a blender. So happy to just show down and take that one.
kind of I can block them. As king of AK. Yeah, still not much. Still not much. All I have said.
完美主义者啊，那天，太过完美。
Roy Cow showing some restraint.
Yeah. Yeah, he did.
Feel like not always a word
You have
associated with Roy too often.
No, you're
Restraint.
absolutely right about that.
I don't know if it would have worked.
You know,
I've-
like the Rorschach test, they show you ink things, and you're supposed to say, what does this make you think of? If you held up a photo of Rui Cow in you know, your poker therapist's office and said, let's do word association, restraint is not at the top of the list
No.
when I pulled out one out of the binder.
Almost definitely not.
Tan Xuan also could be characterized as such. King Queen has him making it 12 to go, and then pocket tens once more already in the early going for ST Wang. Has him 3-betting to 40.
By the way, we're saying restraint after he did check raise and put in 85K on the turn,
Yeah.
which probably is so.
By the way, Tan just lets go of the King Queen offsuit.
练来了，
变了，现在打完比赛变成冠军。
Yeah, King Queen O not the most fun to have facing a 3-bet,
跟你玩了。
especially not when you're quite deep.
You know, that said, the King Queen oftentimes is employed as a hand that blocks kings, queens, ace, king, ace, queen, and as such is somewhat attractive, but maybe that's more of a tournament strategy, Rast, than a cash game one?
No, I think you
Same story?
can see that. I think you can see it employed as a 4-bet.
Ace-jack suited here in the straddle awaiting Andy. Diamonds are smothered for Rui. Doesn't know it though as he opens 3-bets rather from the small ST. King deuce suited.
But again, just a reminder, plays like that are like minority plays. They're not plays you should expect. If someone's doing that every time they get 3-bet with King Queen off, they're just like a stone maniac. Right? It's something that, yeah, you might see it, but it should be pretty rare. Like, you know, an infrequent play. But anyway, moving on to this hand.
Yeah, infrequent is also how I think we would expect ST to be approaching raising King deuce suited, as he does pick up Rui, and then the 4-bet from Andy with that ace-jack suited.
Andy just, again, finding timely aggression. He's like these guys that are putting in money with King deuce suited and 10-9. We're going to take this down with a good hand.
A proper flex on display there. And if you want to get yourself involved in a little bit of high-stakes poker, low-stakes poker, whatever your heart desires, flex your way on over to QQ Poker and enjoy a new player sign-up bonus of $50 and a Triton reward tournament with a 30K guarantee. New players will receive a $50 ticket for the tournament, which runs October 7th through the 12th. And just top up $30 before October 11th to secure your spot. Whether you're a beginner or a seasoned player, QQ Poker has you covered. Remember to play responsibly. I gotta say though, when we're out here in the booth, and I would imagine people who are watching out there, it is precisely irresponsible play that we really like to sink our teeth into as viewers. We want to see
Very
deep
true, Ollie.
levels of irresponsibility out here. Malinowski, fairly responsible ace-jack open. Rui Cow, also pretty one. Jack-10 suited, flats. Tan closes the action with the suited king, and three amigos will take this one.
I feel like, you know, if
Check.
the play was somewhat responsible when we opened up, but I can already feel some of the wheels not like completely falling off, but they're loosening now. The screws are loosening a little bit. Guys are getting a little ready to maybe do something.
There's a little bit of oil on the track.
Yeah.
6-3 deuce. Gut shot for Tan. Check folds to Rui's position bet here, as Victor did not have an appetite for a c-bet. He will, however, peel. And he finds the jack. It's so funny because when he peeled, I was thinking in my mind, well, what's the card that makes this one interesting? And bang, there it is. Top pair for both players, advantage Victor. And Rui is thinking this is Jin. Little does Hino, it is actually just tonic.
Yeah, see, this is interesting. As Roy, I think in particular with Jack 10, I'd kind of want to bet big on the turn to check back river mostly. It's not really a spot where you're trying to go like 2/3 then bet pot on the river with Jack 10. But Roy sort of chose that size on the turn, implying he might bet again for value, but just definitely not on that river.
So 40 a man brought us to that river, which did get shut down, and Victor able to haul that one in. The check peel with just naked ace-jack and no backdoor flush draw, is that standard operating procedure?
I mean, it's fringe.
Yeah.
Not I don't know if I would say standard operating procedure, but not ridiculous. It's just kind of in that gray area. Probably in a three-way pot, probably slightly unstandard, but definitely not ridiculous.
果然我最穷。
你不怕观众笑你没钱？
不怕，因为我真的没钱。
ST, pocket jacks, has definitely held the richer part of the deck on the day thus far. Hasn't always worked out for him, but ace-jack now for Elton.
And the fourth jack was just folded, so we won't be seeing another jack come.
怎么都不3B 的。
Malinowski hops aboard with the 9-7 off and flops himself a gut shot on this 10-high 2-heart board. Overpair for ST.
A lot of incentive to bet here with jacks. Ace, king, and queen clearance. Probably have the best hand. Normally, like, pretty decent to big sizings, I would guess. Like, at least half pot, if not more like 2/3. So it looks like he comes with half. Is that half pot? A little under. And wow, and Victor finds a pretty loose peel here with 9-7 OOP.
8.
Finds the 8.
On the turn, comes right into the gut as he makes the straight. Neither player with a heart.
And one of the issues with his peel is that all 8s are great with the 9-7 here, but the 8 of hearts, not quite so good because it's obviously flushes now beat you, and it's a bit harder to get to win really big pots when your opponent has hands like ace-10, jacks, queens, kings, now that the flush is in. So ST, interesting strategy here, going for a kind of smallish bet, all things considered, most likely going to just check back river. And versus when he's not good, he probably loses less than checking back and calling larger bets on the river.
So 32 a man to this 7 of spades river. Victor sort of has that straight counterfeited, for lack of a better way to describe it, as he just plays the naked 9. ST no longer particularly proud of the jacks with 2 4-liners on board. Shuts it down and sees this one going Malinowski's way. Swingy stacks out there already.
Yeah, interesting little pot by ST Wang. I love when seeing these little, I mean, he had a very, like, non-standard operating procedure bet size on the turn in position, which exploitatively makes all the sense in the world for his hand. You do have to be careful when you do stuff like that your opponents can take advantage of you, but when they don't, it's just great.
I mean, it's up to you
From a
guys.
strategic perspective,
I mean,
EV
if you
perspective.
want to break, you can go to a break.
Nice to eat on the TV, you know.
Oh, to eat.
I do it all the time anyway. But it's like when everybody does it, it's like, you know.
Oh, you eat when you're hungry. Like we play no.
jacks have slid over to Elton. Makes it 12 to go.
We could just have like a quick dinner break, and we can just like eat something on the side. Like, it might only take us 15, 20 minutes to eat anyway. Yeah.
All right, let's see if Victor 3-bets or calls.
We can just order
Comes
some
with the
food and
3.
eat
Yeah,
on the side.
50 smooth
It only takes us like 15 minutes to eat anyway.
from the ace-9 suited.
I mean, what happened?
Standard operating procedure for Elton is to flat here in position.
4个半小时，大概3个半小时之后吧。3个小时。
Ooh, but Elton's decided Victor's 3-betting wide enough that he's comfortable putting pressure on some more marginal hands like this one that still have plenty of equity, as you can see, only a 2-to-1 dog. And you know, you don't 4-bet here to fold. You're deciding you're going with your hand.
4-bet is to 137,000, and Victor does just bow out, passing that 50K over.
And a pretty interesting and reasonable adjustment by Elton. If he believes Victor's going to 3-bet aggressively in that spot, to go a pip or 2 wider and you're like kind of 4-bet willing to get it in for value. There's a lot of value. Like let's say your opponent has king queen, might fold, you know, even king queen suited. Like, you don't love getting 4-bet there and calling another 87,000 out of position.
No.
Those hands have a ton of equity, even like ace queen, you know, it's very dicey. So,
And by the way, jacks, you know, they can be a little bit tricky to play post-flop in a 3-bet spot, even in position. So, you know, credit Elton with taking that aggressive line and retaining kind of the betting lead in the event that Malinowski were to have hopped in there, not to mention having some additional insights into maybe Victor's range as we move forward with Tan Xuan showing some signs of boredom on the button with 7-8 offsuit. ST's king-queen suited might have other ideas about a 12K size. And sure enough, up we go. 50 once more as a 3-bet. I love the Tan Xuan glare. You know, it's like, okay, all right, I see you. You're on my list. Well, on the topic of lists, how about that performance from Danny Tang, Rast? Ivan Liao, Player of the Year award winner on the Triton Super High Roller Series, where he plays just about every single event throughout the course of a season. He and many of these guys will be joining us in Monaco, Sporting Monte Carlo in, I want to say, about a month. Early November, we kick things off there.
yeah, really fitting winner as well, I think, from like an emotional standpoint, just given his relationship with Ivan and what happened. And you could see, I mean, Danny was just, it was a really emotional moment when he received the award when we were there.
I mean, he really endeavored to claim that title and just fought tooth and nail super hard all throughout the year with plenty of stiff competition, by the way, nipping on his heels.
Kuhn was second, right? Kuhn almost went back-to-back, but didn't quite. Danny edged him out in the end, right? Was that the final result?
By the way, Triton co-founder Richard Yang in the background overlooking things just behind Elton Sang there, who is going to bet his pair of sevens. Rui Kao has flopped himself a flush draw here in a 3-way affair. Ducks in the muck for Victor. Now let's see what kind of ideas Rui has. In the face of 16, it looks like the check raise is inbound. Up we go to 55K. Elton simply bowing out. Thought that maybe with that 9 dangler, some straight prospects, and the reputation of Rui Kao, he might hang tough, but
you know, I thought he would probably call as well, but The reputation part of it doesn't necessarily make it easier. Right? I mean, it's a pretty easy call if your opponent's going to check raise you with some semi-bluffs and be one and done on blanks. But if your opponent's going to follow through with big turn bets with hands that beat you and some semi-bluffs, you know, flush draws, straight draws, whatever, it's not a comfortable turn spot.
Not at all.
So maybe Elton just decided to pass that one up cheaply on the flop. But yeah, I think having a 7 along with the kind of 3 straight, so like 8s and 10s and stuff, give him additional equity. Definitely could have seen a call. Could have gone either way.
Yeah. Maybe thinking he can play a big one against Rui, who might have a queen there, and pay off against improvement. Meanwhile, Elton wags his finger in the face of Rui's limp. Both players sharing a deuce here. This is just a bottom of range. How bad do you want to see a flop question being asked by Sang, and Rui, with the queen deuce suited, hangs in there and flops himself second pair on an ace high board. Bottom pair for Elton, action checked over.
So far, Rui Cao has definitely stood out as the guy you're not trying to bully pre-flop to get him to not C3. He's not my #1 choice to take the 8 deuce off and just be like, you're not going to see a flop, buddy.
Check call of 18,000. Third diamond rolls off. Nobody with the flush draw. That's not to say that just because Rui limped pre-flop that he can't have a little bit of ace-x, or for that matter queen-x, as we see. Elton does check back. Now that king rolls off on the river. A card that could potentially leave Elton feeling like he could turn his hand into a bluff, Rast?
Yeah, but I don't think so. I mean, I feel like having an 8's just too much to bluff.
Yeah, he agrees as he checks back and gets shown the queen. And then perhaps a little more sheepishly the deuce behind it.
I mean, especially because he's chopping with other 8x now. Right, he's even chopping with 10-8 because you play ace-king-queen as the kickers. So, that's just, I think, too high up in Elton's range to turn into a bluff. But I think he knew that he wasn't going to win a ton checking it back. But I think he wins often enough that you're not going to see him bluff there.
Ace queen for Victor. Raises it up, dominating the queen jack suited of Andy. Either player connecting on the 6 high board. Hearts working for Victor. Action checked over.
So,
no betting
in
on the
lines
flop.
that go check here on the turn, queen high, even the nut queen high almost has 0 showdown. So I'm curious to see if Andy decides to bluff the river. Doesn't.
Can I get some water? 万一呢？Pre-roll 的嘛。我后面没有想到那个事情，但是其实你电视桌每一把牌看的不是绝对公平嘛，就等于你就肯定不会，你谁有什么问题一看就看得出来了。
就这几个人，那不可能，你闹什么
这打节目都人一起看对吗？那谁有问题？
Ace King for Danny.
哦，你这只有 ST 有问题，这里其他的没有。
Makes it 10 to go.
就 ST，因为 ST 跟 ST 一起打的问题就太大了。
你说另一个人没有问题。
Tan's got an ace of his own in the straddle. He'll defend. Dominated, 28 in the middle. Nine, 6, 4. No pair anywhere. Danny checks back. Board pairs. Both players can get behind this.
Yeah, I don't think Tan's ever getting better to fold here.
So what, Rast?
Yeah. Interesting. Very small bet size.
You know, and that small bet size can allow him to make himself look milky on the river if he decides to turn the ace-8 unimproved into a bluff, because this is more his board than Danny's.
Yeah, I mean, it immediately puts some hands like king high and queen high in tough spots that he's beating and, you know, getting close to the right price to call to improve.
Very dry 3 of spades.
See, so now's the question is, does he? I don't think he's going to turn it into a bluff. Yeah.
Sure enough, he doesn't. Both players checking. Danny doesn't look particularly optimistic, and yet his ace-king will be good.
这卸了个八给你看了，挂八嘛，看你挂什么东西，又不是让你挂什么。
Danny doesn't look particularly entertained with that exchange. Maybe he's wondering why the 8K came out of ace-8 on the turn.
Tan's going to have pairs a bunch more. I don't know. It seems like kind of, sort of weird, but reasonable play at the end of the day. I mean, also one thing to remember is the bet's just so small.
Yeah.
Right? So even though it's not really designed to get better to fold, it does put worse hands in tough spots and does get hands with equity to fold. And you're just not risking that much. And after the razor checks back the flop, I mean, I'm sure, you know, from a range perspective, like he's doing better. The razor doesn't have a ton of overpairs, and you have a bunch more like 4, 6, and 9x than your opponent does. So
Sure.
It seems like a pretty reasonable play, kind of.
King 9 suited for ST Wang. Responsible for the open. 10-9 suited from Rui Cao. Brings the 3-bet to 35,000. Look at, uh-oh. Tan has Jack 3 suited here, Rast.
Yeah, this is...
This is a raise to 130,000 with dust.
And again, Roy Cao is not really the guy who likes folding pre-flop, so we could see over $250,000, a 300K pot here between Jack and 10 high.
ST caught in the crossfire, perhaps getting the sense that Rui and Tan are going hard at each other. And
Yeah,
there is Rui, speculating away. 281,000 in the middle. Do not adjust your screen. We've got Tan's cards right. And he's got the best hand on an 8-4-3 board with bottom pair.
Yeah, pretty bad board for Roy Cao. He does have backdoor potential, but basically impossible for him to have the best hand right now. I mean, not close to impossible. You know, we need Tan to have like 7 or 6 high suited, which Tan is capable of having, but it's just not very likely. Yeah, versus a sizable bet here, it's going to be... I mean, Roy's got the back doors, but they're not really that deep anymore. But he's coming.
115,000 ahead, pot up to over $500,000.
This hand is just wild and irresponsible and fun.
King on the turn doesn't interact with either holding. But if we're Tan, you know, we've made this mess.
Yeah.
How are we going to clean it up?
Tan has the tricky situation that if I keep betting, maybe I don't really get better to fold very often, but worse does. You know, but like if I check and my opponent has worse, will he bluff me out? You know, what am I going to do? It's a really tricky spot.
It doesn't make it look very tricky, does he? The declaration of 300,000.
He's just going with it. That's what he decided. I'm just going with it.
You know,
and just going with it there does put floats. Roy Kao's floats in a tough spot. It's not easy floating a guy who just goes with it.
a few days ago, Rast, I got a tweet from a man by the name of John Frisella. And he wrote, Tan Xuan needs to be in every televised cash game ever, gentlemen. Most entertaining player in poker by a landslide. Case in point, just there.
Yeah. Wow, good recall, because that tweet just sums up what we're all thinking right now.
And the thing is, Rast, as we see fours opening for Rui, who's a bit of a wounded duck right now after that altercation with Tan and is going to be facing noise out of Elton's jacks momentarily. I often get asked by people who are viewers, members of our audience typically, is it real money? Are they really playing with their own money? I get that a lot. And as difficult as it may be to reconcile for someone, yes, it's real money, and yes, they are playing with their own. And Tan Xuan, an absolute legend of the game, not involved in this one. Rui, however, enters the arena once more and doesn't find any help on an ace-ace-3 board. Four hearts working. See how Elton chooses to approach the matter. Not going to let off the gas here. $20K a man brings us to a 10 of hearts turn. Now Rui with the only flush draw. And of course when we get check called here, there are some concerns about flush draws and ace-x, Rast.
Yeah, it's, you know, the run out is starting to approach moments where Jax is not that comfortable anymore.
Hence the check back from Elton. Now a king on the river.
Yeah, even the river is not the most comfortable card for Elton.
And so you see 2/3 pot.
Turns his hand into a bluff.
Yeah.
Which makes a lot of sense given how this played, because he called a 3-bet, called a flop bet, and by the river, fours is, I mean, kind of like one of the worst hands that Roy can have. Now, Roy's a player who could probably find more bad hands here than your average cat.
Sure.
But still, fours, even for Roy, is like towards the bottom, and especially with a heart, like a reasonable one to turn into a bluff. Like, he'd like to get any bigger pocket pair, such as jacks, nines, whatever, to fold.
Elton sniffs it out. As Rui says, you win, and that is a bit of a statement call from Sang. And one that maybe promotes a bit of violence down the streets in terms of Rui being a little bit annoyed at first having to lay down to Tan and now getting his bluff called in successive spots.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Roy, like, it's a pretty, it's not, you can't be too annoyed, right? Or at least not at Elton. I mean, he has jacks. It's reasonable. I wouldn't even really call it a hero call, right? I mean, not that Elton's excited about calling with jacks, but it's a pretty reasonable call, all in all. It's that said, it's that he had shown restraint in one or two other river spots, in particular the one where he had the ace-10 off with the ace of clubs. We'll never know what would happen if he bombed that one versus Tan. Now he finally finds a river spot to bluff, gets called. That's maybe the more annoying part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
King Jack now for Elton. Back at it. Hijack open to 12.
I feel like that's the tricky thing for some guys. Like when you're a guy who has a reputation as a bit wild and a bluffer, it's always like, you know, and I say this with a little bit of experience because I might not be that guy anymore, but like once upon a time, I kind of, at least for a pro, was like kind of that guy.
You mean
right?
Ryan Blast,
Yes.
your alter ego?
Brian Blast was what a bunch of people called me back in the day in Macau. So it's like you're always kind of wondering, like, should I bluff now, or is it the right time? You know, like I know this is a pretty good spot, but like,
There's no worse feeling than that, though, right? Where you're like, the poker dictates that this is appropriate, but the climate isn't particularly conducive because my table image is harmed. And everybody knows I've been bluffing, and I've been caught too many times with my hand in the cookie jar.
I'll tell you that from an exploitive standpoint, as somebody who's been there, like my thought was always, I want to be bluffing in the spots people think, like I or people in general can't be bluffing. Because that's someone even, you'll get respect even as a quote-unquote blaster. Right, if it's a spot where like obvious draws miss or this and that,
right.
If someone thinks you're a blaster and they just have like a bluff catcher that can beat miss draws, you just get looked up a bunch.
Sure.
You know, so you kind of want to find, if you're a blaster and that's your reputation, against a lot of people, you want to find the spots where they like won't really consider that you can have many bluffs.
Who you choose? But good choice, very good play, very very good. Who?
都不认识。他是你一般的年龄的。
Ace-9 suited in the straddle for Rui here. And guess who is getting after him? Tan Xuan, this is a bit of a theme emerging. ST's been caught in the crossfire before. Here he is with 5s.
I mean, Danny has like a comfy squeeze here.
Did make the call. Ace queen suited. Deliberates, and there is the squeeze to 60.
我要走了。
你这个太紧了。
You see ST lamenting that he's left all alone there because the proposition becomes more attractive with other callers.
因为有时候我不知道你说话是认真还是不认真。
Oh yeah, SD would love to be the
Close the
third
action
guy,
4-way,
closing it,
3-way.
yeah. But heads up out of position.
我觉得平常看，
Ooh,
但是
it's
整个话题
pretty
我
rough.
觉得你没必要。没必要。万一呢？万一老五都伤心了，没办法，就继续坐在这里等了。你本来怎么去啊？去的嘛。那你说你本来怎么报名？什么意思？就比如说你现在不是还没有找到他们，那你不是已经就等
I mean, prior to that pickup as well, Danny was the shortest player in the game. You know, he only, quote unquote, had about 400K. So, I mean, that 60K was a pretty significant, 15% of his stack.
没有，就是比赛时候你有请什么？
这个我不懂啊。
叫那个跟他一起。然后呢，有什么条件？
我的 ROI 才几个%，你给我送那个20。
Jacks emerging once more, this time in Tan's hands. Danny looking to pull up a crab pot here with the 3s. Falls short, however, on the king high board. Checks over to Tan. C-bet of 13. Take it, sir. You know what I also appreciate about the guys that are spread across the felt here is that you don't ever feel like someone's locking it up. Like, ever. In fact, whoever's the biggest winner in the game, you'll often see them go after it even harder, trying to parlay the win. And I think, a lot of us are accustomed when we play cash games to somebody getting up a big number and then just trying to coast their way into making sure that they don't end up on the wrong side of the ledger. As we see that ledger here, Elton still chief among the winners, of which there are 4, ever so modestly for Andy Nee, and then 3 players are stuck Rui Cao, a painful 543,000 in the hole. But the way the action has been and the way that Rui plays the game, I'm sure that he's not altogether worried about not being able to climb out of that one.
I mean, let's not ignore Malinowski's almost half a mil down there as well.
Sure.
Some pretty big swings for these guys. Yeah, I mean, speaking to what you said, so I think the people you're more likely to see, hey, lock it up or not, people who this game is very big for, right, which tends to be more the pros than the amateurs or businessmen or whatever you want to call them and to differentiate. But yeah, I think one thing is when you're in these really big spots, as a professional, maybe it's like, oh, this is a big spot, maybe you sold some pieces, whatever. It's like when things aren't going well, sometimes it always depends on the guy, but you have this tendency, okay, let me try to limit having a really big loss, maybe not, take some of these marginal spots. But, when things are going really well, you have a good table image. You take some of the squeezes or whatever that, are higher variance, maybe plus EV spots. So I think I agree. I think oftentimes what you see, and then a guy who's really well bankrolled for this game, amateur, I mean, they're not locking it up either, really. So I think oftentimes you do see that. You see players that are up a lot, at least especially in the early and mid stages of a game, they don't lock it up. If anything, they might be more likely to do the opposite.
The point to be made, though, and this is one that we always maintain, whether it's in these Cash Game Invitational Streets or the Triton Super High Roller Series, the opportunity to play as part of this tour and in its products is a privilege, not a right. And that privilege is earned, not given, by virtue of not doing things like locking it up, not being nitty, giving action, right? It's what everybody wants when it comes to crafting a lineup, as we see.
Certainly.
Tan with the fours, presumably in front of Andy. Sorry, Rast.
You're making a show, right? So there's going to be some credence given to guys that play interesting hands. That you see that the clip of maybe the Tan Xuan Jack 3 hand makes it onto Twitter as a clip. I mean, that was a fun hand to commentate. We all got to enjoy that, and it's part of the reason why people probably want to watch him play and why he's more likely to get a seat. That's just the nature of the beast.
Yeah, you're right. I should hire a translator.
Right?
Yeah. Somewhere in the ear like this.
Yeah. And just like,
I mean, we're not that far away from that happening. Imagine like you're sitting at the game and the guy's talking in Mandarin. You're getting that translated through like some AI bot that just, right? I mean, like our phones have devices to take in sound. We speak in them. Like
They're called microphones?
Yeah, microphones. Sorry. But, I mean, my point is that literally within the next couple of years, we probably get this. The microphone in your phone takes it in, whatever, some AI translator translates, and you hear it in real time in some device you're listening to.
Yeah.
That's going to be pretty exciting, actually.
Not so exciting is when we 3-bet aces and don't get any action, as Elton did just now.
I mean, even for us watching the show, I mean, there's a bunch of times I'm sitting here. Just 5 minutes ago, I didn't remark on it, but there was a moment and all the, the Asian guys were saying something and they were all laughing. Like, clearly it was like some joke or whatever, and I'd be like, wow, I wish I knew what they were saying that was funny right now. Right, just as a guy watching the show and as a curious.
It could also just have been, reveling in the pain of someone's beat. That's always.
We won't know. But in 5 years with our little AI devices, we will probably, like instant translation. I mean, seriously though, like how far are we away from it? Just like the instant translation. I mean, right now on YouTube, they try to do stuff like that and it's terrible. But within some years with AI improving, I'm sure it'll be pretty good. Workable.
Workable is, we'll describe this ace-5 offsuit on the button for Andy. He raises it up, picks up Victor's king-6 suited, which hops in front, courtesy of bottom pair on a jack-10-6 board.
Yeah, some potential here. Andy Nee's got the valuable ace of clubs on a 2-club board. It's the most valuable single blocker. And Victor here has a pretty nice hand. all in all. I mean, it's nothing special, but he does have bottom pair. He's got backdoor spades, and he just hit trips. So
That he did on the heels of the check call of 16,000, and he's going to slip it to Andy once more.
it's a very interesting decision. I do think you'll see leads here as the big blind has more 6x than the dealer, but he does decide to check. And now I think versus check back, we probably see Victor bet the river. Just we can't check back again and just let king and ace high get here for free.
He agrees. 40K. The request. So many busted draws here. Obviously, we don't love having the ace of clubs in hand if we're Andy.
But the 5 is a pretty decent card. 5 is much better than having another club or like a queen 9-8 in your hand, because those all block the straight draws that are now bluffing.
So a little pickup there for Victor as he tries to climb out of the hole.
It's a big hole, but it just got a little shallower.
Sure, a little bit of dirt being restored into the void. You know, it's big in terms of just real-world money, but in terms of how big this game is playing, you know, 1K, 2K, 5K big blind ante, mandatory straddle, the $500,000, 400,000, I mean, half an orbit and you're there, you know.
No, in the sense of like, I mean, he gets it all in for a little over 100 blinds right now and doubles, and he's out of the hole, right?
Right.
So it's not, yeah, it's definitely nothing insurmountable, but, you know, yes, big real-world money, solid. If we're saying 4K is the big blind, $500,000's like 125 blinds. It's a solid hole, but nothing spectacular. Agreed.
Nines for Ton. 8-5 for Danny, who's hunting a 9 on a Jack 10-7 board. Bet and take it for Ton.
Very important word. Also, Mandarin is, I think it's a very hard language. English is pretty easy.
The grammatic is good in Mandarin. It's very logical.
Nines once more. This time for Elton. Takes us up. Victor looking to speculate. That same exact hand put him in the hole, by the way, as ST made trip 9s against pocket queens earlier. And it's not performing that well against Elton here. You see just 15% equity as we head to the flop heads up. And it's a problematic one for Malinowski, given he's got top pair, backdoor hearts, and Elton with the overpair checks it over to Victor, who is not at all feeling apprehensive about delivering a position bet of 12,000.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Victor, I don't remember who, but somebody folded queen 7 of clubs. I think it was Tan, actually, because I was wondering if he was going to play it.
Yeah.
So he only has 1-7. Oh, my goodness.
Well, lucky for him, the 7 isn't the only road to the W, and this 9 on the turn. I stand corrected, by the way.
No,
I said road to the W. This is the road to disaster.
Yeah, top 2
As
pair.
I forgot that Elton had the 9s himself, so it's set against top 2. And this 447 is in real danger of being passed along.
And he's coming with pot. So curious to see how Elton decides to play here versus a big bet. He can just call and slip it to Victor again on the river. You know, Victor is going to think he's beating value a ton versus the early position opener who's check calling. I mean, there's going to be a lot of like big pairs, 1x wow, and that's a great card for Victor in a sense of
Potential action freezer.
I mean, if it was a total blank, he's just getting stacked.
You're so right about that. Elton knows it too.
Huh? Limela. Why are you so lucky? I play so bad. Fuck. 为什么怎么也？妈的，打他。哇。
Well, I wouldn't describe it
没打他。
as Elton playing bad, just
永远中牌不会打他。
an unfortunate development for him.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting turn spot. There's definitely arguments for both calling and raising. You know, it's a lot of like it depends in this, and you know, I mean maybe you're gonna see some raises a decent amount, but I mean. If you raise there and your opponent folds hands that are essentially drawing dead to you, that might bet the river, it's kind of a disaster as well. So I don't know, it's close. Just very lucky river for Victor. One of those ones where you saw him kind of like counting his chips afterwards. You're like, okay, how much money did I just save? 370,000? It's like I'm not in the hole $1 million now. That's what a river card.
Yeah, addressing the troops who somehow avoided a minefield.
Yeah.
Tan laying mines with King 10 and Rui wagging his finger with pocket 8s. This one's over pre.
10皮10可以砸马，
肯定可以 call 一下，万一中慢条10啊什么的嘛。
换我以前我也不 call。
Running good hitting cuts. Don't know how to get value.
对，就拿着牌局不一
Hard to
样
get
嘛。
value like this.
对啊，可以打回去验牌。
You jam, I have
打回去
straights
验
too.
牌，他大部分没东西了。
打回去验牌，好像没太大必要。我水上搞那些飞机干嘛嘛？稳稳的啊，赢个300万，舒舒服服。
会不会太少？
还好吧。
Yeah. I mean, if I'm thinking about it a little bit more, maybe 9s is the set that likes jamming the most because it's blocking 9s up and also is ahead of the other sets that are not going to fold. But, again, I think there's merit to both plays. Just very lucky river for Limitless and unlucky river for Elton.
And a nice pair of jacks here for Andy, who says if we want a C3, it'll cost 25,000 a man. Rui, ready to pay the entry fee. Unclear whether or not Elton wants to participate, and there's the answer, ace deuce, offsuit into the muck. So, heads up, 59,000 in the middle. And a gut shot and backdoor diamonds, the developments for Rui, who checks it over to the hooks. Rui calls the 1800, does not find improvement on the turn. Not sure whether or not that king's going to be a scary sight for Andy.
I mean, it shouldn't be. I think that's a pretty good card overall for Andy. It's one that he has more King X than Roy, given the way this hand played on the flop. It doesn't really interact with a lot of Roy's check call range. I'm not saying he can't have a king, but yeah, so I like this decision by Andy. He should keep betting jacks here. It's, you know, mostly for value with some protection value as well.
So 18 on the flop, 39 on the turn. Mission accomplished for China's Andy Ni, who strikes me as cut from a very disciplined cloth thus far. I mean, I've had a chance to observe him across Cash Game Invitational #1, but, you know, very steady, it would seem, is sort of his approach to the game.
I think my read is he's in there. He's got one of the shortest stacks. And he's kind of, now a bunch of people are accumulating chips. He's got, you know, kind of like a aggressive, slightly tight compared to the other guy. Definitely tighter than some of these other guys' approach. And he's picking his spots, getting in. So far, he's done pretty well. You know, it remains to be seen because he's likely going to be on here for many more hours. You know, will Andy get in any of these tricky, wicked, nasty spots that guys like Tan put you in, and how will he navigate some of those waters? Because so far, all these spots have been ones where he's the aggressor, he's coming in for the 3-bet, you know, he's controlling the pot. That's all well and good, but it's not going to stay that way for 10 hours.
You're right.
At some point, he's going to have a pretty good hand. Someone else is going to be aggressing versus him, and how's he going to deal with that? So we'll see. But so far, he's been very good being the hammer, being selectively aggressive, and you know, making some good decisions.
My read is that at some point, everybody who winds up here at the Tanchuan Rui Cao show is going to get dragged into their quicksand. You know, that tar pit's going to be working overtime, if I had to guess. I mean, the Jack 3 suited hand.
You just end up playing a big pot, getting in a tough situation with a really difficult decision for a lot of money, and that's your time to either make it or break it.
Yeah. And it's frustrating, too, because you can really grind, make several excellent decisions across the span of 95% of the session.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden find yourself in that one critical, pivotal, huge pot that is huge not by your own making, and then have a misstep or run into, you know, a little bit of a bad beat, and your whole session could be up in smoke.
Yeah. I mean, obviously the dream is being in that spot and not having the tough decision, right? Having the aces pre or flopping a set and then just tens kind of just rifles it in on the turn with bottom pair, and you're just like, middle set? Okay, thank you. I'll scoop these betting chips. They'll come my way. But, you know, it's oftentimes it's not quite that easy.
Well, take a look at this decision here from Malinowski against an early raise from ST Wang. Oh, granted, it was the straddle. Forgive me. Oversight about the end of the gun, but Malinowski taking it up to 53,000.
We do withdraw every 3 hours, 2 hours? 2 hours and 15 minutes. Okay, very precise. Oh, 2:15. Oh, how come 2:15? Oh, wow, 9 hours. But I think 3 hours is enough. 3 is 2 and 15 is too many withdrawals. But it's up to you guys. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, another thing I'll say, just because I'm thinking about this, you made a comment earlier about sometimes guys play more aggressive when they're up as opposed to stuck, because I was chewing on that for a moment in this pause between hands. You know what? It really matters sometimes for these game construction of, like, when you're talking about, can we open up the game? Are we getting crazy hands? Are guys going for it? There are definitely certain guys, though, that when they get stuck, they do open up.
Sure.
Right? And those are oftentimes the guys you want to get stuck. It makes the game great because, you know, the guy who's winning a bunch and opens up, usually there's some control to that.
Sure.
Some selection. The guy that's stuck and opens it up, well, that's a whole different kind of opening it up oftentimes. So, you know, those are the guys who want to get stuck.
You're not wrong. 8-6 suited, responsible for the 12K open. Note that similar spade one gapper for Andy has flatted, as Malinowski with similar hand composition. ST mulling over with ace-9 suited.
Oh, and ST takes an aggressive action here. I think most players would generally just call and close the action with the ace-9 suited, but he sees all this money out and decides to squeeze. And it's going to work. He also had the best hand.
Nice activation from Wang.
ST is another guy who's been around the Macau scene for a long time. We haven't really mentioned, but I've played with him many years ago in the Macau streets as well.
He's chiseled.
Yeah.
No doubt about that.
还在问我为什么你要是曹睿在干嘛？哦，
我们是打牌吗？还是干嘛呢？
紧一点，紧一点。
来聊天。
今天聊聊天就算了吧。
聊天局是吧？
是聊5天嘛？不是今天聊聊算了，每天不都这样？哇，待不住这样。
Ace King raises from the button. No patrons. And when you're Tan Xuan and nobody calls you in a straddle game, when you open the button, you got to be wondering how bad those hands were. Because you know that those guys are looking at you like, did you look? You know? You ever play with that guy? You just know it's folded around to their button. The raise is 100% coming. Always. And then you wonder sometimes legitimately, did they look?
Yeah. Definitely played with those guys.
And you've definitely been shown aces at Showdown.
I mean,
and you're like, oh, I guess they
gets
did
them.
look.
Even the guy who doesn't look.
Mystery Hand Time, brought to you by QQ Poker here. It'll be Elton Sang, whose cards we will block out in the interest of allowing ourselves to experience exactly what it's like to be out there on the felt.
And he limps here, which is interesting because we haven't really seen that happen almost at all yet. I don't think Elton's done it yet.
We did see him flat with Ace-King pre.
No, sure. I mean,
pot.
like open limp as the first in the pot. Like we haven't really been seeing that. So
Victor, Ace-King makes it 20 to go.
wow, and a limp 3-bet.
You know, this is kind of that old school, very straightforward. I know what you're trying to tell me, which is that you're trapping with a big hand. But
I just think
Ace-King?
Ace-King off, if you're Victor here, I think you're just 4-betting it, whether it's all in or I think you just 4-bet this all in here. Victor doesn't even have 100 bigs. I think you construct a smaller 4-bet size to like whatever 150 with like aces and maybe not Ace-King off in that one. If I'm him, I think I'm just shipping this in here for 370 or whatever. Okay, he's going. Wow, he's just calling.
Well,
he is in position, and it
yeah,
will make the hand more interesting.
Sure. He's really hoping to hit the ace or king here, and instead he just picks up a Broadway gutty on a Jack 10-7 board.
This is not the most comfy spot for Victor.
Well, what are you ranging Elton on if you're in Malinowski's spot here as a limp 3-better pre?
Yeah, I mean, Elton, we already saw he was willing to kind of 4-bet get in jacks. Is he doing that here? I'm not sure. Possibly. I wouldn't say worse than jacks, really. But could have Ace-King. Does he have Ace-Queen? Does he have some, like, Ace-5 suited stuff? I don't know. It's pretty, you're asking, can Elton have, like, King-Queen? The hands you'd really like to be up against here, in particular, are, like, King-Queen and Ace-Queen.
Unfortunately, we block some of that stuff.
And again, there's always the X factor of like, will Elton have some other hands that you wouldn't really think a solver has? Like last time we saw SD at 7-9 suited. So, yeah, I mean, Victor's going nowhere here for 65K. But SPR is well under pot now. And that was a blank. And if Elton shoves turn, it's a really tough spot for Victor.
I mean, surely he can't call with just Ace-King high.
Probably
and a
folding,
Broadway gutty
I
for
think.
Almost, SPR is sub-1 now with 242 effective.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's close. You're way ahead of Ace-5 through Ace-Deuce suited, Ace-9 suited, King-Queen, Ace-Queen, if he has those. And when you're behind, unless it's a set, you probably have somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 to 4 outs. So it's not like a slam dunk fold by any means. I'm not certain. But I think you're maybe being a little too pessimistic on just it, of course, being a fold. That's my read. But I'm not saying you're wrong that it's a fold.
Well, Elton hasn't acted yet, but he is using some time banks to make his decision, which ultimately is to ask for it all.
So now I'm really curious to see both what Victor does and how long he takes to do it. I'm not assuming. I would love to hear him talk through his thought process. I don't think we're going to get that. But you can definitely come up with hands that he's not just ahead of, but kind of crushing, that Elton can have. Again, ace-5 of clubs. Ace-9 suited. You know, ace-queen, king-queen. Ace-X, anything of clubs. I mean, he's way ahead of these. Now, obviously, he's way behind. Aces, kings, pretty far behind queens, very far behind jacks.
Speaking of far behind, Elton has worked his way well off the rail,
I had a pair.
exploring the space. And you hear Victor say, I wish I had a pair.
Yeah, I don't, like, it's weird. Like, ace-king, I don't know how much worse it is than, say, like, ace-10. Right? Like, ace-king and ace-10 are still basically ahead of the same hands. It's nice to block kings. And you have more outs when you're just behind with ace-king because of the gutter. Like, I don't know, man. I actually might call this. I'm, like, kind of talking myself into calling. Unless my opponent's a super net.
So the ace-king goes into the muck. Drum roll,
Okay,
please. It
kings.
was 2 kings.
Yeah, no pair. Slow play, bro.
Blockers have certainly cost us all plenty of money throughout the years.
Huh?
So Elton had as advertised.
Wow.
Yeah.
Limpery raised, had aces, kings. You know what I mean? But
Yeah, paid for it. Huh? Paid for my slow play. All in, easy decision. Chip space, 200.
So Victor's going to top up here, but it could have been a lot uglier, potentially. Didn't see the river, of course, where an ace or queen would have been good, but had Victor jam pre,
Queen, queen.
we would have been off to the races.
Tan. Egg.
Eke.
Relationship, I raise, you 3-bet, I 4-bet, bang, all in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I win. Bye-bye.
Maybe round twice, or maybe river I hit.
Egg.
Never know.
哦，你们真的是
like
残忍
just kind of speculating about that hand in a nerdy way. Like ace-king might perform as good or as queens. Think about it this way. Queens has 2 outs versus kings. Ace-king has 7.
Yeah.
Like ace-king blocks aces and kings, which are like kind of the hands you most expect Elton to have for value.
Yeah.
Whereas queens doesn't block them at all. You know what I mean? It's like
Yeah.
you also don't have a club, which is kind of good because you want your opponent to have clubs at that point. Because you're
Yeah.
ace-king, you know, I don't know.
That's why he chewed
Like,
on it as long as he did. No doubt about that.
It's a tough spot. Like, I don't fault him for folding, but I think calling is pretty reasonable.
You know what's not a tough spot? Trip 5s on
Yeah.
a 6-5-5 board as a button opener. Elton in the straddle defended. Checks and faces a 10K c-bet. Will peel with ace-9. Will not find improvement, however. Drawing dead now.
Just more helpful cards for ST. Just another heart.
Yeah, picking up the flush draw for dessert.
ST's already checked this once.
No, 10K. c-bet.
Oh, sorry. My mistake.
And here comes some more.
This is going to be,
It's 30.
I think, too much at this point for Elton. It's like, where are we going? Hand's not over. Okay, but Elton's got his suspicions.
Well, hearts on the end. Coming in the back door here for ST.
At this point, the only hands Elton is beating when he faces a bet, which he certainly will, are the low straight draws. 9-8, 9-7, 8-7, 7-4, etc. Having an offsuit 9 is not a good card. I mean, because you're blocking the 9-8 and 9-7s that you would like ST to have. So I really, at this point, cannot see or get behind a call, but yeah, okay. Elton just snap mucks.
So Kate handing out some empty racks as we will shuffle the deck. A redraw is upon us during a short break here, so as to ensure that all players have an equal opportunity to potentially be on the left or right of one another. And as we head to that break, let us take a peek and see how the first frame shaped up quite well. If you're Hong Kong's Elton Sang, over $750,000 in the black. Handsome pickup for Tan Xuan, 326,000 so far. ST in the black, almost $250,000, and work to be done for the likes of the Frenchman Rui Cao and Poland's Victor Malinowski. Keep it close. Continuing coverage of day 1 of our Cash Game Invitational number 2 comes your way in about 15. Sevens for Rui. Makes it 10,000 to go. Ducklings for Elton. Along he comes.
你那么喜欢多零的，你打比赛啊？
对啊，我就
让别人害怕你啊。
不是我习惯嘛，你不能要求一个人习惯。
筹码多，感觉那个。
Pretty one for Andy.
对。
He joins the fray.
你去美国打 WSOP，
Now Malinowski.
A lot of playable hands here.
King Jack suited.
我也想抢回来，我也想抢回来呀。
Hops in there. Such a nice price for Danny, but Queen 8 offsuit just not really a consideration.
And Roy, once again, showing that he wants to gamble pre-flop.
Yeah, Malinowski did make it 55,000. My apologies, something I overlooked initially, thinking that he had simply decided from the small blind to hop in there, but he's looking to call the herd. So far hasn't been able to do so as both pocket pairs slide in.
Yeah, Andy's got to call this now 4 ways in
Close
position.
the action, yeah. 45 more to win a big one, and already $231,000 in the middle. 4-way affair. Flop. 6 deuce 4 bottom set versus an overpair here.
So Andy and Victor just really kind of have nothing. I mean, Victor can have aces and kings, but obviously never really hits much of that board. Other than potentially a hand like ace-3 suited or something. But this is a pot where Roy and Elton might be putting in some money. Elton has a set and, wow, decides to slow play it on the flop with a check.
Now the 9 connects with Andy. See if that poses a problem.
Wow, and Andy with a very tough decision here. He hits the 9. He's got 2 people left to act behind him. It is not out of the question that either Roy or Victor could have him beat with a overpair of some kind that they checked.
Let alone Elton himself as the man betting 110,000.
Exactly.
Nevertheless, though, Andy calls, drawing dead.
Which I think is reasonable, all things considered. His tough decision will be on the river. Ooh,
that is a
so tough.
sopping wet 3 of diamonds. Unclear how much 5x Elton imagines Andy has called 10 and then the 45 more pre-flop with, but diamond combos are definitely a thing.
The problem for Elton at this point is if he has the best hand, it's not the easiest to get value. He could decide to put in a block here. You know, betting like 40, 50K.
I mean, he would hate to leave the door open to Andy to potentially bully him right off of his hand. Time banks being utilized here as Elton really chewing on this one, and you wonder what's going on in Andy's mind with regard to whether or not this posture is such that Andy feels he can maybe apply pressure with the 10-9 under concerns that maybe it was no good. Instead, he's just happy to take showdown there, understandably, and Elton does show the set and take down the biggest pot thus far on the day, 451K.
Yeah, and coaching can be a very time-efficient way to study and integrate knowledge into your game, right? You get a coach who's a good fit with you. It should streamline some of the knowledge, explain some of the concepts. I mean, I think something people don't understand is you can sit and like look at solver outputs. That doesn't, like, the best players in the world aren't like memorizing solver outputs. They look at the form of the response and this, and they like incorporate takeaways, like strategic takeaways and concepts, like what the solver kind of says or implies as like a concept that they can remember, right? So, you know, a good coach should be able to kind of help do that for you, right? They should know some of these things and give you some of the takeaways to kind of take the mystery of just like, it'd be like if you're looking at a chess output. You know, the chess might say this is the best move, but you might need a grandmaster to tell you why.
Well, you said
Same
the word
idea.
mystery, Rast, and it couldn't have come at a better time given that the QQ Poker mystery hand is upon us, and it belongs to Rui Cao here in what was a three-way pot, a raise to 10K from Victor with the kings pre-flop. He had company in two spots, checked around on the 8-6-5 board. Then it was Rui who let out for 25,000 on that deuce of hearts turn. Victor made the call and now faces a 125K barrel on the river, which he calls, and Rui had top set, which turned into quads on the river.
Jesus.
Monstrosity of a hand there.
Ace king. But tens is just way too much hand to get to fold after a check back. Tens is beating some value, and you have a gutter.
Oh boy. There's the heart on the river. As ST did call the 60K on the turn. Let's see how much he's going to face here into 202 on the river.
Yeah.
Semi-bluff coming home for Victor, and now just needs to determine how much value he thinks is available to him as played.
65.
And 65 seems like a nice number. Could potentially be leaving a little meat on the bone from time to time, but it's not sent 2 tens into the bin just yet.
Yeah, I wonder if 65 is an amount that 2 tens ends up paying off. Seems hard for 2 tens in particular with a diamond to pay off like a pot size bet, but does ST find a call versus this bet, which is just a little over quarter pot?
And it's not just that we have a diamond blocking that busted flush draw we're hoping Victor has, but the lack of a heart in ST's hand as well, unblocking this nut flush, which does get shown as Victor gets paid off. Nice procedures there from the Polish pro in the hot seat. Although he was turning the heat up himself in that one.
Yeah, he had just lost a pretty big pot there, paying off with kings, and basically got it right back.
You know, it's funny because we touched on the idea of decisions that we ourselves make, given things in context. But also important to be mindful of what other people might be thinking as a result of what they've seen. You see a guy take a beat, get shown quads, now all of a sudden he's in the very next hand, and you wonder, is he trying to force things? Is he a little bit steamy? These are all live poker sorts of things that cause us to maybe make choices we wouldn't otherwise from time to time. So we see Rui, ace-jack the choice, making it 10. Not really the prettiest ace in the deck for Andy. Offsuit 9.
I feel like in a 3-blind structure here, I like just throwing this away. I mean, if you do play, you're 3-betting it. Versus the cutoff, I think it's okay, and he's coming at Roy Cow. Huge with king 9 off, and he just made a aggressive 3-bet choice with the ace 9 off. I mean, I think in a non-3-blind game, you know, 3-betting ace 9 off in the normal small blind versus the cutoff, it's like kind of reasonable aggro. But in a 3-blind game, I would guess, I haven't looked at any 3, but I think that's wide. You have that extra player who's you have to get through, and now your small blind isn't half of the biggest blind, it's a quarter. So my guess is like ace 9 off versus a cutoff opens, just like you let that go. But see, Andy's going for it, and I think people don't realize he's stepping out there yet.
Malinowski stepping out there as Elton's ace-4 offsuit cutoff open gets 3-bet with the pocket queens. QQ Poker mystery hand belongs to ST here, who is contemplating out of the straddle. And might the raising not be done? Indeed, a declaration of a 4-bet, is it?
Yeah.
Just how big does he go?
Pretty big.
150K.
It's more than 3x. And now, I mean, queens is kind of uncomfortable. Like, I know in a lot of tournament spots, you're like, oh, queens versus like kind of, right, like late position open, blinds 3-bet. Yeah, we're just getting it in. But, you know, for 150 big blinds, over 150 effective big blinds, getting in queens here is just not going to perform very well. I think it's too much hand to fold, and so Victor calls, which is totally reasonable. And now, you know, ST is kind of repping, in my opinion, aces, kings, ace, king, and then like every once in a while he could have a hand like jacks. He'll have some like ace 5 suiteds. Maybe he's throwing in some other kind of random bluff hands. Most of them should have an ace in it, but you never know in this game with these guys, right?
Sure.
Like, so yeah, and it's a mystery hand, so let's keep that in mind.
Victor's check is met by a check back from ST. Board pairs on the turn. Malinowski's queens do feel rather cozy, although it isn't a given that ST checks back here without having those queens beat, is it?
He could check back aces or kings. If he has aces or kings, a 9 coming is like a beautiful card for him because it didn't change the board in a meaningful way, and it's less likely that Victor has pocket 9s. So
here's a bet now from Victor of 80,000. And we're going to find out pretty quickly whether or not ST was just trying to pick off what he thought was a weak open and 3-bet in front of him, or if there's real kit attached to this 150 pre, and it would seem to be the latter more so than the former, as he does call the 80 Rast.
Being in position, he doesn't really need to raise. He's going to have the option to bet the river when check to. So something to keep in mind. This is a very kind of tricky spot for Victor here. Isn't a ton of value for him to get, really. It's just not that likely our opponent, given that he cold 4-bet, has like Jack X hands that you'd normally be wanting to value bet verse. So I'm very curious that, you know, the flush came in. Yeah, if he bets here, you're going to see a small size.
115,000.
In the context of the pot, I think it's less than quarter pot.
It's into 478K.
Yeah.
Is it a little bit dicey with the arrival of the club on the end?
Yeah, it's like I said, this is a very dicey spot for queens. I mean, it kind of depends what Victor thinks about ST's cold 4 betting. If he thinks ST can have hands like Ace Jack suited or Jack X suited or whatever more likely, then it's a bit more reasonable. If his 4 betting range is more stuff like Aces Kings and just like Ace X, right? It doesn't make a ton of sense because he's either basically ahead or behind, and there isn't even that much value to get betting small, right? Because like ace, short of like ace 5 exactly, almost like what's calling you. I mean, maybe ace king finds like a cry call because it's beating queen 10, king 10. It's a very interesting, murky situation for queens with no club here, OOP. And yeah, like getting bluffed isn't out of the question. I mean, at least your opponent trying to bluff. Like, what if ST has just like ace king, ace queen off with like the ace of clubs? In particular, let's say ace king, maybe ace queen folds the turn.
Well, ST is chewing hard on this one. And he does make the call, which makes it seem as though the queens are no good, but ST had a 9. Trip 9s, Rast. Didn't raise the turn or the river.
Yeah, so this is the thing I was saying about like when your opponent doesn't have like the hands that you expect to see in a solver.
Right.
Right? Like a solver's not cold 4ing 9-7s.
Welcome back for more Cash Game Invitational to Action live on the Triton Super High Roller Series from Landing Casino at Jeju Shinhwa World, brought to you by QQ Poker. Ali Nejad alongside Brian Rast and a whole host of fireworks as you see the way the pyrotechnics have taken shape thus far. One frame of 4 in the books. Playing 1K, 2K, no limit hold'em with a 5K big blind ante and a mandatory $4,000 straddle. As one can imagine, things have gotten a bit messy for some folks. We're looking at you, Rui Cow and Victor Malinowski. Could have been a lot worse for Malinowski just before the break when he decided to flat with ace-king pre-flop in the face of a limp 3-bet from Elton and found a very convenient river that allowed him, or got away from it on the turn. Forgive me. It could have gotten ugly, though, in that other spot where he was facing a set of 9s against 9s and 7s, because Elton's had his number on a couple of different occasions, and Sang has taken no prisoners, as you see him now. Center field to Tan Xuan's right, on the left of Rui Cow. As I mentioned, each break we will be shuffling up the seating order.
And he's no longer in double up and get out territory, right? He's stuck something like 660K if I remember, and he only has like 450,000 in front of him. So
we're talking about Victor.
Yeah. He doubles up. He's not getting. I mean, it'll be huge, and he won't be that stuck anymore. But he's still going to be a couple hundred dimes away from being even. So.
At the same time, when you're looking at all of these deep stacks around you, having maybe 400 is a way to ensure that you don't end up super buried in the event that things go wrong. ST kicking off this frame of play with King 10 offsuit. 11 to go. Danny flatted the suited connector. Rui with dominant spade 1-gapper.
Elton has a serious cold 4 candidate here, and I don't blame him for taking this. Again, blocking aces, queens. You know, he's not going to be excited to get it in, especially not against one of these guys who has 11,000. And, you know, if Roy's squeezing with any number of good but not great hands, he just has the best hand. And there's a lot of money out there to win. So
多打小鱼。
Nice find by Elton. Totally reasonable and
他说了是吗？可以啊。
gonna pick up like 100 dimes or something with that.
The rich get richer.
下一轮吧，你现在搞重新上马嘛，7万方可以。
要重新上马，我们怎么重新上马呢？
不用重新上马，就继续就好了吧？你现在啊，就一样的嘛。没有。有什么区别？
现在差的不是很多，不是很深嘛。你们
肯定差很远啊。为什么差很远？你打个2000有余，就不够就再买就好了吧？啊，差很远。
1000、2000有余是吧
？1000、2000有余。
Queen 10 suited got itself in trouble moments ago in the hands of Rui, who got 4-bet and bullied off the hand. Here it is in Danny's stewardship. Once more, by the way, Danny facing a 3-bet like Rui before him. 4-bet on that occasion, rather. Top 2 for Rui, up against the Broadway gutter.
Oh, but tomorrow is it the same players? Because I'm afraid tomorrow it might not be the same players, and we will have.
It doesn't matter. Even if it's not the same players, and you are disabled, and you're telling me, oh, I would like to play. Even if one player said, can you put forward the request to play Squid? Then we can ask everyone privately.
This hand is likely to be over right here.
How about the next round? It must be tomorrow. So for today, no.
Indeed.
就是今天不打，明天打。
今天还是不行，搞来搞去。明天打不打，看明天在桌上的人同不同意。哦。那明天万一有人 ban 呢？我不知道明天是谁打。万一呢？万一呢
think Squid Game more fun.
Right?
Yeah, for sure.
I played before. I think we all agree with that.
就这几个绑住打了，也不要换了。
Yeah. Yeah. Because tomorrow, if different player is maybe different. Because only today is us 7 agree. But if tomorrow, maybe.
No, but that's what I'm saying. If you tell me tomorrow we like this weekend, we can ask anyone that will be scheduled for tomorrow to like this weekend.
That makes sense. Oh, okay.
Believe some conversation centering around whether or not the players want to get involved in a little Squid Game, which I confess, Rast, I don't have all of the specifics on, but I know it's a prop, side action sort of affair that influences deeply the action at the table.
Yeah, I think the basic premise of Squid Game, it's a derivative originating, I think, from the stand-up game.
Yeah.
But unlike the stand-up game, which is like everybody stand up and it's over and the last person still standing who hadn't won a pot pays, Squid is like you collect Squid tokens, and there's all kinds of variants of it. I've actually never played the Squid Game, but I've had someone try to explain. He's like, oh, I'm playing the golden squid. And then with that, so they're doing all kinds of crazy things, but the idea is centered around you get a benefit for winning the pot. And there's ways that this can become progressive and scaling where there's huge benefits or huge consequences
for not winning,
penalties for not winning. Yeah. And that really drastically influences how guys play. There's none of that's happening right now, right? But they are talking about whether or not they want to implement this, which I think would add a really fun wrinkle if they do. I'm pro them doing the Squid Game and us trying to figure out what the heck is going on.
You played Squid before, many times, right?
I played a little bit, yeah.
Yeah. 他们已经视频上已经把那个东西做好了。Do we have the liner for tomorrow? 做好了。你直播
Mandatory straddle is on. Today's coverage brought to you by QQ Poker.
鱿鱼的标记嘛，不然他们不知道你们俩在打什么。他说那个视频上已经做好了，之前就准备好了。
Rui.
对，之前就做。
Ace 10 raises it up to 10,000. Elton, King Jack offsuit.
这个位置真好。
Wants privacy. Not going to get it, I would imagine, as Tan looks down at Ace Queen. You don't know, though, because it's 2 early position actors in front of us.
Yeah, it's definitely a candidate for a cold 4. Tan's also the kind of guy that likes to take these type of spots usually, so I kind of expect that he will take it, but I guess we get to find out. Yeah, I mean, you know. And Roy and Elton kind of really have garbage, all things considered, so this pot's probably over.
Sure enough.
Like when you 3-bet the under the gun razor as the next guy to go in the hijack and you have king jack off and you get cold forward.
It's a problem.
Yeah, it's not good.
So a big wag of the finger and a nice pickup there for Tan.
But you see, Tan's just reputation precedes him. I mean, like Elton, before he folded the king jack, needed to like say something like, "Oh, okay, man. Oh, you know, ace 2 off, whatever."
Yeah, jack 3 of clubs. And by the way, note that Tan's equal opportunity with respect to his targets. I mean, Rui Cao and Elton, these are the guys that rate to be very prepared to get their hands dirty with you. And yet he's unafraid to kind of target those entities.
Oh, certainly. Well, I mean, the last hand was just like a totally reasonable 4-bet candidate. The other hand with Jack 3 suited was just wild and irresponsible.
And we're here
and
for
fun.
it.
Yeah.
就是今天还是不打鱿鱼是吧？对不对？我们可以把昨天我就说了，你先说好。
That was kind of what I was alluding to previously. Is I mean, he just 3-bet the Jack 3 suited. I don't think he's passing the ace queen off 4-bet spot. You know what I mean?
Right.
直接打2万4万了，别烦了。Oh my big car, big car. Yeah.
By the way, excuse me, he actually also cold forward the Jack 3 suited, right? It wasn't a 3-bet. Didn't the 10-9 suited 3-bet and he cold forward the Jack 3?
I can't fully remember.
I don't remember, but I kind of think it might have been that one actually. And I'm misspeaking. I'm pretty sure because they each put in over 100K pre-flop, so that was a cold 4. Yeah.
Open from ST Wang here with Queen X. 3-bet from Andy Nee's ace 4 suited. 11 has become 40. Hand over.
那你怕什么？已经没钱了，已经在地上。
这肯定划算嘛，
对吧？
你也没学就划算。
Andy's doing the Steve Jobs thing out there, the black turtleneck look.
改变这个一个几亿 U 是吧？搞到一个5亿 U， 我靠，这还不改变呢？
会给你的这里
会不会已经太少了？沙巴哥给吧，沙巴哥包这样子。到时候打得我们都37 all in 了，我靠，没办法。
Ace King for ST.
后面分了，后面
Raise
赢了和输家分
to
了。
10 in front of him with Queen 8 suited.
谁想跑路，谁输10个亿，赢家因为分一半嘛。
对啊，全都跑路。这个方法挺可以啊。
35 to go. Back around to Victor.
Yeah, I think this is one you just let go here. Out of position to a 3.5x 3-bet. It's, I mean, we got a 3-gapper. Oh, Vic, okay, so instead of letting it go, he's turning it into a 4-bet, but that's...
Yeah.
It's kind of, it's more reasonable than calling, but unfortunately for him, he's running into a real hand.
That's right. 90, the declaration from Malinowski. And let's see if ST wants to put a 5th scoop out there. Indeed. asking for all of it. And Malinowski says goodbye to 90 without so much as a flop.
No, and the day just gets worse for Limitless.
哎呀，12013水了，来来来，看你个锤子，我真的是。
13水我跑不出来。
1万1分，咖啡随便放，好吧？
这我真的还没想到。
糟了呗？你们说的什么？他说什么？那么好，先让我笑一笑了。
你还没听到吗？
没有，我在打牌嘛。
等你打得很大嘛，打得很大，你
Danny opens Jack 10.
输了就跑路嘛，
啊，
赢了就找
300个结账。
对呀，你打大一点的无所谓吗？
Ton's going to have other ideas with ace queen.
好了，太小没必要。
哦，听懂。
对手有个一起千万输赢。
Third floor.
开始了，开始了。
你说这是不是没想过
42 if you do.
每天学到一点新的东西。
And of course, with the Jack 10 offsuit, Danny does not. Seeing a decent amount of 3-betting pre-flop with, granted, the hands we would expect, but also some candidates in terms of the 4-bet with Queen 8 suited. Obviously, you touched on the Jack 3 suited. Some spicier parts of the deck being put to work as well.
Yeah, I'd say the aggression level is kind of amped up
Agreed.
a little bit here, right? At this point, and I think it's happened, maybe wasn't initially as aggressive as now, but it very quickly turned into that. And right now we're seeing a very high level of pre-flop aggression. I mean, like squeeze spots getting taken, Queen 10 suited squeezing the field, King Jack suited squeezing the field, Ace 9 of hearts squeezing the field. These are all ones I'd remember happening. It's like if somebody can kind of justify taking the aggressive line pre-flop, they're mostly doing it other than maybe some Ace-King flats. But
Well, here we are. Ace-King, King-Queen, and King-10 all interacting with an Ace-Queen 5 board. Pre-flop raiser Andy Nee has it checked over to him, and with top pair, top kicker, he will follow through on the 12K pre-flop size with a C-bet of 26,000.
of note, you'll see how much more equity Elton has with King 10 off with the King of Spades than 10 has with King Queen and middle pair.
Mm-hmm.
You know, middle pair only 8% due to that king being no good. And
So
see a nice
comes along.
fold. Nice fold here. Doesn't overcall. Very nice. Gets away. Doesn't put money in with 8%.
Dry turn. Now Andy only needs to contend with one opponent. Pot knocking on the door of 100,000.
Tan Xuan's that like really tough maniac. You know what I mean? Because there's a lot of the maniacs you out there that they're just putting in way too much money all the time, everywhere. But stuff like this fold here, it's, you know, let's point it out. It's a good fold. He saved 20-something K, 8%, whatever. Not a big deal, but he's just not a guy who's just always putting money in the pot.
Yeah.
You know, just once in a while he does it, and, you know, it
Yeah.
makes him tough.
So Andy, of course, does put some more money into the pot, 80,000 to be exact, and he will earn that one. As we'll switch dealers and give you an updated glimpse at the current state of affairs, over a $750,000 L being hung on Poland's Victor Malinowski as things stand at the moment. North of a $500,000 loss on the session for Rui Cao. Still early in frame number 2 of 4, however, here at the Landing Casino, Jeju Shinhwa World. Cash Game Invitational 2, presented by the Triton Poker Series and QQ Poker. Glad to have you with us. Ali Nejad alongside Poker Hall of Famer Brian Rast. And pop your popcorn, grab your drinks. We're going to be here a while, and we are just getting warmed up, Rasty.
Listen, looking at this, it's Elton's world, and we're all living in it, while at the same time, Victor has to wonder if the bottom really is limitless.
Yeah, you're right. It can get ugly very quickly out there.
When you're playing this big, you lose a hand, all of a sudden you're like down almost $1 million, and you're like, what if I just keep losing hands?
It's so funny. That little inner voice that you shouldn't allow to creep in very much does and can cause some real self-doubt. Meanwhile, no doubting ST Wang is in love with these two kings and the raise in front of him from Elton. We'll be going north. 55 total, is it? Yep.
So we'll notice out of position, very deep stack. He's coming with a pretty large 3-bet, but could even actually be larger given how deep they are. I mean, they're 300 big blinds deep. So Elton, though, with a really dusty one. Yeah, ace-3 off. Not really the hand you want to play a huge pot against one of the other big stacks at the table with. But see, one of the things also when you're getting these 300 big blind deep, that's different, just to kind of point out to people watching. Hands like suited connectors, suited one-gappers, go up in value quite a bit versus how you see guys play them in tournaments when they're like 20 big blinds deep. You know, when you're 20, 30 big blinds, mostly you just want big cards. You want to flop top pair. You want to have overcards to the flop where you hit a big pair. And, you know, that's a pretty good hand. But when you're hundreds of big blinds deep, like when you're playing a big pot, you want to make a big hand. And, right, like suited connectors are much more likely to make straights or flushes. So, yes, you don't have a good hand as often, but you're more likely to make a very good hand. And so they go up in value quite a bit. And you'll see guys 3-bet with them in spots where you just never see them do it in tournaments when they're much shallower.
So here we are, a rare limp pot. Party started by Elton with King 4 suited, which turns into bottom pair here up against top pair, an open ender and a wheel gutter, or a 6 high straight.
Andy with an interesting decision in the big blind not to raise the limps. Ace-Jack suited, quite a good hand.
So now he's going to have to navigate the post-flop waters against 3 opponents. Elton, as the limper pre, decides to speak first, perhaps operating under the assumption ace-X would have been heard from.
Danny super happy to close the action here with the best straight draw. Both the 3 and the 8 make him the nuts, getting a lot to 1 on his money. I'd imagine he just calls this. Yeah. I guess he was just counting how much he had for future reference.
How about trip 4s? No waiting for Elton. Note the arrival of the backdoor spade draw, which should keep Malinowski interested. Unclear whether or not Andy Nee is going to be concerned by that board pairing card. 50 in the middle.
Elton perhaps considering... Oh, he was the original better with bottom pair, so he's definitely going to bet again. This is super uncomfortable for Victor. 2 players behind him to go. I mean, all of his draws don't make the nuts. He calls. Now this is a spot very kind of similar to the limitless spot where he just kind of snap mucked ace queen recently. Now we have a 4-way pot. And ace jack a little worse than ace queen, albeit it's limped. And the only person not to put money in is Danny with the 7-5, who would have made the best hand on the river.
Remarkably so. Instead, Elton, courtesy of that 42K, on the turn, able to thin the field of the one player that would have left him in trouble on this river card. Here he is, able to pursue value with no spade, no heart on the end. Victor, of course, wasn't on the hunt for a pair of 3s.
Yeah, I think Elton is probably mildly concerned about a full house or 5-7, but you definitely can't be so concerned here that you're checking 3-4s with the nut kicker. Like, let's not also forget that. Like, King 4 is beating any other 4 that isn't a full house because the king plays, right? 3-4 is ace king. So, I mean, there is just a lot of value here. Any other 3-4s very likely calls you, and an ace might call you. If Elton bets here and Victor folds, we'll see whether or not Andy pays him off. Yeah.
$128,000. Easy and expected release from Limitless. And now Andy does have a decision on his hands. Remember, this was a limp pre-flop by Elton, who bet both flop and turn.
And remember previously I said Andy had been the hammer so far mostly this game, putting other players in kind of tough spots. But this is the first time he's getting put in a tough spot. And let's see how he responds.
Well, he's got the call measured out in his hands, and he's going to be passing that call over to Elton, who continues to run away with things early in this cash game.
唯一可以赢他的牌，在 turn 就 fold 掉了。
5-7啊，1-3。
So that was a hand that would have played drastically different had Andy done the somewhat standard thing of just a couple people limped and him just making a raise out of the blind with ace-jack suited, which I think is definitely the best way to play that hand. It's just too strong.
On balance, are we kind of obligated to maybe flat it sometimes, or it's just always the raise?
I mean, I think you'd see most people in this game, if it went raise call, actually squeeze that hand with a high frequency for a 3-bet to like 60 or whatever.
So you're saying because it was limped, it kind
because
of froze
it's
him a bit?
Because it's limped, I almost think it's like a just 100% raise it up. Now you're making it, what, like 20 or like 24, right? I mean, much smaller commitment, still very good hand, and your opponent's ranges are even weaker. Anyways.
7-5 suited here for Victor. Speculating as he tries to work his way north. It has been a predominantly southerly trajectory for Captain Malinowski as the QQ Poker mystery hand is bestowed upon Andy Nee in a three-way affair. Here we are with top pair for ST Wang.
So speculating about his holdings, I feel like some of his most likely holdings in this spot, raise call, over calling, or stuff like suited aces, pocket pairs, maybe some suited connectors. So, and then given his check call out OOP, I think we're going to see a lot of, and that this board is pretty high. It's not that likely he flopped a set, obviously, of just eights. He's going to have a lot of flush draws and maybe like top pair of aces.
So predictably, Malinowski bows out as ST fired 13,000, with Victor not choosing to c-bet it. And as you can see, the nut flush draw added to ST's kit.
Exploitively, I kind of like betting like half pot here, which doesn't really make sense. Yeah, but ST has already shown in a lot of these spots he likes making kind of not GTO exploitive plays. Like, this is a nice play to just keep building the pot in position with top pair and the nut flush draw. And when you don't improve on the river, you just like check back a lot. Even though from like a range perspective, betting half pot here doesn't theoretically make a ton of sense. But it's a great play when your opponent doesn't like check raise you a lot or whatever.
So here we are. 30 a man, bringing us to this river. Aces and fours now for ST. Still don't know what Andy's got under the hood, however.
But I mean, if ST was thinking about checking back blank rivers, this isn't it. I think here, having made aces and fours, you know, he's now beating 8-7 suited, and any other ace-x suited hand that isn't ace-8 or ace-7, you can basically take out ace-king, because Andy would have squeezed ace-king versus a raise and a call. So there just aren't that many hands that are beating us. A lot of the hands that are beating us, such as ace-8, ace-7, or even eights, might have check raised on the, if not on the flop, on the turn. So I just think oh, but Andy hasn't checked.
Oh, in fact, he's going to jam this. I don't think ST's going to be getting away. Both flush draws missed. All the Broadway stuff missed. 5-6 doesn't appear to be ever a part of the calculus.
5-6 of spades, certainly.
Okay.
Like I said, suited connectors, right? And does he float the flop with 5-6 of hearts? Unclear, but not impossible. So 5-6 could be in there, albeit it's one, maybe two hands. You know, again, potentially hands that slow play turn by not check raising, but why would they not bet check again?
You see ST a little bit discombobulated here, but he's got so much hand, Rast, and more than enough chips to absorb this 283 if it were to go wrong.
I mean, my pick if Andy has the best hand after ST likely calls is that he has 5-6 of spades.
Drum roll, please. And that's exactly what he turns over, Rast.
Yeah.
An absolutely cryptic 2 cards deciphered by Czar Rast. And wild that he gets there using the 4 and not the 9, not only because it's nutted, but because it happens to give ST aces up and an opportunity to pay off.
You know, even the lead is an interesting decision, because the truth is if he had checked, ST probably bets his hand in quite big. He probably doubles anyway. Now, there are going to be some hands ST checks back that maybe he would have gotten value from by betting himself, but I think whether he checked or bet there, the money's going in on the river.
I'll say the lead did seem quite fishy, though, didn't it? ST raising it up with King Deuce of Hearts, by the way. Not the first time we've seen King Deuce suited in particular employed by, I believe, ST on both occasions as a pre-flop open. Obviously a little bit shell-shocked over the aces up. L hung on him by the 5-6 of spades moments ago, and now facing a 3-bet from Rui Cao's ace-10. Does let it go.
I think a prudent fold.
Maybe a steamy open? I mean, he did it earlier when he wasn't, you know.
I mean, for all that money out there, you're in the cutoff. I think King Deuce suited is, you know, it's reasonable. I wouldn't call it steamy. Let me put it that way. You know, you could probably argue about whether, oh, you should start with like the King 4, you know, and not do King 3 or 2. Yeah, who cares? We're not trying to be right by a pip or two. It's
right.
It's reasonable.
Well, 10-7 suited deemed reasonable as well, as ST opens once more.
I find, having played in some games like this over the years, that in a lot of these spots, there's so many like game flow considerations sometimes. Like, I think maybe this guy's a little bit less likely or more likely to 3-bet me here or that. So it doesn't really matter if you're right or wrong by a couple pips in some of these open spots. It's like if the game flow considerations are good for open, you go like a little bit wide, and if they're bad, you go tighter than you would think. So yeah, it's, you know, just sticking too much like what would a solver say here is just kind of missing the forest for the trees in a lot of these spots.
Well, 2 callers so far, rounded out by Tan Xuan. 4 players for 11 ahead. Take the 9-8-4 2-spade flop. Andy Nee with the nut flush draw. An open-ender for ST, who started this party. Tan with bottom pair, backdoor clubs. 2 checks in front of Wang.
Yeah, there's 2 of the hands have nothing, and 2 of the hands have really big draws. So we're going to see Andy and ST face off here. And Andy's definitely got the advantage with the stronger draw and being in position. But ST also has the type of hand that might just keep on bluffing. So if nobody gets there, could be ST that ends up winning with 10 high.
You know, don't count Tan Xuan out,
Okay.
Rast. You know, depending on how mischievous he's feeling, these peels are very much in his range.
Oh.
And he finds trip 4s on the turn, checking over to ST, who might have been more inclined to barrel through against just Andy. But now with 2 callers, perhaps we're a little bit more sheepish.
Yeah, we're going to see what he decides here. It's an interesting spot. Definitely could see arguments for betting or checking.
Oh, it looks like he's not going to let his foot up off the accelerator pedal. More tokens being deposited.
Wow, and Andy just snap folds the nut flush, which is nut flush draw, sorry, which is kind of a big fold.
Well,
versus only like B60.
Yeah, is that sizing such that that nut flush can still be retained in spite of the paired board?
I think it's pretty close. I mean, you're sort of ahead of all draws, and unless your opponent has a boat, which is possible but not likely, like you always have outs, I would have probably called. I mean, it's kind of sucks with Tan behind you, and you know, in this case, if you called, maybe Tan ends up check raising and you don't get to realize. But Tan doesn't have to have 3 4s there. Oh my goodness.
Did you say 3 4s? Because he's got 4 of them now. As he flatted the turn, and now he's simply praying that ST either has a hand that's going to be forced to bluff, or of course has the legitimate aces, kings, queens, something of that nature.
Okay. From a theoretical perspective, ST has a good bluff hand here. He doesn't have a spade in his hand. The 10 and the 7 are right around the 8 and the 9, which Tan is, you know, blocking all kinds of like 10-8 off, 9-8 off, 9-7 off, etc. You know, and he only has 10 high. So if Tan has Jack 10, if Tan has King X of spades, Ace X of spades, these are all hands you want to fold. So there's just like a lot of good reasons for ST to bluff.
You know, I can count about 224,000 reasons, Rast.
Yeah. So, okay, and he's going to be so happy he checked when he sees quads.
You know, losing a $250,000 pot that you put most of the chips into, never a good feeling. But checking back a hand that very much was a candidate for a sound and reasonable bluff on the end and being shown quads will leave you feeling a little bit better about things.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, because this is not – that is a spot where we definitely could have seen, you know, 150K, 200K, even an overbet, like not unreasonable. So, yeah, he saved a lot of money on the river there by
Sure did.
figuring it out. And ST's showing some chops so far in this game as well. He's navigated a number of difficult hands at this point. And the rich just get richer. Elton and Tan both with $1.5 million. They're just smashing.
And they become so much more dangerous when they are because they just don't let up.
Also, Tan is directly in position to Elton, which has to be like at least more than slightly annoying for Elton.
Sure.
Right? Because the one guy who can felt him is directly in position to him. So you know, every pot, other than in one spot in the game, he's going to be out of position.
Right.
Right? So
Sheriff Schwen.
never that fun.
But I think that's also in part why I find it so terrific that the structure of our cash game invitationals means that every 2 hours we mix things up.
Yeah.
Seating order will be changed. In all likelihood, you're not going to have to suffer through an entire session on someone's right or left.
Which is nice. I think that's a cool way to mix it up, and also just incentivizes guys to keep playing, right? Because sometimes you get your spot like, wow, my spot's kind of bad enough that maybe I just quit. But now, okay, I've got to just wait an hour and we're going to mix it up, or someone new comes in, we shuffle seats, then okay, fine. Yeah, I can play another hour.
There's not a lot of quit in this crew regardless, if I'm being honest with you, but I hear what you're saying. It definitely doesn't.
And I'm not saying Elton would quit if that way. I'm actually pretty sure he wouldn't. But, you know, I mean, Tan Xuan also not the guy, when you're saying who's the guy who covers me when we're super deep directly on my left, also the guy who just randomly shows up with who knows what hand in whatever spot. So,
well, here we are, 10-6 deuce board, gut shot and a heart draw for Andy Nee. He made a 12,000 pre-flop, picked up Elton's button with ace-8 suited, no 3-bet out of Sang, and ST closed the action with the Jack-9.
Elton has a super reasonable float here. Ace high, sometimes good, backdoor clubs. I mean, if he wants to get funky, I mean, all three options are on, but calls, wow, okay, he lets it go, which is definitely on the tighter side. And very interesting, because Elton's usually pretty, I've seen him be sticky overall on the flop and turn. So that's like a pretty interesting laydown.
对对对，他跟我很好的，他
为什么今次没过来的？
他这次去迪拜了，迪拜那边。
Like not that long ago, he called the ace-9 off
没有
on 5-5. I think it was 5-5-6, 10 of hearts on the turn. Remember? That was a very sticky turn peel, and like this flop call actually seems like not even that sticky, like sort of normal even, especially with backdoor clubs. But
nevertheless, he lets it go as Andy takes that one down. His straddle being raised up by the ace-king of Danny.
他反正逼了我，反正那个局好嘛，他反正跟那种，比如跟那种女的如果不会玩的，他说也可以跟他们玩嘛。
Tan and ST both calling.
Oh.
Andy able to close the action for the extra 6K. Will take the price. Four-way action. Seeing more multi-way pots now.
yeah,
Game has opened up a little bit, although this flop, 9-3 deuce, does not connect with anybody.
you also notice, I mean, I think both blinds could have decided to fold their hand. I think coming from what is effectively the small or middle blind, or however you want to call it, ST with only 2K out there having to call 10 and someone else to close the action behind, could, against one of the tighter players in the game and a flat, decide to not play king-jack off. It's pretty close. And then Andy could have made the same decision with queen-8 off. But we're seeing definitely a tendency towards loose and aggressive play in this game pre-flop.
Well, loose, aggressive, dangerous, entertaining. Pick your adjective, and in all likelihood, if it's a positive one, you can assign it to the man that was just on your screen there, Tan Xuan.
Let's do that. Thrilling, captivating, scintillating.
Ooh, that was a strong pull. See, you're a Stanford man. Rast.
Titillating.
No, that one.
Explosive.
Yeah, explosive is, yeah. Me on the back end of a pint of vanilla ice cream.
Nothing vanilla about this one, Ollie.
Oh, a little wordplay, Rast. You're in the zone.
This game is more like Rocky Road.
Well played.
I got coffee in me, man. I'm ready to go right now.
Ace-9 suited, the open from Malinowski. Andy flats with boxcars. To the flop we go. Heads up. Ace in the window, but a 6 there as well. Issues for Victor, who's already had a brutal day Does start things off nicely by checking back Rast, and now the 8 slides in for an open ender and an escape potentially for Malinowski, who's still not betting. Nor is he getting there, however. Credit to him for having kept this one small across 2 streets.
Is this just going to go bet call on the river?
Looks that way, and it's not even going to be that expensive. 1/3 pot milking in progress.
Now, Victor could definitely raise this for value here. I mean, he's not considering folding. His decision right now is between call and raise. And it's very reasonable to raise it, especially versus 3rd pot. And, yeah, Andy has a pretty easy re-raise at this point.
150.
Yeah, there it comes.
Wow, that's huge. That's over pot. That's very big.
It came in with pace as well.
Yeah.
One might normally presume there would be a little bit more time associated with the 3-bet to 150. There's definitely not going to be any further interest from Malinowski's ace-9 as he bins it in Andy.
I think if you're Malinowski and you're like looking for what are hands my opponent can have here, you'd be looking for something like 10-8. Like they're value betting 10-8, and then versus the raise, which is no longer good, but you have decent blockers. You know, you turn it into a bluff, but you're not beating value, that's for sure. And I think there's going to be, that's just one of these spots where some opponents will be like grossly imbalanced and just like not have enough bluffs.
如果没有什么武力火，我一走了。哦，放飞机走了。哦，
没事，我们在这里陪你玩。
6号打个飘漏了。
我这号不要那个，我要。
10-8 off. Attacks from the button.
飘漏我不会，飘漏他们每次都是。其实这个也是啊，这个他妈的哪天小张直接打电话给我，叫我上来打。
Queen Jack suited, happy to come along. Played as a flat.
没啥意思，大家都是教大家打的嘛。好啊。就是不够人，那肯定教人打的嘛。嗯。
Rui joins the party. Doesn't find any improvement, however, nor does Andy. Granted, gut shot straight draw for knee. ST, though, with the best of things. 9s and 8s. And a C-bet.
And Andy finds a reasonable candidate to check raise. I don't think SC can really let his hand go here unless he thinks Andy's a super net, and Andy definitely hasn't proven to be that so far.
With the texturized nature of that board, though, we can't simply remove 9x from Andy's range here, right?
No, not at all. But Andy was also the small blind and not the straddle. So it's not a situation where Andy has significantly more 9x than the opener, which you find when it's the big blind defending and they're going to have hands like 9-5 suited and, you know, 9-7 off and all this stuff.
Well, ST's got a little bit more stuff courtesy of this 7 of spades. Open-ended, but does play pot control with a check back. Now, an ace on the river, and I'm not sure that's a card that favors Andy's range as played.
I agree, and I think if he... Now, he might feel compelled to bluff because he has a really bad hand with no showdown, but it's a hand that ST will be very suspicious because, you know, why would he check the turn with 3 9s or a straight? And then, like, he's not gonna have a ton of hands with an ace in it. Yeah, so Andy also determines this isn't a great card for his range as well, and just gives up.
Like a sir, river all in there. 不然怎么样？
Nice pickup there for ST. Well, a reminder that today's Cash Game Invitational 2 coverage is brought to you in part by the good folks over at QQ Poker. Not sure what we're talking about? It is Asia's growing poker platform, now expanding globally, offering fair play, a wide range of games, and an easy-to-use interface for all players, not to mention a $30,000 guaranteed Triton Reward Tournament. New players can get a $50 ticket for that tourney running from October 7th through the 12th. Just top up $30 before the 11th to secure your spot. It all happens at QQ Poker. ST, Ace King.
可以是可以，但是 preference 应该是1000。
没有，他昨天自己上大人钱，他只没有是小张上到1000。没有，今天他说是打2000，那叫上1000，是这样说的。
11 has become 41 as Danny decides to get frisky with the 8-9 suited. He's been more of a spectator than anything else thus far. And that's not a criticism. Rast just really hasn't been able to get too involved. And of course, he's run into the pocket kings of Rui Cao, who's promptly punishing the 3-bet. Back over to ST, who could find himself in a little bit of trouble as things get thick.
Yeah, I mean, ST has a very good hand here, but Danny plays pretty solid, and even though Rui's a bit wild, you think maybe Rui's not going to get out of line too much against Danny's 3-bet. Now, that said, Rui can still have hands like Ace-Queen and Ace-Jack and Jacks. Plenty of hands that Ace-King is doing fine against, and Rui only has a little over 100 blinds, so ST doesn't love it, but goes with it, which I think is reasonable and probably the right play. And Rui Cao is going to wake up and find himself in a good spot as a 70-30 favorite.
That he is, and they're going to run it twice, Rast, understandably, as $1.1 million is our first 7-figure pot. $550K per board, and it's ace-free on the first run so far. Not looking great for ST.
And the odds that Rui Cao wins both of these is about 50%. It's 0.7 squared, which is 49%. So he's about a 50-50 chance to just scoop.
Well, halfway home, courtesy of the ace-free 5 cards on your screen. Now an entire second board is going to be dealt.
And you can see the odds are a little worse because 5 cards have been removed, and not one of them is an ace. So it went from 70% to 67%.
Still no ace on the board, and now Rui is poised to haul in 1.1 at ST's expense, and he's done just that.
And Roy just got out of the hole.
And you know who he inserted into said hole? ST Wang.
Yeah, ST went from a small winner to a decent loser, and Roy got even.
Zero-sum game.
Yeah. So now really ST is losing, but I think if he's in for 500K, it's not for that much. We'll find out at some point, but really now we only have one big loser, because if I recall, and I'm pretty certain Roy and Victor were both getting demolished, and now it's just Victor.
All alone.
Maybe I Queen, no Ace King.
You know, your good buddy Antonio Esfandiari, Rast, once coined a term that comes to mind in reference to ST. Maybe it was Phil Locke. I'm not sure, but it's the term upstuck. Right? Now, granted, ST is actually stuck now. But as you were trying to point out, it isn't for all that much. you know, maybe it's not a big deal. But in reality, when you go from being decent winner to being in the red, courtesy of a cooler, that's the kind of thing that can really get under your skin in a different kind of way.
Yeah, ST is upstuck, I don't know, well over $500,000 at this point from his peak.
Owie.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was Phil or Antonio who coined that. I'll have to find out and get back to you guys.
Yeah, it was the two of them that I felt like were really putting it to work back in the day when we could still find them grinding around the casino. Now, of course, Antonio playing in some of the biggest private home games with luminaries of sports and entertainment out in the Southern California area. Phil Locke, an enigma. Never quite know where we're going to find him. Meanwhile, we do know that Ace-Queen likes to raise. What we also know is that ST really isn't in the mood right about now. Rui using some of Wang's own chips to get after him with King 3 suited, no less, Rasty. Slightly disrespectful, if I'm being honest.
Rui Cao isn't really known for being respectful at the poker table, at least in terms of how he plays his cards.
Yeah, not an insult, just an observation. And here we are with a gut shot straight draw and a 25K c-bet before us as ST check flicks and hits the ace on the turn. Note, by the way, that Rui is drawing dead. 2 snap checks, board pairing 8, and now value would certainly seem to be available to ST.
Yeah, seems like Roy just gave this up on the turn, so... Well, he hasn't folded yet, but it's hard to see him calling here. And it's also hard to see him raising, although definitely maybe a little easier than seeing him call.
55K ends the affair.
Yeah.
Boy, ST's got a really steely, frosty affect at the table.
Yeah. Yeah, you wouldn't have any idea he just lost 600,000.
Well, I gotta be honest, if I'm looking at him, I would lean more that direction than the man just won 600,000.
他们解释的时候，我也是这样想，所以我在这边
我听不懂，
真的要负一了。
我要是我听不懂。
那种觉得多玩一点27啥的，反正有牌就进去玩一点，总有机会拿到鱼。
我昨天没怎么输鱼啊，真的。
对啊，有没有输给
92没输啊。
啊，对，可以
分钱啊。分钱啊，我
对，分钱了。
对啊，我是跟他顺打我了。
4224。
把他上到我们吧。
Ace King for Rui, performing well against Elton.
Time bank. I see they have time banks. I see the clock. Is it the standard 20 seconds? 30? Do you know what the timing considerations are for that?
20 pre.
Yeah.
And then each time bank is worth an extra 30 beyond the allotted.
And post flop it's 30 on all streets.
Guessing yes.
Yeah. So yeah, 30 seconds isn't a ton of time on turns and rivers when pots get big, but
look at this awkwardness. It went check on the 4-3 deuce board. Rui had ace king with the wheel draw. Elton slides into the lead improbably by hitting an 8 on the turn, and then Rui decides he wants to check raise this 20 up to 110. And just look how effective this could prove, as Elton may really not have an appetite for another 90K in there as played, where he could be drawing dead from time to time against ace-5 or a set.
certainly. That said, from a range perspective, given that Elton checked back the flop, it's hard for him to have a lot of really good hands on an 8 turn, and he has one of his best hands, all things considered, so it would be a big fold.
And you see Rui took his one swing at things and shuts it down Of course, Elton doing backflips right now over this run out.
My guess is with the king of clubs and ace king having a smattering of showdown, he was probably only going to follow through on club rivers. But if we saw something like the jack of clubs on the river, Roy probably fires a big shell. And yeah, Elton is just deciding how much to value bet here. Now, the king of clubs is not a great card to have in your hand for Roy when considering the hero here, because you don't want to block your opponent having king high flush draws that might bluff the river. It's definitely relevant because, I mean, as played, he check raised huge on the turn. Elton probably has something, whether it's something like 5x for an open ender or clubs. But in terms of hands you're beating, in other words, unpaired hands, you know, your opponent probably has a 5 or clubs. So blocking king X of clubs is not great. It's kind of bad.
Now remember, pre-flop, this was a raise from Rui to 10,000 that got flatted by Elton. Flop was checked. Turn was checked by Rui and then raised as Elton's 20 became 110. And now Rui faces a $155,000 bet, which seems odious to Rui.
Yeah, I mean, he's looking at his opponent having hands like ace 6, any 2 clubs, especially stuff like jack high flush draws and lower, and hands that include a 5, like 5-7 suited. You know, 5-8 suited made something, 5-6 is a straight. I mean, there aren't a ton of hands he's beating, really.
He lets it go reluctantly, but appropriately.
But he was really suspicious there.
And as played, you kind of understand exactly why.
Yeah.
It's not going to be a deuce 3 or a 4x that's looking for value on the end of that size.
Or a hand like 7s.
Yeah, running 8s is such a randomly improbable development.
7s is getting close, but 7s is getting close. 7s, 9s to hands that could maybe value bet there on the river. I mean, it was less than pot, right? I
Sure.
think it was 150 into 250, so it was like B60. You know, and then 8x. I mean, you're basically looking at your opponent, you know, potentially having a slow played set on the flop, but probably not. But more likely having a hand like 7s or 9s or 8x. And then the bluffs. The problem is there's not like a ton of bluffs where you're like, oh, my opponent. I mean, it was a huge raise on the turn, right? 20K. He made it 110. It's not just like queen jack off is just, oh, yeah, let me float this.
Right.
You know?
We know that he had some form of equity, but nothing got there. Nevertheless, Rui found the correct fold. Elton now sitting on 1.6 million, raising it up with ace-5 offsuit. And I get the sense, Rast, that as he continues to accumulate chips, he's going to be more inclined to open up his range a little bit more in pursuit of the parlay. Picks up Andy Nee for the ride here, and what a delightful board this is for Nee. Gutter in the diamond draw.
Yeah, and Elton's going to look back and see that ace of diamonds, and I think he's pretty likely to see bet. Does not want to see a check raise, which is possible with Andy having the combo draw, but good news for Elton, it's just a call.
Swing and a miss for Andy. There's another 28,000 slid into the pot on the flop. 60 out there now. Elton pumps the brakes. And how about getting there both ways? Andy making the flush. Ace of diamonds, of course, relevant.
Elton could end up deciding to bluff. Let's see first the size. Okay, so half pot. Elton has a decision here whether to bluff raise. He can definitely have nut flushes. He's not compelled to bet all of his nut flushes on the turn, especially a hand such as Ace-7 of diamonds is a very natural check back, but even a hand such as like Ace-King of diamonds is a very reasonable check back on the turn. So, yeah, but I think Andy with a Jack-High flush draw is not going to go anywhere.
Well, made Jack-High flush
Oh,
on
sorry.
the end.
my mistake. Made Jack-High flush.
真的怎么快呢？
你知道我什么牌吗？你知道我什么牌吗？
Do you think the words card dead were contained in whatever that text was that Danny just sent out?
买花马上
对，不敢了，不敢了，真的不敢，真的不敢了。
因为没有过呢，没有过。
傻逼游戏，就来了吗？
Suited ace now for Tan. Up we go.
毕竟赢个几万块，打了多少？
多少13万？
Dust all around.
没必要啊。
No takers.
没必要啊。
什么牌的？
啊？
黑八嘛，他们说黑八嘛，
实话。
我都不骗人的。
这马上电视看得到的，骗人干嘛呢？
明天可以看到了，不需要等3天了。
以我对艾特的了解，肯定是同花的。我只能知道这个，但具体是什么花我也不知道了，应该是2个红色的啊。
黑潮嘛。打错了，打错了。
Early position with the Jack-10. Elton lets it go. Tan back to work with pocket fours this time.
这个牌没道理啊，一点道理没有，超他妈乱搞。
King 10 suited, choosing to 3-bet for ST.
还给我假定下进去，3块买到。
Yeah, very reasonable in position, strong hand. Now Danny, he actually has a hand which I believe four bets here, maybe all the time in a solver. And I think the fact that his opponents are pretty loose and aggressive does not deter that from happening. So I kind of expect Danny to 4-bet this. Yeah, I like this play.
There is the 4-bet. Too much pressure on the shoulders of pocket fours. ST asking for a count. He's already stuck 40 in here. Another 78 to play one in position. Is this the territory that you want to find yourself in, though, against the cold 4 out of Danny, this Broadway stuff? Or would you rather be elsewhere in the deck?
Yeah, I'm not loving just... I mean, they're not quite that deep, right? I mean, if Danny also had 900K, feels like a little bit more reasonable to me. But I'd say they're just shallow enough, and the kind of this being dominated by a lot of Danny's cold 4s, like King, Ace King, King Queen suited, King Jack suited. You know, not in great shape against 10s, Jacks, Queens, again with 1 overcard. Yeah, I guess I'm probably letting this go.
Oh, my goodness. Not now. King, deuce, deuce board, and ST's got real problems outkicked against Tang. Over $250,000 in the middle. And Danny going to play it as a check, Rast.
Yeah, maybe Danny thinking that ST has more King X than him.
And ST checking back as well. Unanticipated procedures at the onset of this one. Very dry looking 5 of diamonds on the turn. Are these guys both playing possum here?
I think ST is pretty legitimately worried that his hand isn't good. I think Danny is probably a little bit less worried and more playing possum, as you put it.
He's checking a second time in the interests of luring something off of ST's stack, and Wang not indulging. And very similar to Victor Malinowski with that ace against the set of sixes earlier. This is two streets of checking back that's going to save ST some chips.
Yeah, I think it's time for Danny to value bet.
Even though the spades and the ace-4 get there?
Sure. I mean, some hands got there. You know, spades might have semi-bluffed by now some of the time, at least for sure. And we need to get value against pocket pairs and worse King X, and we can't expect those hands to bet.
Well,
So,
once again, Rast, ST on the losing end of one, but not unlike when he chose to check back against Tan Xuan's quad fours, this is a line that he took that even though the pot is moving away from him, he can sort of mitigate, you know, the distaste for it by saying, boy, I saved myself there.
I think Danny played this one quite passively. I think you probably would have seen other players try to put more chips in the pot than Danny did, even if his flop check was reasonable. I think after flop check check, maybe you're still trying to get 2 bets on the turn a decent amount of the time.
Meaning a bet on the turn and a bet on the river, yeah.
Or a bigger bet. Just putting more money in the pot. I mean, Danny ended up putting a very small amount of money in the pot, all things considered, after the king deuce deuce.
12 to go, says Tan, with the ace-8.
You know, it is a spot where even if maybe ST can have some more King X, Danny still has aces, kings, and ace king a lot more. So, anyways.
Elton, a customer.
2局都说了，直接打2万4万的。
2万 NT 的好不好意思说？
997 board, swing and a miss in both camps.
2万 NT 现在是5000 NT 的，2万 NT 大很多啊，大哥。
No betting.
差不多。
Gut shot now for Tan. Still no betting on the turn, and now the ace smacks Xuan for a winner. Hearts have
Smacks
arrived.
his range. I mean, I think given check on flop and turn, Tan has a ton of ace X, so even though Elton has no showdown, he probably doesn't bluff an ace river.
哇，这么大都不打。
打你的 table。
Sure enough, a full shutdown there.
我都不敢打了。
Boy, these two are never far from a hearty laugh, are they?
No.
Where would they rather be?
Yeah. Starbucks. I love Starbucks.
Visa?
Half iced. Light iced.
So I just asked
Light iced, no sugar.
both Antonio and Phil, and while I'm not 100%, I feel very pretty confident based on their answers that it was Phil Locke that coined the term upstuck.
You know, if I was forced to have placed a bet, I think I would have bet Phil as well.
Yeah, me too.
Even though initially I thought it might have been Antonio.
And Antonio said he wasn't sure, probably Phil, and Phil said it was him. So that
Yeah.
sounds like...
Yeah.
But yeah, so if you bought in the game for 100,000, you ran it up to 450, but then at one point find yourself with 150K, you're not at... You could say you're up 50,000, but you could say you're up stuck 300,000. It's just another way to never be happy at the poker table, pretty much. Why don't I take whatever I am from my peak? So you're, I mean, unless you're literally peaking, you're always up stuck.
It's so funny. There really is a wild exercise that so many people are guilty of trying to figure out all the reasons to be tilted while you're sitting and playing poker. I've been guilty of it myself.
Like, what's the I don't even know, but like the inverse of that term would be whatever you're up from the bottom. No one's even tried to come up with this term. Like, let me figure out the way where I can be happy because I'm not stuck the most that I've been this session, but no one thinks, we don't even have a name for that.
It's like down bounce.
Yeah, who knows? It's so foreign, it's hard to even think of a name.
It's how much you're up from peak low.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm down bouncing $500,000.
Yeah.
I'm still stuck 1.2, but I'm $500,000 off the trough. Meanwhile, ST, Queen Jack offsuit, makes it 11 to go. Danny flats his ace-10 suited. Rui, offsuit King Queen in there as well. Plenty of interference taking shape as Elton mulls over King 10 suited from the small.
Mulling over a squeeze. Oh, he's coming with squeeze.
Why is this particular combination a candidate in this pot?
Well, it's a solid hand with good big cards that likes making the SPR low. You get some clearance because you probably get like King Jack off and maybe King Queen off to fold, as we just saw.
Well, you got two dominant hands into the muck, by the way, ace-10 and King Queen.
So, you know, when called, it has pretty good playability. There's just a lot of different things working for it.
Elton really has played a solid session so far. And I mean, I'm not waiting for the shoe to drop. I mean, like I touched on earlier, this is a guy who's put the work in and whose game has developed tremendously as a result.
I mean, more than that, I would not put that as the reason at the forefront. I mean, at the forefront, Elton just has immense experience playing deep stack cash games and for really big money. So this is just really for Elton another day at the office. He has a lot of money. He's definitely not selling pieces, to like play this game. As big as it is and as ridiculous as the numbers are, like, he's good. So Andy's just been in these spots forever. So when you add on, hey, I've done some work recently to like shore up with modern poker theory, it just augments who's already kind of a guy who's a little bit of a cash game monster, if we're really being honest about it.
Well, this ace queen has just been augmented into a draw dead sort of kit versus pocket sixes.
Like, these are Elton streets. Like, we see him more because Triton does more tournaments. That's Elton goofing off. Like, he's not like a tourney guy. Elton's a cash game player at the heart of things who dabbles in tournaments. But
well, this ace-queen dabbling in a turn after check calling 12,000. Andy was the pre-flop raiser to 12. Four-liner on board, not sure Elton's altogether concerned about deuce or 7x being across the way, considering Andy opened up front. And even if it were, we're drawing live with a set, so in comes 32K and out goes ace-queen. More chips heading to Elton. Now, during your time out in Macau, Rast, and I know it was relative to today, more so toward the infancy part of the spectrum.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, a seven-figure win cobbled together by Elton. The question...
SG stuck more than I thought he was.
769,000 now, almost 900K in the hole is Malinowski. Whilst you were out there in Macau, Rasty, what was the biggest pot that you can recall having heard whispers about or having observed yourself while you were rumbling?
Man,
Did $10 million hands taking place?
I think I had heard of some pots that were that big, because there were some like private, like kind of uber private type games that were taking place. Like, I think they were playing at whatever that casino is next door to the Wynn. I can't remember. And there was the private game took place kind of out in like the VIP section there, but there was like an inner room that was like the VIP private room, which I had never played in when the game was like super big and super good. And I heard of some, I mean, I'm trying to think like 100 million Hong Kong type pots, which is like over 10 million,
I mean, not...
I think Durr played in that game
Yeah,
some, like the guy that also known as the chairman, Paul
Sure.
Foy, and yeah, some really monster pots. You know, and I think they, you know, stuff like 50, 100K
Thank you.
Hong Kong dollar blinds, which is bigger than 5K, 10K. So it's like more than double the big blind in this game.
Well, nothing monstrous developing here in a four-way hand pre-flop opened by Danny. Rui with the 10-9, just a gutter, no backdoor clubs, deciding to raise it up and take it after Elton's pocket threes. Tried to find their way to a turn.
我有牌的时候你丢掉，没牌的时候你跟。
没有啊，我也有牌，带队买孙子不来。打不过你。
Queen jack off. Makes it 12. ST knows he's got to play hands to get out of the hole. Unfortunately, sometimes we dig ourselves deeper in these spots. Andy now with ace-king.
Yeah, and mandatory squeeze here.
There it is.
好了好了好了，紧一点了，紧一点了。
60K PSI on the torque wrench. Job done.
感觉不应该把玩的。
喂，佢哋諗住話幾點食飯？Oh hi, yes, please. What time did you say the 15 minutes was gonna be? 53? Okay. Yeah. Me missing, right?
688王？我真的没办法，难道 fold 掉啊？
Well, there have been very few limps on the day, but Elton has been involved in more than one of them. And here he is with ace-10 suited, choosing to
I understand you.
hobble in.
I get you.
Oh, we already saw him limp kings in one of the mystery hands. That was that king's ace-king off hand versus Malinowski. Now Roy's attacking, totally undeterred, attacking the limp OOP here. And Elton going to be pretty happy to call with a nice, solid, playable one.
Danny lamenting that his 2K was incinerated as he tried to get involved with these maniacs. Second pair here for Rui, in front on a monotone board, but not following through on the 29K pre. Check back from Elton, who cannot find improvement. Rui still not betting.
If I'm Elton at this point, I'm thinking my hand is not good. But doesn't mean you have to bluff.
And it doesn't mean you have to be pretending showdown was something you expected. 9-6 offsuit. Tan Xuan got a good kick out of that. If this were Batman, there'd be multiple people fighting for the role of Joker out here. You know what I mean? What was it, The Dark Knight, where he's like, I wouldn't know, you know, dog chasing a car. I wouldn't know what to do if I caught it, you know, and just set the money on fire and just sat there. You know, he just wanted chaos. And I feel like Tan Xuan has that DNA. He just thrives on the chaos out there. He revels
He's been a little quiet recently, which means maybe it's time. Maybe he's feeling it's time to interject his special brand of chaos.
Well,
back
he got a
into
kick
action.
out of the 9-6 offsuit that Rui showed down for sure.
Wait, so Roy squeezes it here, and Tan has a hand that
松一点，松一点。
he could decide. I mean, they're pretty deep. You know, there is a flatter behind him, but do we want to play a big pot in position?
By the way, this squeeze is coming from the man who just tried to do this with 9-6 offsuit. So questions abound with respect to what gear Rui's in here.
I mean, 5-6 suited is a pretty reasonable hand over 200 big blinds deep to call a squeeze. Oh my goodness, he's not calling. He's 4-betting. Okay.
You know, I promise, as I embarked on that sort of, you know, thirst for chaos line there, I had no idea that this is how things would ensue.
Roy just doesn't feel like a guy who's going to fold ace-queen off to Tan's 4-bet. Like, it's a hand normally here when you squeeze. It's, you know, with GTO ranges and this 4-bet, the value getting super tight. But, oh my goodness, he does lay it down. Wow.
让一下。
Yeah, hard with poker when you're playing a lot of different hours.
再看，
Yeah.
左边右边开个4，开个4，开个4，84还是5？是，真的是。
You know, I'm pretty sure is 5.
Yeah.
Which means that Danny correctly identified there was a 5 involved in Tan's hand there somehow, despite the 140K 4-bet, which got through.
换个打法，挺凶。
Toji.
Wow.
Brian, you heard that a little bit when you were in
I
Macau?
did, yes.
You remember the literal translation?
Yeah, bluff. Or no, literal translation, no.
I believe it's take chicken.
Oh, is
Or
that?
like, you know, to steal a chicken.
Okay. 5-6 suited, you would think, theoretically, is a hand that you're in position, plays well, you want the SPR to be lower, but Tan just has his walks to the beat of his own drummer.
Well, this beat being set by ST's King Queen, raising to 11,000 and turning into a Broadway gutter and second pair up against top 2 for Danny, who's under-repped as a flat caller on the button with this ace-queen suited. So ST c-betting 10,000, problems abound.
Not too many outs for ST here.
And yet, there's the jack for the chop. Danny has a free roll to a full house, but obviously this is not. Oh, forgive me.
No, there's no chop.
No
That
chop.
was
I
his-
was under the impression it was ace-king in my mind for some reason, so this is actually the disaster card on the turn. ST making Broadway. And now Danny just disgusted to look up at this board texture and another barrel of 21,000. Can't fold.
I mean, not disgusted yet. What he will be disgusted in is if a blank hits the river and ST bets again. Right now, you're just like, okay, I still got top 2. I'm beating some hands. I don't love it, but there's the blank. And here probably comes the other bluff, and then the disgust. Because like right now, if ST checks, Danny's like pretty happy. But
Well, ST is not going to be checking, I would imagine,
really
with the
doubt
nuts.
it. Oh my goodness, is he?
Polarizing? Looks like
Yeah,
100K.
Pot size. Oh, over pot. Yes. Okay.
Oh, yeah, shaved it.
Less. About the pot. Now the disgust. You know what? He's just not a man that feels disgusted. You got to admire his keep it togetherness in the middle of the pot. When that bet released, he just no emotion or change of anything on his face. Just pure, I'm just analyzing the situation. And I guess he just has a king often enough fold. Didn't even talk about it. I mean, just from the perspective of somebody trying to play and make good decisions, keeping it together like that, even in a spot on the river where like maybe you've decided you're not going to raise and you could let it go, it's just so good for your decision-making process. It's just very good not to, in the middle of a hand, kind of distract yourself with all the emotional noise of, as you put on disgust, like, oh, top two pair, it's not good anymore, you know, that feeling. That feeling doesn't really have anything to do with whether or not you should call.
Danny does bring a particular brand of intensity to the affair. There's no question about that. Super well liked, respected, and regarded by all of the OGs on the Triton Super High Roller Series, even though he comes from the younger side of the spectrum.
Not even close.
Counts the likes of Kiat Lee as among his very good friends, Punat Punsri as well.
Where I want to be.
And I think for the goals and the dreams that Danny has within poker, it is very important to have both a group of peers and a group of mentors that can kind of help to bounce ideas off of and, you know, guide you, shepherd you through the process. People who have walked that path before.
Certainly.
Meanwhile, Victor squares off with Rui. Top pair against second pair as these guys collide. 10K ahead pre. Victor. Check calls 15 post.
Wow.
Kings up. The product of this turn as Victor hops into the lead. And Rui's still going to bet this 9.
And now Victor with a decision at this point about whether he calls or raises. Definitely merits to both plays. I mean, raising could bump out a hand like Roy's, which is almost drawing dead to beat him. Does a hand like Roy's value bet the river again? Okay, now this is a great river to find out if Rui value bets a third time. It's very thin, but not ridiculous.
Well, when Victor only check called both flop and turn, Jack-9 does feel like value is available. Nevertheless,
it's right around that spot. Like I would think maybe on that particular run out, Roy value bets ace-9. It's really that close. But like Jack-9's dicey.
Maybe Queen-9?
Yeah.
So Malinowski, a rare sight there. Rasty hauling a pot towards him instead of watching one be shipped away. Sixes in the straddle, awaiting Andy. Danny with 5s opening things. 1-6 into the bin.
Wow, and that flop is all Danny Tang. And as my partner here noted, there's only 1 6 left as one was already folded. So what a spot for Danny.
Tang improbably smashes a boat on the flop. And of course, with the overpair, backdoor hearts, backdoor straightiness, Andy not going to be going anywhere in the face of a 7K C-bet. Two-tone texture, courtesy of the Queen of Diamonds. Once again, Andy checks.
A spot on the turn where I would expect Danny, from a range perspective, to size up. Double flush draw, straight draws. His betting starts to get more polar here to like for value, maybe stuff like Queen X. So I think he's going to go at least 30, if not pot. Okay, and so he sizes down, which his hand in may be a bit of an exploit based on his particular hand. Trying to just keep Andy in.
And remember, the size downs also from time to time will invite somebody to entertain the idea of a raise, which of course we would love if we were Danny. And he does just flat, and now an ace of hearts on the river. Actually a bit of a poor card, I would imagine, in Danny's eyes.
Well, it's hard to give Andy, it's hard to give Andy much ace-x at this point. Like, what ace-x, other than maybe ace-x of diamonds, is he calling with? You know, you might hope that our opponent hit a flush somehow, having hands like 6-7 of hearts, king x of hearts, queen x of hearts, certainly, right? Because he only bet half pot on the turn, so a lot of these hands are able to check call. So I think he probably bets the river, targeting hands like that for sure, betting bigger, closer to the size of the pot.
66,000 now. The river sizing from Danny.
Pretty tough run out for sixes here. It's not really the best bluff catcher. I mean, it's not great that you have a heart yourself, blocking some hands like king 6 of hearts, maybe queen 6 of hearts, 6-7 of hearts, 6-8 of hearts, as well as blocking hands like 6-7 suited, 6-8 suited.
But maybe Andy is thinking to himself, I don't expect the turn bet out of ace high. I don't expect the queen to be firing river. So maybe there are some combos in there that are Broadway based, somehow busted diamonds, you know, following through, and he unblocks diamonds and all of that busted Broadway stuff that might have picked up the flush draw.
No, sure.
Nevertheless, he does let it go.
The particular run out does start to pare down some of the value hands, but we can still come up with hands like 4x, queens, aces, ace, queen, potentially kings, maybe some ace-x of diamond type hands that kept barreling. I mean,
there's
maybe
some
not
hearts
kings.
in there.
I mean, yeah, no, all flushes. Like, you can get to a decent amount of value hands, and his particular hand in general doesn't block any value and blocks some bluffs.
Yeah.
It's a pretty bad bluff catching candidate.
Ultimately, Andy does settle on the right decision.
Sorry, no, to be fair, the 6 of hearts does block a little bit of value, but not a ton. And the 6 of spades is just a really bad card.
Malinowski is limping the button with 9-3 off, Brian.
It's an interesting play. I'm not really sure why he's doing that.
Nor am I, if I'm being honest. It seems deeply out of character, and that's one way to incinerate 4,000 as ST's 2 10s. Shoot it up and take it down.
Sometimes for hands like that, I wonder if those were his exact 2 cards.
I always want to believe that they aren't.
Yeah.
But you and I have played enough poker through the years and been shown the, what's that now?
Yeah.
You have what? And what possessed you to suddenly have an aneurysm in this pot?
Yeah.
Elton kicks things off, courtesy of Queen 10, which is smothered by Tan Chuan's Ace-10 suited, and Tan goes to work with a 3-bet to 40.
I mean, if I'm trying to come up with a reason why, are we going to see a flop here? No. Okay. The best thing I could come up with is that the 3 loosest players, who if any of them were in the blinds, this would just really be crazy, are actually all not in the blinds. And he's limping with ST, Andy, and Danny, who are the 3 more solid players in the game. And somehow he I don't agree, but like thinks it still might be fine because they're not aggressive enough. But like, you know, maybe I'm just saying maybe that's what he's thinking.
Maybe he live misclicked.
Yeah.
We've seen that. See, you and I play mix. You ever been in that spot where you can tell that the guy played the wrong game and he kind of cops to it, and then he's like, no, but it's okay. I'll play it. I'm like, oh God, I know I'm losing a big one here.
Yeah.
Fives for
man.
ST, raising it up to 11,000. Suited ace for Andy flatting, and now Danny contemplates the merits of ace-10 offsuit and decides to play it as a 3-bet.
It's squeeze-tastic, and it's very uncomfortable here for some of these other hands, although Danny's now a little bit deeper. So we'll see if ST wants to peel with the pair. He probably doesn't peel with the pair if Danny was back down around 400K, but does now that Danny's deeper.
And of course, this is due to the implied odds and the value proposition of flopping a set against a deeper opponent where we can get paid more, we presume.
And this is a tricky board for ST. It's one of the boards where he doesn't flop a set, but, and yeah, you don't have a gutter. It's not like deuce 3-6 or whatever, but, you know, if Danny doesn't have a big pair, he's not going to have hit this board that often. A lot of his unpaired squeezes are stuff like Broadway cards, ace-x. We can see that he happens to have ace-10. And actually checks the board for that reason, it looks. Because Danny, recognizing that he doesn't have something a lot on this board, maybe slightly better for ST, throws some checks in, ace-10 off with the ace of spades, decides a pretty nice one to slip in there. And we'll have to see how this one plays out. I think the turn probably check a decent amount. And then maybe Danny value betting some rivers, especially if they don't change the board very much.
So another 80K sliding in on the flop on the heels of the 56K ahead, courtesy of the 3-bet from Danny that worked its way into the middle pre. No betting on the turn and no improvement to ST's 5s on the river. Tang still with top pair and an ace kicker. Let's see whether or not there will be some value pursuit given ST's check back on the turn. The answer is no, and to showdown we go.
The 8 did change the context of that board a little bit, but I still think I would have liked to see a value bet there by Danny on the river. Listen, my opinion about poker is if you're not value betting some of the time where you get called by better hands, you're not value betting enough. But there's going to be a lot of hands that are incentivized to call that river, such as think of all the 9x suited, 10x suiteds that you're beating. You know, even a hand like 8-jack suited, right, now has a pair of 8s, some pocket pairs, 5, 6, 7s. And he's going to have bluffs that would like to bluff. How about king, jack, king, queen, maybe even like, you know, some bad ace-x. So I think I like ace-10 value bet there. Although it's getting right down around like the worst hand that I think you'd probably want to do it with. But
Onwards, with Danny having collected that pot. Not involved in this one, and guess who? Tan Xuan and Elton Sang. Big blind versus straddle, 7-8 against Jack 3. Top pair for Tan, way the best of things, but Elton probes. $4K, of course, being called by Tan, and now Elton makes a pair.
not really the card Elton actually wanted, even if he thinks it's good for him. And he chooses kind of a big size. Oh, this was just a limped pot, so it's kind of like a blind versus blind pot. So that size makes more sense. He's beating all deuce and 6x. But now, given that size, that he went close to pot on the turn. Makes the river a little bit dicier. Definitely not a spot he could bet big for value.
So 4 on the flop, 16 on the turn, and now a flat 16 on the river out of Elton. You see Tan looking over as if to say, what's going on under the hood? Begrudging flat, but a fruitful one.
打得好啊，5档5发6注，5档5发6注啊，有点实力啊。
I don't think ST's enjoying himself. Rast.
He's stuck a lot of money.
Yeah. Eights for Andy Nee, who has not stuck a lot of money. Raised to 12. Around Victor's ace-10. Straddle defense for another 8. Heads up to the flop.
Definitely the stuck corner of the table over there, right? Because ST and Victor are both on the far side, and then there's nobody in the 9. So it's just that side is just the miserable corner.
Both players checking the king-queen-9 monotone board. Gut shot straight flush draw for Victor. Board pairing queen on the turn, and now another queen on the river. Andy hasn't shown any interest in betting flop or turn. Full shutdown there from the 8s. I gotta tell you, man, I feel for ST and Victor, you know, when pot after pot, it seems like you can't win one. Things can get a little tiresome. But if you got winning on your mind, there's one place where you can do just that, and it's over at QQ Poker. Sign up today, deposit $30, and get yourself a $50 entry ticket into the Triton Reward Tournament with a guaranteed 30 grand on offer. It's Asia's growing poker platform, now expanding globally with an easy-to-use interface and a wide range of games. Whether you're a beginner or a seasoned pro, QQ Poker's got you covered. And remember to play responsibly.
See, there it is, that corner over to the right.
Yeah, that's Sad Alley.
Yeah. Stuck central.
ST's going to have a pretty one waiting on him. In the straddle. As he tries to get out of Stuck Central.
Yeah, and Stuck Central, you're like, how much am I down? 700,000. And this guy across the table's like, I'm up stuck 300K when they're actually winning. And you're like,
the
smoldering.
breathlessess of like being
up stuck.
Yes.
Isn't that such a nice first world problem that you have?
You want to trade?
Yeah. Up stuck isn't that precious.
Yeah, I had that happen in a cash game recently. I'm buried and just no awareness all around me. Guy loses his first pot in 4.5 hours, and he's like, I can't breathe. And I looked over, and I was like, you can't breathe, huh? I'm like, I got 7 chips in front of me, but you can't breathe because you now have only 4.25 racks. Deuces against Ace-King. Elton pipping for the time being. And continuing to do so on a 6-6-10 board. This one was a raise to 12 from Andy. Elton flatted the button. The 3-bet, of course, predictably coming in from ST's Ace-King. Elton, the only patron, now facing a C-bet of 50K.
kind of tough spot for Elton. Normally he's pretty sticky in these spots, although the last time I said that and he folded what I thought was a pretty clear float. But this time he does stick around.
And continues to hold the best hand. After another 100,000 works its way into the middle, bringing the pot to 240K. Very much adrift is ST with this ace-king here. Is he going to try to blast his way out?
When you're trying to find hands to double barrel here, it is slightly good that you have the king of hearts, and the reason is because your opponent can't have hands like king, queen of hearts that after floating flop now call again. So you're blocking some of the flop floats that continue.
And that lends to the choice here to barrel once more, 130 into 240, as we're up toward the business side of bet sizing. And the deuces do wave the white flag, and a rare sight here, ST picking up a pot. I say that he was up for a good portion of the session, of course, but of late it's been L's getting hung on that seat.
Couple nice double barrels, though. I think this is 2 straight pots I remember where he's barreled the turn again. Both times, I believe, with ace high against opponent with a pair that wasn't very strong and got them to fold.
And you know what I like about the double barrel is not only does it indicate that he isn't resigned to simply making hands in an effort to get out of the hole, but it was a double barrel that came with some logic to it, as you parsed. And so you get the sense that he's still engaged and he's still fighting.
Yeah.
Whereas a lot of times you can see the will kind of drain out of someone in the in the course of a session. I'm not suggesting that this early on in this session or ST in particular is guilty of that, but you and I have both been around, and there are moments where defeat just enshrouds someone.
Yes.
In a game, and it's something that lures and tempts people into getting after you and targeting you. I mean, there's blood in the water. The sharks come circling. Meanwhile, threes.
Well said, Ollie.
Ace queen and ace 10, tussling for 10 a man. Danny was the party starter. Jack 6-5 board, leave threes still in front. Pardon me. Andy knuckling. We await Danny's appetite.
Yeah, Danny, the initial raiser, you know, has a hand that can kind of go both ways. And yeah, his decision to take the aggressive route picks him up this pot.
Yeah. Even Andy not interested in just peeling there to see what's what. Keeping things tidy, as we like to say.
Yeah. 很健康啊，会很健康。太管用啦！頭先我攞翻好撚乾淨嘅飯出嚟食，咁之後，我話哇唔怪得知你個，之後 Luca 講一句，屌有撚用啦，咪輸到撲街。之後我話你都係食得咁乾淨，之後話你有用嘅，你食得咁乾淨有用。對個表對個叫咩？表 performance 表咩？表 performance 係咩中文 ？35。
Tan's ace-4 suited, being leaned on by Victor, who's chosen ace-7 offsuit on the button as the 3-bet candidate. 35,000 cold. The price for this king-queen.
Yeah, will Andy come in with the cold 4? He will. I mean, the other question is what Tan would do if it got folded back to him, but I would imagine at this point, this is probably just going to win.
I mean, we only have 12,000 invested with this baby-suited ace, and it's a cold 4.
From a guy who's played, yeah, you know, he's not a maniac. He showed some selective aggression pre-flop, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't. I'm not gonna like jump out the window if Ton makes it like 220K right here. Like, it's something that I know he's thinking about and is capable of doing.
You know, the other thing is, when Ton does something like that, Andy knows his table image, and he knows Ton's aware of it as well. So, you know, the meta of Ton recognizing as we see him lay the hand down, and of course Victor as well, all of these attributes, when the 5-bet does come in, you really do begin to lend some weight to what that hand is, not just based on the 5-bet, but on the fact that it's coming against ourselves as Andy in that spot.
Like, if you are going to just essentially cold 5 it, I mean, he's the opener or whatever, but, you know, with 11K in the pot there, he sort of has the hand you would do it with that isn't value.
Right, right.
The suited wheel ace, right? I mean, you don't have ace-king, you don't have aces or kings, or, like, maybe even queens. You know, what are you doing it with? I mean, ace 4 or 5 suited's an okay pick, but obviously no one says you need to just put in 220K because you have ace 4 suited. I'm just saying that, like, you know, there's spots when doing commentary or playing poker where I am absolutely stunned to see a play. That would have been one where I wasn't expecting Ton to put it in. I would have even laid pretty big odds that he wouldn't. But again, not shocking if he did it.
And he's got the heart to pull those moves off more so.
Oh, exactly. That's part of the reason. I mean, there are guys where even though I know that they know, I'm still kind of shocked when they do it.
Right.
Ton, like, how can you be shocked? Like, he already cold forward it with Jack 3 suited today.
Yeah.
You know, like, he's got a suited wheel ace. Like, I'm never counting Ton out in that spot.
It's so valuable to be totally unbothered and unencumbered by the stakes that you are playing or the prospect of losing a huge pot that, you know, you've inflated. And he really, truly, more so than anybody who I've observed thus far across these 2 invitationals, and I know we're just at the onset of the second one, just is the man for that job.
Yeah.
You know, he really is cut from the right cloth. He's got the right makeup to be out here in these streets and do well for himself. Because if you dwell, if you know, can't handle Rui showing you a 9-6 offsuit, you know, to crack your aces or whatever it is, you're going to get eaten alive out here, you know.
I mean, when you're playing in a game like this, a guy like Ton, it's like it's just like the night and day. It's like the night for you as an opponent is when he's clicking, when he's feeling it, when he's just like in the zone, kind of making he's looking over at you and just got the vibe that you're strong or weak, and he's, you know, because he's willing to pull the trigger. He's super tough to play against.
100%.
When the wheels fall off and he's making these plays, but he's not really in the zone, that's when you want to be playing with a guy like that. But, you know, so far today, he's shown, pretty good chops. Things are going well. No reason to think any wheels are falling off. He's just rolling right along.
Yeah. Always good to keep a watchful eye on the lug nuts, though. See if something wobbly develops. Meanwhile, developments here. Andy, button open. Elton's king 6 punishes.
But yeah, as viewers, it's just can't be anything but appreciative to see those, you know, high risk, you know, styles. It's just fun.
Yeah.
It makes for fun hands. Like the guy who might pull the trigger there with ace 4 suited, you know, there's actual suspense.
Yes, you're right.
Like some other guys, you just like know they're about to muck the hand. Like they're not putting in $250,000 there.
Yeah, right.
Like, whereas Ton, you don't know, so it's very suspenseful in those spots.
Sure.
It makes for good viewing.
Oh, you grew up in UK. UK passport. I must have not seen you since like GUKPT days, right? Oh, but I must have met you before.
Three amigos. Ace, queen, jack 10, jack 9. Nobody connecting with the 8 high paired flop here. ST going to follow through on the 11K pre-flop open. 12 gets it done.
简单的说怎么那么简单呢？你不演一下2 check raise 验验牌？
我怎么下分呢？
我觉得还是玩13水吧，反正不能 fold 的好一点，不然我拿到4个王有啥用啊？你们都 fold 了，啊？
报道。
我们就不应该玩能 fold 的游戏，这种游戏对于 VIP 不太公平。我说我们玩不能 fold 的游戏，不应该玩能 fold 的游戏。
Andy about to find an open.
对，要么 call 要么3打。
那这个游戏就好玩了。
Nines.
可以 open 的，上面的 B call。
Speak up.
要么 raise 要么
3
call。
打，要么就 all in。但是不能跌，不可以放。这应该是个新游戏了。
人家 open 的，我拿 AA， 我直接 all in 了。
都要 call。必 call 啊。是呀，是呀。
对啊，我拿 AA 我 all in 的，你说必 call 吗？谁敢 open？
妈妈我就是这个意思呀，就是这个意思呀。
拿不跑马嘛？
就是说，比如说 open 这12000是吧？你
这最多大到2万。是呀。
你必须
回来。
就是说最多只能。
我帮你。
就是要过账口嘛，你不能 raise
拿着复
拿着 A raise 12万他妈的，
那这等于不是打 low limit 了，这打。
Aaron Zhang lurking.
我搞不清楚。
Winner of the Triton Helping Hand for Charity £1 million buy-in tournament back in 2019 in London, one of the truly marquee events that helped put the Triton Poker Series on the map.
打小一点应该有点意思。
Made a deal with Sensei Bryn Kenny in that one, where Bryn actually ended up taking more of the prize pool, but ultimately the title did go to Aaron.
Another guy who's been just a super long-time competitor in the Macau streets as well. Aaron, you know, another guy I played with back in the day. And I've even seen around Vegas from time to time, like during the WSOP, he comes out to play cash games here.
I've seen him try his hand at some of that mixed game over at Resorts that you were talking about.
A couple times I played with him in cash. He's
bored by how small we're playing, is what he's saying.
But he's like a fun guy to play poker with. He's always got a good attitude at the table.
I agree.
I feel like that's actually something largely. I definitely have to give credit to a lot of the guys who come from Asia. They just like, you know, none of the whining, like good kind of good moods. Take your beats with equanimity and grace. Like here's ST stuck a bunch, never once just mucking his hand. Albeit I can't understand some of the things he's saying, but I have a feeling he's not complaining a bunch about how stuck he is.
Not at all.
Yeah. I just go ahead and my poker gambling sense tells me that's not what he's saying.
How do I get on the wait list for that rub down there? I mean, particular therapist appears quite proficient. Wouldn't mind getting into the scapula, the trap, you know.
You been at the gym? You got those sore muscles? You got to get a new pillow when you're sleeping at night? I mean.
Probably the latter would be more responsible for my tension, you know, that and day trading. Meanwhile, QQ Poker, mystery hand time here. We're going to black out ST's holding, which has raised it to 18,000 here. Picks up Andy Nee's Queen Jack off suit for the ride.
It's a big open raise, 18K.
It's out of the big blind versus the straddle.
Ah, okay, okay. Yes, never mind. That's the out of position stuff. So,
by the way, Andy checking back top pair on this Queen 9-4 board.
now if ST can beat top pair, I feel like at this point we would have seen him bet turn to bet river if he was able to beat a hand like Queen Jack. Unless, I mean, he's going for a check raise. But if it's check call here, Andy's got to feel very good about Queen Jack. I mean, having checked back the flop and just getting check called here on the turn. Queen Jack is effectively the nuts at this point.
Oh, and an interesting and unanticipated line here out of ST as he goes check, check, raise.
Yeah, what are hands that make sense for this? I mean, for value, maybe aces, right? Maybe a hand like ace-queen, maybe some like draws of different kinds.
Well, I wonder whether or not that 10 of spades completes some of the draws that you have in mind there, which are obviously blocked by Andy's jack of spades. Does he bet the 15,000, called the extra 60, and here we are, 192 in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, Andy has a pretty good bluff catcher at this point, blocking king jack and jack 8, having top pair. I won't be surprised at all if he calls river, although he is basically not going to be beating any value. Yeah, and I mean, he's betting the pot, so I'm not even, I mean, this is a strong line. You know, maybe aces, maybe some kind of like two pair. Obviously, he could have rivered a straight of some kind. I don't think we're really going to see less than like ace-queen for value. It's probably about the weakest hand I think you could see at this point. Big check raise on the turn. Pot size river bet.
$200,000 decision for Andy Nee here.
Could be a hand like Queen 9.
But problematically, Andy does block the queen.
Yeah, exactly. The queen is a pretty good card, as well as the jack blocking the straights that got there. So he has a hand that makes a ton of sense to call the river with as a bluff catcher.
Unblocks hearts.
You know, if ST's bluffing, could be hands like, who knows, like 10-8 a heart, or maybe he doesn't bluff 10-8 though. You know, 5-6 of hearts, 8-5 of hearts.
Yeah, I was thinking king 10 might not bluff either.
Yeah, I think if you have a 10, you're not bluffing here. So let's take those out.
Looks like the call has been made. And let's get a look. Whatever it was better than Queen Jack. And there it is, a set of sevens on the turn for ST. And he did very well to maximize the earn with that one.
Yeah, and I guess sevens is kind of the hand that ultimately makes the most sense. Like, you just check the flop without much, and you just binked your two outer.
It's the honest one.
Yeah.
Well, there's a rare smile from ST.
Yeah, he's... I mean, that was a big pop for him. Like, he was stuck like 600 or 700K. I mean, he won like 300K in that pot or something.
I mean, it was a meaty check raise on the turn, and then a meaty full pot.
Yeah, 75K, 200, just 275K on those two streets. So he basically won probably like 300K in that pot.
Yeah.
So, yeah, ST's, you know, what's down bouncing?
I don't know if we're going to be able to put that one in.
That one, I don't know if we quite captured it. think we need better. Come up with something better.
We
than
can
that.
do better. I'll tell you what. A very overdue shout out to those of you who are streaming us live out there, whether it's on the Triton Poker Plus app, whether it's on YouTube, whether it's on Twitch. Glad to have you with us, regardless of time zone. And maybe we can look to our friends out there in the chat for some submissions with regards to what term would best describe being super stuck and then still stuck but off of the bottom. Meanwhile, under pair and a gutter for Elton here, as he called the 36K 3-bet from Victor with ace-jack of hearts. Malinowski has flopped 2 overs and the nut flush draw. Not going to be taking his foot off the gas with 84 in there already. He comes in with 31,000, so not exactly a burnout, but forward momentum.
Yeah, and pretty nice for Victor here having ace-jack of hearts. I think it's a spot he's going to feel pretty comfy continuing to put money in the pot. Just with a heart being such a huge card and then an ace or a jack, and you'd love to get your opponent to fold any kind of one-pair hands.
Well, not so big a card. This 9 of diamonds for both parties lends itself to the check-check. Queen of diamonds also of no use.
Yeah, it's a little ace-jack suited, really tough spot on the turn. I think ace-king, ace-queen, supernatural checkbacks.
One pair good. One pair good?
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
And wow, Elton knows that it is his day when he's able to show down 2 threes for a winner there. And, you know, this is perhaps, not to be critical, Rast, but standing in contrast to what we saw from ST. Malinowski beginning to tense up a little bit, beginning maybe to not.
A little bit different, right? 6, yeah, 6, everything with the 4, 6, 7?
Yeah, he's a little uncomfortable.
4, 5, 7, and then
I do get like the vibe that it's just, it's maybe things are bothering him a little bit, and he's getting these tough decisions. He feels like he's clicking the wrong way. He's getting a little uncertain.
He just needs to stem the tide of outflow, you know, and just get something going his direction. So that he can kind of, you know, we're looking for the bottom. We're looking for a bounce.
I mean, it really takes being strong because, you know, it's one thing in a game that's like your normal game. You know, you're playing 100, 200 you're online. You're Victor Malinowski, a couple tables. You're running it's not even that bad a day, right? He's down a couple hundred big blinds, right? Well, you're down 60K, 80K, 100K. Okay. He's probably down close to $1 million right now.
Yeah.
And you're just like, it takes a different kind of constitution at that point to just be like, okay, a couple hundred blinds, I'm going to buckle up and just try to make my best decisions. I do think the ace-jack suited there, I think it's one that I favor continuing to barrel. I prefer, I think if I'm him, checking back some of the hands that might have a small pair, like ace-5 suited or like ace-king or ace-queen. But anyway.
Tan taking one there with a pair of queens.
你也没3条，其实你也没3条。你2对，你2对。我2对啊，然后2门花都没发出来，对吧？你什么都没有了，只有黑桃。没有皮啊 ，AK 784啊。哦 ，AK 784。一样的，你敲也是打光的，你敲我打，你为什么我也不可能。最近 fold 不掉牌，不要偷我啊！最近 fold 不掉牌。
Queen 5 suited. Cut off open from ST. Danny's diamonds are covered. He's going to slide in there.
本来我3B 的
Look
嘛
at Rui
说
Cao.
你
Deuce
封不到嘛
5 of spades.
对你我付得掉的，对他我付不了。
He's asking questions
吃过那个牛肉饭了吗？
with a 3-bet to 52K.
没吃，你吃了再考你。他们上来欧马哈，变成欧马哈。啊？听说小张把你聊上头了，啊不，你把小张聊上头了。他前面过来说有个小虎把我聊上头。
Why is it like that?
No takers.
Oh, okay.
我们是香港队的，不能聊的。
Okay, thank
要
you.
聊这种上海队来的。
Yeah.
电话，你的电话。
我现在新加坡
OK
队
OK
的。
可以。
双语话里头变了，姚春雨变了。
看人的呀。
香港的就是上海，
我看看到你，我可以说武汉队的嘛。
我们这边补习完了。
Pocket jacks now for Tan.
不知道。
In the straddle.
反正你们这个
ST. 2 10s. Raising it up.
怎么了？在聊什么？
Did I say 2
他们
10s?
不够人吗？
I feel like I was trying to say 10K and 2
你
deuces.
们哪边没有人啊？
Clearly,
And somehow
pictures
that
telling the
crossed
story. Yeah.
wires.
走了。
But here we go. Tan's got the jacks, and he's going for a little 3-bet, and they're very deep. These guys. I mean, we're talking nearly 300 straddles deep. So
Another 34,000 required.
yeah, ST's gonna flat this, and I like it. I'm here for it.
So is he.
last hand。
Actually, all things considered, Tan's sizing there was quite small, only going 4.4x the open OOP, like 300 blinds deep. But
As such, doesn't lose ST pre-flop. Looking up at a single overcard.
Tan also, I've noticed, does take his time in spots. He definitely thinks through. He's very thoughtful. He doesn't act impulsively, you know? Sometimes like guys who kind of blast it act quickly, and he's almost the opposite. Like he takes his time, and if he's blasting, he's thought it through and considered it carefully.
Sure.
And then decides, yeah, I really want to put in a lot of money here, and does it.
The thoughtful blaster.
Yeah.
27,000.
He's not just like looking at the Jack 3 and just like the gamble like bone like kicks him under the table and he's like boom, you know, 100,000.
Right.
He's like, let me think about this one. Yeah, 30 seconds later, yeah, I'd really like to put 100,000 in with the Jack high.
Well, he's taken 737,000 out, has Tan Xuan, of this game so far, closing the gap between himself and Elton Sang, who is off of his high water mark. Danny also in the black after being in the red early. Andy a non-event after paying off 200,000 to ST Wang, who is off of his low water mark, but still with plenty of work left before him. 450K loser. Rui Cao, $250,000 in the hole, and a cool bean.
In tough spots and does get hands with equity to fold, and you're just not risking that much. And after the razor checks back the flop, I mean, I'm sure, from a range perspective, like he's doing better. The razor doesn't have a ton of overpairs, and you have a bunch more like 4, 6, and 9x than your opponent does. So it seems like a pretty reasonable play, kind of.
King 9 suited for ST Wang. responsible for the open. 10-9 suited from Rui Cao. Brings the 3-bet to 35,000. Look at, uh-oh. Tan has Jack 3 suited here, Rast.
Yeah, this is
This is a
Tan
raise to
stepping out.
130,000 with dust.
And again, Roy Cao is not really the guy who likes folding pre-flop, so we could see over $250,000, a 300K pot here between Jack and 10 high.
SD caught in the crossfire, perhaps getting the sense that Rui and Tan are going hard at each other. And
Yeah,
there
there
is
we go.
Rui speculating away. 281,000 in the middle. Do not adjust your screen. We've got Tan's cards right, and he's got the best hand on an 8-4-3 board with bottom pair.
Yeah, pretty bad board for Roy Cao. He does have backdoor potential, but basically impossible for him to have the best hand right now. I mean, not close to impossible. You know, we need Tan to have like 7 or 6 high suited, which Tan is capable of having, but it's just not very likely. Yeah, versus a sizable bet here, it's going to be... I mean, Roy's got the back doors, but they're not really that deep anymore. But he's coming.
115,000 ahead, pot up to over $500,000.
This hand is just wild and irresponsible and fun.
King on the turn doesn't interact with either holding. But if we're Tan, you know, we've made this mess.
Yeah.
How are we going to clean it up?
Tan has the tricky situation that if I keep betting, maybe I don't really get better to fold very often, but worse does. You know, but like if I check and my opponent has worse, will he bluff me out? You know, what am I going to do? It's a really tricky spot.
It doesn't make it look very tricky, does he? The declaration of 300,000.
He's just going with it. That's what he decided. I'm just going with it.
You know,
and just going with it there does put floats, Roy Cao's floats in a different, just to kind of point out to people watching. Hands like suited connectors, suited one-gappers, go up in value quite a bit versus how you see guys play them in tournaments when they're like 20 big blinds deep. You know, when you're 20, 30 big blinds, mostly you just want big cards. You want to flop top pair. You want to have overcards to the flop where you hit a big pair, and you know, you just, that's a pretty good hand. But when you're hundreds of big blinds deep, like when you're playing a big pot, you want to make a big hand. And right, like suited connectors are much more likely to make straights or flushes. So yes, you don't have a good hand as often, but you're more likely to make a very good hand. And so they go up in value quite a bit. And you'll see guys 3-bet with them in spots where you just never see them do it in tournaments when they're much shallower.
so here we are. A rare limp pot. Party started by Elton with King 4 suited, which turns into bottom pair here up against top pair, an open ender and a wheel gutter, or 6 high straight.
Andy with an interesting decision in the big blind not to raise the limps. Ace-Jack suited, quite a good hand.
So now he's going to have to navigate the post-flop waters against 3 opponents. Elton, as the limper pre, decides to speak first, perhaps operating under the assumption Ace-X would have been heard from.
Danny super happy to close the action here with the best straight draw. Both the 3 and the 8 make him the nuts, getting a lot to 1 on his money. I'd imagine he just calls this. Yeah. Just, I guess he was just counting how much he had for future reference.
How about trip 4s? No waiting for Elton. Note the arrival of the backdoor spade draw, which should keep Malinowski interested. Unclear whether or not Andy Nee is going to be concerned by that board pairing card. 50 in the middle.
Elton perhaps considering Oh, he was the original better with bottom pair, so he's definitely going to bet again. This is super uncomfortable for Victor. 2 players behind him to go. I mean, all of his draws don't make the nuts. He calls. Now this is a spot very kind of similar to the limitless spot where he just kind of snap mucked ace queen recently. Now we have a 4-way pot. And ace jack a little worse than ace queen, albeit it's limped. And the only person not to put money in is Danny with the 7-5, who would have made the best hand on the river.
Remarkably so. Instead, Elton, courtesy of that 42K, on the turn, able to thin the field of the one player that would have left him in trouble on this river card. Here he is, able to pursue value with no spade, no heart on the end. Victor, of course, wasn't on the hunt for a pair of 3s.
Yeah, I think Elton is probably mildly concerned about a full house or 5-7, but you definitely can't be so concerned here that you're checking 3-4s with the nut kicker. Like, let's not also forget that. Like, king 4 is beating any other 4 that isn't a full house because the king plays, right? 3-4 is ace king. So, I mean, there is just a lot of value here. Any other 3-4s very likely calls you, and an ace might call you. If Elton bets here and Victor folds, we'll see whether or not Andy pays him off. Yeah.
$128,000, easy and expected release from Limitless. And now Andy does have a decision on his hands. Remember, this was a limp pre-flop by Elton, who bet both flop and turn.
And remember previously I said Andy had been the hammer so far mostly this game, putting other players in kind of tough spots. But this is the first time he's getting put in a tough spot. And let's see how he responds.
Well, he's got the call measured out in his hands, and he's going to be passing that call over to Elton, who continues to run away with things early in this cash game. Flat it sometimes, or it's just always the raise?
Wow.
I mean, I think you'd see most people in this game, if it went raise call, actually squeeze that hand with a high frequency for a 3-bet to like 60 or whatever.
So you're saying because it was
But
limped, it
because
kind of
it's
froze him a
limped,
bit?
Because it's limped, I almost think it's like a just 100% raise it up. Now you're making it, what, like 20 or like 24, right? I mean, much smaller commitment, still very good hand, and your opponent's ranges are even weaker. Anyways.
7-5 suited here for Victor. Speculating as he tries to work his way north. It has been a predominantly southerly trajectory for Captain Malinowski as the QQ Poker mystery hand is bestowed upon Andy Nee in a 3-way affair. Here we are with top pair for ST Wang.
So speculating about his holdings, I feel like some of his most likely holdings in this spot, raise call, over calling, or stuff like suited aces, pocket pairs, maybe some suited connectors. So, and then given his check call out OOP, I think we're going to see a lot of, and that this board is pretty high. It's not that likely he flopped a set, obviously, of just 8s. He's going to have a lot of flush draws and maybe like top pair of aces.
So predictably, Malinowski bows out as ST fired 13,000, with Victor not choosing to c-bet it. And as you can see, the nut flush draw added to ST's kit.
Exploitively, I kind of like betting like half pot here, which doesn't really make sense. Yeah, but ST has already shown in a lot of these spots he likes making kind of not GTO exploitive plays. Like, this is a nice play to just keep building the pot in position with top pair and the nut flush draw. And when you don't improve on the river, you just like check back a lot. Even though from like a range perspective, betting half pot here doesn't theoretically make a ton of sense. But it's a great play when your opponent doesn't like check raise you a lot or whatever.
So here we are, 30 a man, bringing us to this river. Aces and 4s now for ST. Still don't know what Andy's got under the hood, however.
But I mean, if ST was thinking about checking back blank rivers, this isn't it. I think here, having made aces and 4s, you know, he's now beating 8-7 suited, and any other ace-x suited hand that isn't ace-8 or ace-7, you can basically take out ace-king, because Andy would have squeezed ace-king versus a raise and a call. So there just aren't that many hands that are beating us. A lot of the hands that are beating us, such as ace-8, ace-7, or even 8s, might have check-raised on the, if not on the flop, on the turn. So I just think but Andy hasn't checked.
Oh, in fact, he's
Wow.
going to jam this. I don't think ST's going to be getting away. Both flush draws missed. All the Broadway stuff missed. 5-6 doesn't appear to be ever a part of the calculus.
5-6 of spades, certainly.
Okay.
Like I said, suited connectors, right? And does he float the flop with 5-6 of hearts? Unclear, but not impossible. So 5-6 could be in there, albeit it's 1, maybe 2 hands. You know, again, potentially hands that slow play turn by not check raising, but why would they not bet check again?
You see ST a little bit discombobulated here, but he's got so much hand, Rast. And more than enough chips to absorb this 283 if it were to go wrong.
I mean, my pick if Andy has the best hand after ST likely calls is that he has 5-6 of spades.
Drum roll, please. And that's exactly what he turns over, Rast.
Yeah.
An absolutely cryptic 2 cards deciphered by Czar Rast. And wild that he gets there using the 4 and not the 9, not only because it's not running from October 7th through the 12th. Just top up $30 before the 11th to secure your spot. It all happens at QQ Poker. ST, Ace King.
可以是可以，但是 preference 应该是1000。
没有，他昨天自己上大人签的，他昨天没有，是小张上的1000。
没有，今天他说是打2000，大家上1000，是这样说的。
11 has become 41 as Danny decides to get frisky with the 8-9 suited. He's been more of a spectator than anything else thus far. And that's not a criticism. Rast just really hasn't been able to get too involved. And of course, he's run into the pocket kings of Rui Cao, who's promptly punishing the 3-bet. Back over to ST, who could find himself in a little bit of trouble as things get thick.
Yeah, I mean, ST has a very good hand here, but Danny plays pretty solid, and even though Rui's a bit wild, you think maybe Rui's not going to get out of line too much against Danny's 3-bet. Now, that said, Rui can still have hands like Ace-Queen and Ace-Jack and Jacks. Plenty of hands that Ace-King is doing fine against. And Rui only has a little over 100 blinds, so ST doesn't love it, but goes with it, which I think is reasonable and probably the right play. And Rui Cao is going to wake up and find himself in a good spot as a 70-30 favorite.
That he is, and they're going to run it twice, Rast, understandably, as $1.1 million is our first 7-figure pot. $550K per board, and it's ace-free on the first run so far. Not looking great for ST.
And the odds that Rui Cao wins both of these is about 50%. It's 0.7 squared, which is 49%. So he's about a 50-50 chance to just scoop.
Well, halfway home, courtesy of the ace-free 5 cards on your screen. Now an entire second board is going to be dealt.
And you can see the odds are a little worse because 5 cards have been removed and not one of them is an ace. So it went from 70% to 67%.
Still no ace on the board. And now Rui is poised to haul in 1.1 at ST's expense, and he's done just that.
这个游戏怎么那么难呢？
And Roy just got out of the hole.
哦，对啊。
And you know who he inserted
帮我拿50。
into said hole?
Not four.
ST Wang.
Yeah, ST went from a small winner to a decent loser.
Welcome back to the Landing Casino at Jeju Shinhwa World for continuing coverage of the Triton Poker Series Cash Game Invitational Edition 2. Ali Nejad alongside Brian Rast, and no shortage of fireworks as we are halfway home in this 1K, 2K, 5K Big Blind Ante mandatory straddle extravaganza. There you have a look at the updated profit and loss figures during the break, tallies, more exacting figures now on all parties. And note, the Dane, Henrik Hecklin, has been swapped in for Danny Tang. Now, Henrik is a guy, Rasty, who played tons in Macau in the cash game streets. Did you cross paths with him?
You know, not so much. I think he started coming over there more around when I was already leaving. So
Tagged him in?
tagged him in, exactly.
And there he is.
I mean, it's been a hot minute since I was really playing over in Macau.
位置不重要。
Talking about 10 years plus?
10久了，把我们的 VIP 换成职业的。
A little bit less than that, but it's starting to approach that. I mean, I think I got all my last anything that was over there out in 2017, and I hadn't been playing for a couple years. So.
Well, get a look at this. Rui Cao has the red aces. He's open to 10,000, and ST Wang has the black ones. A 3-bet to 35,000 in a very rare sight, which of course harkens back to Carry Cats against Connor Dryden in the $1 million one drop once upon a time, where somehow the pot was scooped.
你这样第一把就带回来很假了，你不觉得？
Rui now 4-betting to 110,000. ST loving this. Little does he know, same kit awaits him across the way. Now, in position, do we ever look to just flat and bloat this one post? Or do we just look up and salivate at the prospects of taking 110,000 down pre?
I mean, I would guess that aces mostly 5 bets here, and it's pretty much your main hand for 5 betting. They are cutoff dealer, so maybe kings. I don't know, but I think you can call. But I think aces mostly 5 bets, and you base the rest of whatever you're doing as a 5 bet off of aces.
Well, ST agrees, and now it's Rui's turn to do backflips, as he has heard ST make it 240,000.
Now is the spot as Roy, where I think it's more, you know, do I re-raise or just call with aces, right? And I'm curious to see what Roy's going to decide. There's plenty of merit to both plays.
They are incredibly deep, as you pointed out, Rast.
Yeah, this pot is over 200 blinds, where the 4K straddle I'm counting as the big blind, basically.
Six bets. Range is narrowing considerably for both parties at this point.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine Roy wanting to do this with something other than aces, really, for value. The 6th bet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A 了，我操，这还有 A 啊！分享 ，chop chop，OK OK。chop chop。No。
None of that. Roy is not interested in in the Connor Dryden carry cat situation.
It seems as though they agreed to chop it
Yeah, I thought they
in
did.
advance.
哇，你有 AA 啊，这还有 AA 啊！
And now it's official.
I'm so happy. Yeah, I'm happy too. 哎 ，stupid fucking game 啊 ！AA 打了个7B 出来。哎妈的！你们是不是为了节目效果故意搞一个这东西？搞半天浪费5分钟。
Well, I suppose technically we just played a $1.7 million pot, Rast.
Yeah.
Although it doesn't feel that way.
Yeah, we did, but it really doesn't.
Like we're fudging things when we make that claim.
No, it's a very real claim, but yeah, it's just the luster of the claim has been taken away by the fact that they both have the same hand.
还好你们打得快，要是慢打一下扣，我得要等半个小时，他妈的。
演半个小时最后分钱。
然后分钱。会不会一个把另外一个打跑？
Ace-4 suited now as we fight on.
我正在想呢。
ST, the opener, and Ace-Jack suited for Andy. He'll play it as a flat. Table for 2, 32 dimes. In the middle, but no improvements to either party. Andy checks with the flow. Over to ST. Wong checks back. Still no improvements.
I feel like Andy came out with a plan of being kind of selectively aggressive and has been backing off it a little bit as time has gone on, whether intentional or not, I don't know.
Look at this. Andy has actually rivered the best hand. And ST was not interested in value betting his ace-4, perhaps sensing that there's no world in which Andy's going to be paying him off, so why open the action? And well served to shut it down.
What are we playing? Check. 哇
That's funny.
妈的，打得这么好。
这时候敌紧我就松。
你松，你表演一下给我们看看了。
大家都紧就要松。
快点，可以松了，兄弟。是吧？叫你松就松。
传统都囊住的。
哎，我想，哎，我刚叫你送我一把，你倒真的挺客气。
他这一把有点不像自己拿的 A 的嘛，说操你妈！我跟你说，我有牌。
Rui. Ace-8 open, picks up Tan Xuan. Henrik along for the ride as well. Queen-5 deuce. Hecklin with the best hand.
But on this pretty disconnected board, Tan has one of the only draws. A nice little gutter, no backdoor hearts, but definitely going to continue. And the person with the worst hand, Roy Cow, is the one betting. Of course, he was the pre-flop raiser. Wow, and this raise is an interesting find by Tan. I think if he flats, Henlik comes along with middle pair, just backdoor king-high clubs, making kings up also very attractive. But the raise puts his hand in a really tough spot that calling wouldn't.
Yeah, you really aren't in love with King 5. And of course, if you did flat the 52, you have no idea what's coming behind out of Rui.
Wow.
So then we play it as a 3-bet.
Yeah.
And suddenly, Hecklin reapplying the pressure, showing that he understands that Tan Xuan doesn't have to have better than King 5 to be up to these antics.
And he has a nice hand to do it. He's blocking a set of 5s. Again, he has backdoor equity with the clubs. You know, making kings up is good. So, and like you said, Tan doesn't have to have a good hand.
Well, he has made a pair of 6s for the best hand, in spite of the fact that he had a 3 on his mind. Gut shot doesn't come in, but that card puts him in front.
I think Hecklin checks this. I feel like it's kind of a scary card for him. A lot of Tan's kind of weird floats with draws got there either by hitting a 6 or making a straight. You know, he's still ahead of hands like ace-3, ace-4. Most other hands that Tan, you know, he might be ahead of some 5x that checks down with him. So, and I just, you know, maybe if it was the 6 of clubs, he barrels here with the intention of then unloading on the river to try to get 6x for sure, maybe pocket pairs, and maybe even a queen to fold. But like, I think without the club equity, it's just kind of a give up, and maybe we can check down and win, probably lose. Maybe we suss out a bluff, and I don't know. But I like check. And I kind of think Tan checks this back as well. It's kind of a spot where, like, are you really trying to get a better hand to fold? Like, if Henrik cold 3-bet a queen X or some kind of big hand, like, is he really getting that to fold? And if, you know, he might fold a hand where the 6 is the best hand.
And look at this. In spite of the check 3-bet from Henrik on the flop, Tan has decided that he is prepared to put 150 into this 261 Rast with the action check to him on just a pair of 6s and a gutter, and Henrik folds what was the second best hand, but perhaps for reasons other than I'm beaten by a pair of 6s.
Yeah, I mean, it's just hard at that point. Like I said, the 6 was not a good card for Hecklin in that spot. So it's hard to come up with enough hands that you're beating. Kind of part of the reason why I don't think Tan should bet very often, or if he does, it should maybe be really small. But anyway.
Well, if you haven't already, head on over to QQ Poker and get yourself involved with a $30 new player deposit. Earn yourself a $50 Triton Reward Tournament ticket. Guarantee of $30,000 in that one. You don't want to miss out. QQ Poker offers fair play, a wide range of games, and an easy-to-use interface for all players, whether a beginner or a seasoned vet. QQ Poker has you covered. And remember, play responsibly.
我靠，你是做慈善
啊？
做慈善？
我直接没了40多万。
做慈善。
真是心疼大鱼。那么你怎么可以天天赢钱呢？啊？
Ace-9 picks up pocket 6s. Rui still in front on the Jack-4 deuce board. 2 quick checks. Nice turn card for Cal. Waste no time barreling.
Yeah, it's the best card in the deck other than a 6.
Note, by the way, that Andy keeping him honest with the ace-high for 15K. No equity, just trying to determine whether or not Rui's going to barrel once more. The backdoor hearts have arrived, and Andy really doesn't have much.
Nice little value bet here by Roy, especially if he gets called. Getting really max value here from sixes.
And those are the showdowns that don't go down smooth. You feel a little bit abused
这个不用发了
when
吧？
sixes find that river barrel.
我觉得你直接
你都背出来了啊？我说你都背出来了。
你那个还发了干嘛嘞？
Yeah, I would say the last couple hands have shown that some of these guys feel very comfortable playing post flop, especially on like the turn in the river with Andy. Right? I mean, we saw just checking back the river top pair, right? That sixes river value bet. I think people feel very comfortable about where he's at when it gets to the river in a way that maybe they don't feel as comfortable with some of the other guys at this table who are, you know, taking a few more chances in some pots.
Excellent observation. Henrik, pocket fours. The party starter here, out of the small. Picks up Rui and ST. 10-5 deuce board. Henrik still in front, in spite of the 2 overcards. Not interested in a c-bet out of position against 2 opponents, and Rui just sprinkles, straddling the 10, backdoor spades. Take it down.
那那个时候真的伤可不是开玩笑。我这个东西，是会忘的。你看我都忘了。我一天忘2次了，大哥。忘2次嘛，确实有点难。还有那个第二节忘了，那个确实3个真的很难的。那个第二节。那不是1天嘛，2天嘛。那个 I love you 就没办法。哎，那个是我的，那个是你的。我靠，如果这张给我抽对了，我就上不了。
Malinowski, buried. Enters this one for 10,000 with 7s. As he tries to right what feels like a doomed vessel. Does pick up Elton's King 6, which does not outflop. Victor, c-bets. And that's that. It may not be the most eventful exchange, Rast, but if you're Victor Malinowski, every little bit counts.
That's true, but it does feel like just when he does get to drag a pot, it's about the smallest pot that you can imagine for the spot.
He's looking around at $500,000, $1 million pots all around him, and the best he can do is be on the wrong end of one or drag a tiny one. Ace 6-5 board, bottom pair in both camps here, and brace yourselves. Rui Kao was the troublemaker. From the button, c-bets 10,000, and this is where Tan's just hoping he's up against an ace. Granted, he would be vulnerable to that sort of kit. Might not be too worried about a 7 on the turn. Two-tone texture now. Obviously, Rui wants to protect his holding, so he will barrel once more. 40,000 into 48. That's healthy sizing.
Yeah, which makes sense on a two-tone texture with a lot of draws, as you said. And feels really uncomfortable and gross to check raise here. So, and folding is obviously not an option. So it kind of just comes down to calling.
And there's a dry arrival on the river. Both players welcoming that deuce of clubs.
Roy can definitely bet pretty big with this hand.
Well, that's provided, Rast, that he gets the opportunity. It wasn't clear. Tan does check. Go on.
I don't know. That river changing absolutely nothing, and Tan's going to check quite a bit. But Roy could bet up to the pot for sure. Now he elects to go about half pot, which is interesting. So, you know, maybe he thinks that this is a size that Tan never folds an ace, maybe calls him with less than an ace. I don't know. But Tan, at this point, it seems like he's already got the call chips out, but he's not folding, so it's either call or raise. I mean, he technically could think about raising.
Oh, I mean, at this point, the body language would seem very awkward if he chose to raise.
If he chose to raise, yeah.
And I don't think he ever had fold on his mind. So he flats, and they're going to carve it up.
Yeah, all things considered, that was a pretty quick river decision for Tan. He normally takes longer.
I will say this, however, that while that may be the case, this is about as brisk a pace as you could ever hope to witness a game of this magnitude being played. I mean,
sure. I mean, they have a shot clock too to make sure it keeps on keeping on.
I mean, few and further between, I think, are the players who would be comfortable enough and willing to play at these stakes beyond the borders of Triton, you know, with some of these parameters, the shot clock. I mean, there's some big decisions that are going to come up. But, of course, again, this is why the time banks are there, for those sorts of moments. As we see Hecklin's eights being leaned on by Rui's king-jack suited. Elton resisting temptation. 10-9 of spades into the bin. Back around to Henrik.
Oh, no.
Hecklin looks like he's ready for a job interview, if I'm being honest. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen him so buttoned up. I'm here for it, though. And Rui's here for a king-high board, which puts him in front with top pair. Snap c-bet. And a snap fold as well.
Yeah, Roy plays fast. I mean, I feel like if we cut that shot clock in half or even less,
Rui wouldn't
and
flinch.
it was like 10 seconds pre-flop or 5 seconds or something absurd, and, you know, like 15 seconds post, Roy would be here for that. He'd be like, yeah, as little time as possible. Let's go.
Not as much fun as in the old days.
Yeah, old days was fun.
Ace-5 suited, responsible for the open this time. And Elton, without a 3-bet in front of him, decides he'll be the man on the button, suited connector.
Yeah, and these guys are deep. Let's see what Roy does. And he just comes with the snap 4. And Elton has a pretty nice hand to peel in position. Like, you don't really 3-bet the 8-7 of clubs in this spot versus Roy Cal and fold to the 4. And here we go. We got a $250,000 in the middle. No one's got a pair. Not even after the flop.
Doesn't stop Rui from firing. 95,000 after 4-betting to 115 pre. Elton stuck around, but this was not the board that he had in mind, so he will concede. And Rui does seem like he's brought a different gear to this third frame early.
Yeah, maybe if that 6 of diamonds was a club, maybe we see Elton float there. It's now starting to get closer. But yeah, that was just a big pile of nothing for Elton. And Roy's hammering away. I mean, you say this frame, but Roy's been kind of putting chips in the pot the whole day so far, every frame.
Pocket fours here for Tan. Picks up Victor's ace-9. Getting a discount. Malinowski does not get any improvement, though. 8-6 tray board. 2 overcards to the fours and a check over to Tan.
This is interesting. Victor has a hand that can do a lot of stuff versus a bet here. Ace-9 off. It's backdoor, not spades. Blocking ace-X of spades hands. The 9, not irrelevant. Again, backdoor straight draws. He can pick up a ton of turn cards to give him equity. This is a candidate to check raise. It's not getting folded. If he doesn't check raise, which he didn't, we can see calling is the other option. But he could have taken either route there.
How about this turn card? Top pair now and the nut flush draw. Checking once more over to Tan, who does have a spade draw of his own here, but will be a little bit wary of what Victor's check calling range contains.
It contains a lot of hands that already beat him or that 9 helps beat him. At this point, if you're Tan, you're kind of just hoping that Victor has some ace highs, maybe king highs that didn't hit, or a 3.
Well, instead, Victor's got the nuts. Granted, 10-7 of spades, queen 10 of spades, but as played, not altogether concerned about such things. And in general, hard to be shown a straight flush. So here he is, betting 32,000 into 80.
And Tan has a flush. And given the size of this bet, will likely pay it off. The bet's small enough that it's possible Victor's betting a hand like 10-7. It's hard to say, 10-7 suited.
Is it not so small, though, that it's an exercise in futility to think that the 4 of spades is good all that often? Apparently, Tan doesn't feel that way as he does make the call.
Yeah, I mean, listen, when you're getting 4-1 from the pot in a lot of these spots, it's not like he's expecting the hand to be good most of the time. You just needs to be good 20% of the time or whatever, right? And I think if you say, well, I know it's not that easy, but can he have a straight? Can he ever have the deuce of spades? Kind of not likely, but maybe possible. You know, throw in a few bluffs that maybe he decides to bet smaller. Yeah, you can get there. And just in general, even though it feels gross, I mean, it's way worse of a leak to be over-folding to small bets, especially against people that can sometimes be bluffing in those lines, than it is to call a little too much, right? Because you're just getting such a good price from the pot.
Sure.
So, you know, we're all speculating about it, but again, if you're over-folding in those spots, you could just be getting destroyed, whereas you're probably not getting destroyed if you call just a little too much. So, yeah, I don't know. Those are my thoughts.
Used to have long hair, you know, look like I'm a little.
Elton, King Jack, opens up front. King Queen now for Rui. Plunks in the call. Ace 10 for ST. He'll do the same. 10-7 for ST. 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 10-7 for 42,000 in the middle, along with an ace, which will give ST top pair.
Kind of a hammerlock on this hand.
$12K. The C-bet from Elton, just flatted by ST, and now saying hits the king.
This is a very interesting bet theoretically. He's going under third pot, which normally in these spots, when you follow through on the turn, you usually pick larger sizings with more polarized ranges, but we can see Elton has a modest hand that likes only betting a third of the pot. Just an interesting thing to note, non-standard play.
21K, check called once more by ST as we get to the river, and Elton's all done with his kings.
Elton did something that in the biz I like to call setting the price. When you can set the price versus people, now look, he got away with betting like 30% of the pot on the turn in position, check back river. Let's say he checks back. A hand like ace-10's not going to bet 30% on the river into him. At least half pot, if not more, right? So in a lot of spots against opponents, if you can set the price, and there's been other hands today where I've talked about, oh, I think ST had a couple hands where he bet non-standard amounts, maybe a little bit less, but in position, and like, remember the ace-4, but he rivered the 4? But I was like, if he doesn't river anything after betting this turn small, he's probably checking back river, right? So it's just something to see, and I think a lot of these guys who are big exploit players playing cash a long time, one of the things you really get used to doing is setting the price first, guys. And one of the ways that you can really take advantage of guys that are doing that is look for these spots where they're betting a weird amount in a spot where it kind of doesn't make that much sense, and be like, okay, if this guy's trying to set the price versus me, what do I want to do versus that type of hand?
Right.
Like ace-10, honestly, it like wouldn't have even been ridiculous for ST if he makes that read to check raise turn versus 21K, which obviously is a super weird play. But I'm just saying that you can like really start to take these types of reads to like cool levels and get like funky hands. So,
and it's not to suggest that setting the price is a poor practice.
Oh, it can be an awesome play.
Right, and it can actually save you plenty over the long run. I mean, you have the upshot of fold equity. You have the upshot of not having to face larger, more uncomfortable bet sizes on the river with hands that maybe you feel compelled to pay off with. And so...
Yeah, no, I'm not criticizing doing it. I'm just saying, like, one of the if you're doing it against like a really good player who understands what you're doing and then tries to figure out a way to take advantage of it, right? But like the best people to set the price against are obviously people that aren't doing that. They're just like, oh, that's the bet. Okay, call. I guess that's what I should do. And then, you know, they're not like adjusting.
Well, Elton calls here with 8-6 and flops a gut shot straight draw against Henrik's ace-9. Knuckles over to Hecklin. And the Triton Super High Roller Series main event winner does barrel 8,000. Of course, one easy way to tell whether or not anyone's ever won a Triton main event is by checking out their wrist. Most main event winners can be caught wearing the Jacob & Company Triton Epic X watch when in these streets. Earned, not given. Elton earning this one as he smacks Hecklin.
Oh, yeah.
The check raise. You do see quite a bit of the raising with the gut shot in these cash games. And it isn't because all of a sudden people have espoused gut shots as being these terrific hands. But when you are playing deep stacked cash game poker, it also very much conceals when that gut shot does come in that particular hand and can lead to, you know, a big payday.
Yeah, also, you want to play aggressively in spots. You want to be check raising for value, and not only with like sets, but sometimes with really good top pairs or two pair or combo draws. And you also need some lower equity hands that just benefit a lot from it. So you start to try to pull from hands that can make big hands. Like the gut shot, it's a hand that infrequently will make a really big hand, but is kind of so weak, 8 high, it's like not really attractive to check call. It's a little too weak to check call, yet, so you kind of throw that in there as some of the weaker hands, but that still have equity in order, put it in with a bunch of other strong hands that you're check raising.
Well, here we are, 18K ahead pre-flop, bring us to the King-Jack deuce board. Top pair against second pair. ST following through. 12K being considered by Tan. And the consideration ends in a raise to 51,000. No club on board here.
So yeah, Tan, we can see that he thought that the bet was so small that King 9 is probably good, and I'm just going to go ahead and put more money in the pot here with top pair, pretty good kicker.
Oh, well, listen, it was good, Rast, but now on this turn that ST isn't particularly in love with, he has made the best hand, and that top pair is no longer good. 3 spades staring ST in the face. He checks once more. Tan does have the gut shot. Not that a 10 leaves him feeling all too cozy.
Yeah, and on this blank, ST's in not the most comfortable spot. I kind of am leaning towards value betting this hand, but like it's dicey because when you get raised, does my opponent already flop 2 pair? I'm already losing the kings up. Spades got there. All these considerations. So he checks, but the problem when you check is you don't really get any more value when you have the best hand here, because top pairs that played the flop this way are just checking back. It's an interesting hand, and Tan played that hand really well, and basically put in a bunch of money when he had the best hand and put in no more money on 2 streets when he had the worst hand.
That's a winning formula.
Yeah. And ST did have an opportunity. I mean, with the flush and the straight coming, there's no way he's going to be able to bet 2 streets for value, but on the river, he could have considered a value bet. I think he had just about the worst hand you'd want to consider.
Always got to be careful, though, especially against a guy like Tan, where if that value bet comes in and triggers his sense of sniff, as you said, maybe there's a price-setting aspect to it. Granted, I know setting the price is something we do in the prior street, but if all of a sudden he's like, this is a little too cute, he doesn't have to have a king or anything at all to get after you in that spot.
Which makes him scary to do against, for sure. And the question is, the other question is that, like, if he, Queen Jack might not be a value bet if you're not getting called by worse often enough. Like, let's say he bets the river there for half pot or something like that, and Tan folds King 9, then, it's pretty reasonable not to value bet it.
Well, Rui was welcoming action with trip 8s here. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get any.
Just going to be like, this one's just for me, boys.
and then he gets penalized.
And he was just his room key. Not even a playing card.
Oh my god. Okay. It's nice to know.
Yeah, I don't know. It was an interesting Queen Jack spot on the river. I'm actually not really sure if it's a value bet.
Well, onwards. Tan. Uncharacteristic limp, let's call it, with the hand like King Jack here.
These are from the blinds. Again, the small blind, but the third blind, the first blind to act.
Man, Victor just cannot seem to catch a break, at least for the time being. Here he
Does
is
that include yourself or not?
with a flop that connects with his 10-8 for the second best hand. Top pair against second pair, 8,000. Bet and called.
I haven't played much with him, but he's pretty good. Yeah.
Total blank. I guess to Victor, he is now losing to some random 9x stuff, but for the most part, kind of a blank. And in a blind versus blind limped pot with super wide ranges, Ton's hand is good enough to bet 3 streets. Top pair, good kicker. So given that he bet the flop about half pot, I think he bets again here.
He plays a little bit, yeah.
And he goes pretty big, a little less than pot. And Victor comes right along, so Ton just making all the right moves. What do we get on the river? What? That is a super blank. Any draws that existed at any point in this hand, that does not fill in, nor is it an overcard. So, seems like if you're Ton and you just went bet, why not bet again?
And by the way, this is where Ton often is very proficient in leveraging his reputation and finding polarizing sizes to force people to try to bluff catch against him.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know with King Jack here if you want to go super big, right? But yeah, he looks like he's picking about 2/3 pot, which seems reasonable. He could maybe go bigger than that, but I think once you're getting to like the pot range, it's kind of about as big as maybe you'd want to go.
55,000 is what he's dialed up here, and Victor just left to question what's going on across the way.
What's going on is that if Ton's value betting, his hand isn't good. That's what's going on.
And bingo. A fruitful choice to limp pre-flop and force Malinowski into making middle pair against top pair as Victor's woes continue. Well, he hasn't quite breached the bean. 970,000 in the hole, though, and we're not far away from a 7-figure loss on the session for Victor Malinowski. ST Wang trending in the right direction, but obviously to be 375 in the hole after being in the green for much of the first frame, not how he drew things up. Same story for Hecklin. First frame of play for him, 200 in the red already. 833 KW as Tan Xuan, big winner now. Elton Singh, 673, second biggest haul.
I think 970K. I feel like that's got to be on the ledge. And now I'm using that in terms of peak stuck.
Yeah.
When you're peak stuck, you're on the ledge.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think Victor's on the ledge right now. Down almost a bean. That's the parlance for $1 million, huh? I mean, I think I can piece that one together, but I wasn't familiar with that.
I don't know that everybody uses it. I can't remember who exposed me to it first, but I've always felt like, okay, that works. 6 deuce turns into 8s up for Victor. More than we can say for the queen high of Henrik. Blind versus straddle.
I mean, he's a 82% favorite to get off the ledge right now.
You know, it's funny because the minute you said that, I had that weird sort of sportscaster moment where, of course, the queen's going to roll off now that Rasty said that. It is the 4, however. It's actually not a terrible card, but 4,000 quarter pot, third pot rather, from Malinowski.
It's the type of card that loses more money for Hecklin.
Although, again, as you pointed out in the past, Rast, just look at the size of this exchange, 22,000 in the middle right now, versus every other pot that seems to transpire. For example, the one that Victor just lost to Tan Xuan. Does rate to be a winner here, and he is betting once more. 7,000 into the 22. And does this not strike you as a bit odd if you're Henrik in consideration of the ace? Yeah, enough to leave him curious.
I mean, you have to remember, this is like a limped pot played between guys and the blinds, essentially. So, you know, I mean, the ace is not as relevant a card as it would be in some other lines where it's like hijack big blind and the flop goes check check, and then the ace comes on the river, and that's like just a big part of the hijacks, like check back range or whatever. So, you know, the ace was there. Maybe someone hit it, but also someone could just have a lot of nothing. Missed draws or just 10 high nothing, weird little jack 5 gutters. So there's all kinds of bluffs, which then means like let's value better 6. Just seemed like a very reasonably played hand.
But again, it's going to take
on Triton. Oh.
a value pack of those pots to even get Victor close to out of the hole.
After like 2 hands.
Listen, man, he just walked off the ledge. Let's not rush things right now. The hole is gargantuan.
He's still emotionally frail.
Let's just let him enjoy.
Yeah.
You know?
Understood.
Yeah.
That was funny.
Not down the bean, walking off the ledge. Things are okay, right? He's just started with his new therapist.
Well, he's got himself a 9 high flush draw here as he squares off with Rui Cao. Does Hecklin, rather, forgive me, not Victor. Once again, though, blind versus straddle. Top pair for Rui. Flicks a nickel into the machine. Hecklin peeling. Not improving, however. $15K follow through out of Rui. Hand over. Well, once again, we take a moment to give a shout out to those of you who are streaming this first day of 5 of this second edition of the Triton Poker Series Cash Game Invitational. Ali Nejad and Brian Rast, glad to have you with us, whether you're on Twitch, YouTube, or the Triton Poker Plus app. Do us a favor. Do yourselves a favor. If you like what you see, click like, click subscribe. Help us to ensure that we can continue to deliver the finest in streaming poker entertainment to you free of charge. Now then, QQ Poker mystery hand time. We're going to block out Elton's holding as he opens to 12,000. And he's going to run into a couple of hooks here for Andy Nee.
Yeah, exactly.
Andy's counting out a 3-bet. Looks like 44.
Spot on. As to be expected.
Elton, so it's mystery, so let's kind of parse it. That was a relatively quick call, which leads me to believe that, assuming that's kind of a straight-up one-to-one thing, which I think this early in the hand it probably is more often than not, means he kind of has a hand that's a pretty easy call, don't really need to consider 4-betting.
Not cuspy.
Yeah.
Queen
Okay.
10-7 board here, 1 overcard to the jacks. Greeting Andy, along with a check from Elton. Nee cobbles together 37,000.
Oh, and a little check raise that looks like.
That it does.
Okay.
90 now, and this is not exactly the kind of check raise that expects to be ditching a wide variety of Andy's holdings.
No, I mean some hands, you know, 7s, 10s, or Queen 10 suited are all hands that might check raise here and kind of like snap call pre.
But for another 53,000, we are able to retain a decent variety of Andy's hands.
Yeah.
Jacks included, apparently, as he reaches out and plunks in the call.
And see, I'm less inclined to say a hand like ace, queen, or kings, right? Because these hands all might 4-bet.
Right.
So
now here we are, an ace on the turn, supposed to be more Andy's card.
yeah, I think so after the check raise. There is a question of, like, would Elton check raise hands like ace jack suited maybe, that, or king jack suited, that flat pre? It's unclear, but possible.
So while it is a second overcard to the Jacks, Andy now must consider the gut shot Broadway draw for 85,000. Oh, and it looks like he's made his mind up. Oh, well, thought maybe.
No, he's just counting out what he has. I mean, this is a pretty grim spot for Jacks. Like, I kind of think it's a fold. I mean, yeah, other than maybe like calling to almost bluff river in some way, like, but I just don't know. We're not really deep enough that like blocking king jack is that big of a deal. Gutter's not a ton of equity. It feels just like you're like a losing play to put in 85K or more here to me. But
he will make the call. In spite of that, another 170 into the middle. This pot has grown to 450,000 and a mouthful of cotton on the river here.
well, I mean, I guess we're really hoping Elton was kind of bluffing and gives up. If he goes ahead and puts us all in here for 202K, I mean, are we calling? That maybe is one of the reasons you call jacks on the turn.
Well, listen, how regularly do we expect Elton to work us into a 450K pot and then step away from the thing on the end? Granted, SPR is sub 0.5 now.
Yeah, not that often, which is why I felt the call was a little loose, but who knows? Okay, yeah, Elton doesn't give up.
Well,
I mean,
what does this line read like to you? Is this king jack more than?
No, I mean, the hands I said I think are all the most likely ones, like queen 10 suited, 10s or 7s. If I'm going to pick a hand, I'll go with he has 7s.
Okay.
Because that's the hand that doesn't think about 4-betting. There's one more combo of 7s than there is of queen 10 suited. Yeah, I'll pick that Elton's mystery hand is pocket 7s.
Well,
I mean, if I'm trying to find bluffs at this point, like 8-9 suited or maybe like jack 9 suited. I mean, we're blocking jack 9, but this would be, Elton's capable, but this would be quite the bluff. I'm going to go with Elton has 7s. What do you think?
I like it.
Yeah, if they were a lot deeper, mashing river after check raise bet on the ace with queen 10 suited even would be like slightly annoying, but not for like half pot. Super easy. So Elton could still have that, which check raises flop.
Well, you know, it's interesting, Rast, because earlier in the broadcast you did point out that the coast had been so clear, the sailing so smooth for Andy Nee as he was dictating things. And now all of a sudden we're observing him being put into the blender and being served orders from elsewhere at the table.
Yeah, man. I mean, the kind of the analogy of the hammer and the nail. I mean, life is easy when you're the hammer, but like being the nail is tough. I mean, and there's hands in poker where they're the aggressor, they're the one making you decide if they have it or not, you know, and you're kind of putting a lot of money hoping that they're bluffing. And like those are the spots that are just a lot more tricky to navigate in a lot of ways.
Well, I think that Andy has removed any sort of queen X from Elton's range given the follow through on the turn and now the jam on the end. So the jacks are a little cozier in consideration of that, and he's trying to deduce whether or not an ace-X combo or better lurks across the way, but it's important to be able to deduce what the bluffs are that you're looking to target if you do find the call. I mean, this would be a very ambitious call.
I think so. And I don't know that jacks are really a good kicker to have. Like, yeah, you're blocking king jack, but like I don't think Elton has king jack a ton.
He's made the call, and it is pocket sevens, Rast.
7. So I'm 2 for 2 at the mystery hand when I've tried to guess. I just want to let that be known.
Well, it's written right on the paper next to you. I'm just kidding, everyone. Rast doesn't have any sort of intel in these spots. But obviously, you've got a well-sharpened mind across many, many years of cash games. And Elton just cannot seem to put a foot wrong out there. And I, for one, Rasty, I want to keep an eye on Andy kind of for the next orbit or two and just see, you know, as he's been felted, right? He's taken a session that seemed like it was going to be comfy, that it was going to be profitable, and it's now turned around, and see how, you know, seaworthy the vessel is, you know, in these choppy waters.
Yeah, everything seemed smooth at the beginning.
Yeah.
Got a few light 3-bets in. It was working out, some small pots, but yeah, now it's the train has gone off the tracks, and we're just trying to see how much damage is going to be done before it gets back on, if it does get back on. I mean, I think that hand, because Andy was already stuck a little bit going into that hand, if I recall. That hand itself, to me, was a little bit like the train's already slightly off the tracks situation for Andy. So,
I tend to agree with you. I think there was a faint whiff of desperate on that call. As we proceed, Tan Schwen, the razor pre-flop to 12K. Elton flatting, ace-9-7, bottom pair against the gut shot. Advantage Elton, who checks it over, and Tan's reaching out for the c-bet. Deuce of clubs on the turn, as Elton check called the 16K.
Tan has a pretty natural hand to keep blasting away here. Not a ton of draws on this board, especially not that he's opening from like UTG, right? Because he's not opening 8-6. Maybe he's opening 8-6 suited. Definitely not 8-6 off, 8-10 off. So Jack 10 is one that makes a ton of sense to keep bluffing. And okay, he doesn't, but it also has overcards to 9x and 7x, so a jack and a 10 could be good.
No betting on the turn, and Elton not in the mood to activate. Generally speaking, when Tan leans over and engages his opponent, I feel as though he's all done with his pursuits. On the losing end of that one, but you wouldn't know it based on the post-mortem.
Yeah, and that hand's just another example kind of how, I mean, listen, Tan understands that he has a great hand to keep blasting away on the turn with, but like he just doesn't take every spot. He takes some of them, doesn't take other ones, and sometimes he takes spots that almost no one else takes.
If I had to guess, as Tan has evolved as a player, that was a flame that he was burned by much more so early in his career, right? This is him being whittled and chiseled into the shape that we see before us. And that sort of restraint, that sort of discipline, not taking the spot every single time, is probably something that was an expensive lesson learned early on.
Sure. It also seems like, to me, there's a bit of kind of this feel player thing going on. Like, he just gets vibes during a hand.
Oh, yeah.
You know, he probably knows, like, listen, I have an image that I put in some money in some spots, so obviously I've got to pick and choose. And so if he ever gets a little vibe here, oh, maybe our opponent's going to call me again, or he's a little strong, or whatever it is, just gives up. There'll be another spot, you know, around the corner.
100%.
So, you know, those vibes aren't always right. Like, Elton had bottom pair on the flop there, but we can just see it. Tan's not like an undiscerning blaster.
Right.
It's not just like every time he could possibly just keep putting money in the pot, he doesn't. No, he's
more of a connoisseur of blasting.
Yes.
Meanwhile,
a connoisseur who takes his time. It's like the wine sommelier who rolls the wine around and sniffs it and decides, yes, this is a good bouquet. I will buy this glass. I will buy this bottle. And, you know, before he ships in whatever betting chips for the bluff.
Well, this pocket sixes vintage has been outturned by a bottle of King 9. As Tan never exchanged chips post-flop. Hecklin.
See, Roy's almost the opposite.
Still looking for his first pickup. Roy,
no, because Roy, see, Tan takes his time, sniffs the wine bouquet, decides, thinks about it. Roy, it's a feeling. There's some feeling that comes in the first couple seconds, and if he's like, yeah, this is the one, boom.
See, I feel like Rui may have read that book, Blink, by Malcolm Gladwell. It suggests that your intuition in the first handful of seconds that, you know, you get that gut instinct on something is the best analysis you're going to do. Unpacking it beyond that is just needless.
Yeah.
So
once that insight comes in the first however many seconds, he just rolls with it.
Right.
We're not going to, like, my brain has worked it out. This is what I'm doing. I'm not going to keep thinking about this and try to unpack it. Oh, just another, it's a mystery hand.
It is brought to you by QQ Poker. We black out Henrik Hecklin's holding, which has opened to 10,000 and is likely to have company from Elton's Ace-10.
Hijack open. Got the smallest blind 3 betting. Hecklin's got a very modest amount of chips in front of him.
A stack now down to 217,000. 99 in the middle. Paired flop here. Texture that tends to keep these ace highs curious. $25K. Post-flop figure from Elton, who did 3-bet to 44,000 pre-flop. Henrik does make the call. Another 50 into the pot.
Really dicey spot for Elton. Hecklin's going to have a lot of King X hands. Probably calling king queen off. Who knows? King jack off. Bunch of suited king x stuff. Pocket pairs. None of those fold the flop to like b25. So
So it does go check, check on the turn. And you wonder whether that king X is less likely in Elton's mind as a result of the line. Of course, we do know Henrik is a bit slippery. Doesn't have to be betting in position with the king. Could look to induce or get paid on one street. Elton appears to be done depositing chips. Let's see if we can say the same for Henrik.
it's not impossible that Elton can have the best hand and win at showdown, but it's pretty unlikely. Like maybe Hecklin has like ace-9 suited, ace-8 suited.
Well, this looks like the whole enchilada. An overbet from Henrik Hecklin, and now Rast, all of a sudden a pot that looked like it wasn't going to be particularly consequential or of interest takes a more dramatic shape. And if I task you with hazarding a guess at Henrik's holding now, where you at? Pocket sixes?
I'm going to go with, it could definitely be sixes. I mean, this one's hard because there's really like kind of a lot of hands. I mean, 192, what was out, like 150s out there?
Well,
so
recapping it, this was a Henrik open to 10K, Elton out of position 3-bet to 44, Hecklin calls.
I'm going to go with king queen.
C-bet of 25,000, called by Hecklin on the flop, check, check turn, and here we are, check and then jam by Hecklin, and Elton wondering if maybe ace-10 can click call and haul one in.
I mean, I think if Hecklin's bluffing, you're going to see hands like queen jack, queen 10 suited, maybe even jack 10 suited, something. Elton having a 10's not the best, but like, I don't know. I'm going to go with Henrik has king queen, and I'm going to go with Elton folds this hand.
Okay. Noted, registered.
What you want to pick a Henrik mystery hand?
You know, I feel like he doesn't have a king here. Is that, you know, not narrow enough?
Well, I mean, there's 7x, 4s, 6s.
Sure.
Bluffs. Yeah, I mean, it's not very narrow. Aces. He could have aces, by the way. You know, he could have aces or kings.
Is Hecklin needlessly making a meal of ace-10, or if I park you in that seat with that hand, you might be chewing on this one equally as hard?
Well, I think versus a somewhat sizable overbet like B130, I'm not taking this long. I do get that he has a decision, and maybe for whatever reason Elton feels it's close.
All right, the fold you correctly predicted, and drum roll, ace high, and it would have been a chop as Hecklin checked back the nut flush draw on the turn and then converted it into a bluff on the river.
Yeah. So they have the same hand.
Yeah. Well, Hecklin earned himself his first meaningful pot.
I just think that the way that pot played, Hecklin can start delving into stuff like king jack, maybe even like king 10's kind of, you know, like for value, right? So, you know, then there's the 7x, full houses, etc., aces. So it's just kind of like, well, not all the hands play exactly that way. I think there's enough of them that, yeah, he can also have some bluffs. Basically ace high, queen high, jack high stuff with missed back doors that also happen to, you know, flop back doors that also play the same way. I just versus an overbet there. I think I'm just letting ace high go, kind of. Or if I am calling ace high, I don't know. I don't think ace 10's my favorite pick.
Are you at all surprised at the check back by the nut flush draw on the turn as we see Tan Xuan? Perhaps a little bit surprising. The king 6 suited being employed as a 3-bet here. Put a pin in that last question. Let's focus on this exchange here. ST makes the investment with 10-9, ends up with the best hand, bottom pair, but an ace-queen high board. Not exactly inviting ST to take pride in his holding. 111,000 in the middle. No spade on board. So the call is made. Jack on the turn and two-way straight draw for ST. Broadway gutter by Tan after the bet call of 35,000.
Tan with almost nothing on this picks up one of the only cards you could imagine him continuing to blast, kind of, with the king 6 on this board, you know, now that he has equity, and he doesn't do it. This is a spot, though, where I do think this isn't Tan necessarily giving up for the rest of the hand. If this goes check-check, he could bluff the river, right? I mean, king high is about the worst hand you can have on just any river that doesn't improve him. So, but ST is going to bet himself, and you have to think he's going to pick this one up. Unless Tan... I don't know. I mean, check raise is pretty wild here, even for him.
Yeah. And by the way, that bet with the 9-10, granted it's a semi-bluff, but in the face of that pre-flop 3-bet by Tan, it's not a given that he doesn't have enough of that board to continue.
Oh, for sure. I mean, that's kind of a weird mergey. He's got something with some equity, whatever, setting the price type of bet. Might follow through with a bluff on the river.
Well, we're going to follow through and remind you yet again that the good folks over at QQ Poker are ready to welcome you aboard. New players, deposit $30 and get yourself a $50 ticket, good for an entry into the Triton Reward Tournament, a guaranteed $30,000 event. Hop aboard Asia's growing poker platform, now expanding globally, offering fair play, a wide range of games, and an easy-to-use interface for players of all experience levels. That's QQ Poker. $10K a man. Xuan flatting the Rui cow open. Kings and queens for Rui. This one should be over quickly. And indeed it is. You know, it's interesting. Rui, for me, the first time I laid eyes on him on the felt, embodied that which I think Tan has now taken to another level. I know you were sort of contrasting the two of their styles by pointing out that Tan maybe has a little bit more methodical, a little bit more measured approach to the game. But
I only mean that in terms of the amount of time they're taking.
Okay.
I don't necessarily mean that in overall thought or whatever is going in to, or the strategy.
Yeah, because I mean, listen, I deposit Tan into the jungles that Rui exists in, and the animals scatter. Like, I mean, it's
yes, no, I agree.
They're both
I'm just
alpha
kind of
predator
making a
apex,
comment
you know.
that Ton will sit there for 40, 30 seconds and then make his crazy play.
Right.
Whereas Royal just, it's like the insight comes, the snap of whatever from the Malcolm Gladwell blink, and he's boom, 3 seconds and he makes it.
And I'll tell you,
you don't see Ton do that very fast as often.
As tough as we know it is to play against Tan Xuan, it's almost even more discombobulating to have the action come in as briskly as Rui delivers it.
It is more discombobulating. As somebody who plays, when a guy just like regularly makes decisions like that, it's a little off-putting.
Yeah.
I'm just being honest. If a guy's just, capable of doing crazy things and whatever, just really quick, it's very discombobulating.
Well, Jack-Eye flush draw, bet and take it for Xuan after 3 players took the flop for 10K ahead.
But well noted, Ali. What I meant to say was in no way a slight at Roy.
No,
I was really just noting
nor did I think that.
Not how they played or the quality of the play, more just the time that they take normally to make actions.
Yeah.
Given that they both do crazy things,
it's
interesting because they're very different in the time they take. Ton takes his time, thinks whatever through, or at least he's pretending to think whatever through, and then does it. Whereas Roy, it's almost part of his cadence, like makes the decision quickly.
Yeah. And it's funny because we use the term crazy, and there won't be anything crazy about this open with ace-jack for Elton, as though it's somehow a detriment to these guys. But in terms of the style that they play and the variance that they're comfortable embracing, it's very much a part of a winning formula for them, right? These guys are not dudes that have just been punting year after year after year. These guys are winning poker players.
Oh, yeah. Actually, I think if I'm going to comment on it, obviously I've been in the streets, this and that. I think when some guy, and he's capable of crazy stuff, but he's there, he takes a long time like Ton. He takes 45 seconds, does something, putting money in the pot. During that time, your opponent has had 45 seconds to also think, okay, if he does this here, what's that going to mean? What am I going to do? Trying to get reads, whatever. Even if, let's say, there's no read getting, it's like your opponent's had all that time to think themselves.
Right.
That's why it's discombobulating if your opponent just makes these decisions in 5 seconds. You haven't really had time to think through what you're going to do. And I think almost it can lead to Roy sometimes getting reads off of people because now he gets to really, his opponent didn't have time to prepare like maybe they would with Ton.
Sure.
So, he's getting the legitimate amount of time your opponent needs now that you've just done some kind of aggressive action.
Well,
anyway.
Slightly aggressive is this 51,000 out of Elton on the river, bringing you up to speed. Sang raised it up to 12,000 pre-ST, defended. 4-5-7 board, and we know at a minimum ST's got 1 pair of 4s. It went check on the turn. ST check called an 18K bet after Elton connected with the jack for top pair, top kicker, and he remains with that kit exactly after this 10 rolled off, and he is now awaiting the decision from ST.
We can see he has a 4. Just trying to think what his other card must be with it. Maybe 4-6 suited.
No payday. No revelation either.
No.
Was there? So I would imagine he didn't have better than 4s. Or he'd have been in there.
No, I doubt it.
Yeah.
But yeah, playing poker, I just to kind of finalize that idea, I do think if you play very quickly, it's more likely you can throw your opponents off, and then maybe capture some kind of tells in how long they're taking to make decisions.
Sure.
Right? Because if someone's sitting and watching and waiting and they have a minute until you do something, that's a lot of time for them to prepare kind of mentally for
Sure.
what's coming. Whereas the way Roy does it, it's so fast, I do think it can throw somebody off. And even if they don't visibly show that they're thrown off, just the amount of time they take can sometimes give timing tells,
Yeah.
I think. But
Tan involved in this one, absent Rui. He was the raiser to 12K pre. Andy came along as a flat caller with this ace-king concealed. Tan, top pair, chose not to c-bet, so his hand is under-revved. And now he's picked up the hard draw as Andy check back and picks up a wheel draw.
yeah, this seems like a nice spot to go ahead and start value betting. After check, check, we have to think a queen is good most of the time. Also having hearts, so you have top pair and a good flush draw. You know, ace-x hands come along. We want to charge them because they picked up a wheel gutter.
Andy does call the 15K, but does not improve. And let's see how much value Tan wants to get after with 66 in the middle.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see anything from a block bet, such as like 5 to 10K, up to, he could even go like 2/3 pot. So I am curious to see what size he picks. You know, I don't think it'll be more than 50.
42.
So yeah, he went with the on the bigger side. That was about 2/3.
Job done. Yes, Andy. Not going to get curious like he did with the 2 jacks against Elton. Granted, different situation.
打多了，打多了，啊，打多了，打多了。S 啊，你 S 啊，你。
Tan just has this air of mischief about him when he's out there on the felt. I don't know how better to describe it. There's this, I took mythology when I was in high school, and I remember the Scandinavian god of mischief, Loki. And it's just like the image that I have in my head when Tan is out there, that he's just, he wants to stir the pot. You know what I mean? Figuratively. Andy waking up with 2 kings and thinking it's a good spot. Little does he know it, but disaster lurks around the corner. Henrik, pocket aces, a spoonful of medicine, 3-betting to 35,000, and then Rui Cow suddenly decides to step in something less than fragrant. Four bets to 65,000. Salivary glands activating. But this juicy piece of fruit that Andy Nee thinks he's about to bite into is little more than a poison apple. There's the jam. 451,000. Heckling. Gonna do his best to make it seem as though there's some sort of deliberation in the interests of perhaps luring Rui Cow into the proceedings. But at the end of the day, calling off this all-in will always narrow his range.
Oh, certainly. Yeah, but you don't want Roy to know that Hecklin has aces or kings, or maybe he has like queens or ace-king or something. There's a difference and can matter to a few of Roy's hands, but not the ace-10 suited.
It's for sure a running play, so okay.
All right, so Rui predictably out of the way, and all of a sudden a $735,000 pot emerges. Prior to the hands being revealed, it would seem that Andy has negotiated to run it twice, and it doesn't matter how many times you run it with 2 kings, you're always in a bad way. Credit to Andy for being able to wear a smile as he reaches for a mug and a swig of whatever is going to help him feel better about things. Ace in the window. Clubs, though. Monotone board texture. And danger lurking.
And that was the last ace. Because the ace of hearts was folded, ace 10, so...
Hecklin wants to ice it with a board pair. Instead, the 6 of hearts comes off, and Andy continues to draw live to a club. Can he find one? Yes! Kings snap the aces on the first run out. And
wow, without hitting a king also.
all
so
of the
odds probably went up a little bit.
All of the elation being exchanged between Tan and Andy is met by quite the opposite emotion for Henrik Hecklin, who we don't have a shot of, but I would imagine is praying to hold on here. Clean flop.
Oh my goodness.
Clean turn, but all of a sudden the chop is available.
Chop only gets him a quarter. He gets quartered. Okay, no chop. Sorry, no chop on the second run out.
Yeah.
Because that would be dirty. You get a quarter there with aces.
Do you have any sort of feelings on whether or not running it twice should be negotiated prior to or after hands being shown? Does it matter at all to you?
I don't think that really matters, no.
Okay.
What I do think matters is in the kind of weird situation where, let's say it's like a three-way all-in, and two guys are much deeper, or so whatever. It doesn't matter who's deeper. It's a three-way all-in, and one of the guys says, I'm only going once. And then, I don't know if you've seen this, but then the other two people say, well, hey, if one of us wins, why don't we go more times? That, it's not like the equity is preserved. Do you know what I'm saying?
Okay, I know the situation that you're talking about, but I've always felt like, for example, if I'm the covered guy, like first board is what I'm playing for, right? And then the side pot, whatever you guys have going on, you can work that out amongst yourselves.
So what I mean is you have a multi-way hand where one of the people at least says they're only running it once.
Right.
And then some of the other people look at each other and agree that if they win the first run
not
out,
a side pot necessarily.
they then will run it multiple
that you're focusing
times.
on, right?
And the reason why is because the first pot that was ran is a multi-way pot, but then you've now, if one of the two players that agree to run it multiple times wins, now they run it in a heads-up or just a pot that doesn't include that other hand.
Right.
So the equities actually change.
Right.
And in that situation, you should definitely never look at the hands first, because if you were really sharp, you could probably figure it out on the fly.
Sure.
But in the regular situation, it doesn't matter. The one where it's like everyone's on and we're all either running it once or twice.
Well, we're going to be running it for 80,000, courtesy of Andy Nee now. Looking down at ace-jack suited from the straddle. Note that this was made 10,000 by Victor pre-flop. Henrik chose to flat 2 tens. Rui did the same with king-queen off. And now all of a sudden, we await the Dane's orders.
80 is pretty big.
Oh, but he's going to stuff it over the top of that. So king-queen quickly finds the exits. And Andy is thinking, are we going to go again? Yes. Yes, we are. This is a $750,000 pot, Rast, pre-flop, with ace-jack suited and 2 tens.
Oh, yeah, it is. And there were some interesting decisions made pre-flop in order to get it there. Andy's very large squeeze to 80K, which is 20 straddles. And then Henrik, by the way, had a decision there as to whether or not to flat or to jam if he wanted to play, which is very reasonable to play.
Here he is, having flopped a set of tens against a single ace, but now it's that jack dangler that becomes relevant. As the gut shot acquired by Andy, not completed, however, and the first board is complete. So this time, Hecklin secures half at a minimum, looking to scoop.
We got out with removing an ace.
Yeah, but the jack shows up on the second board now, so it seems these two are destined to carve things up. Not to get ahead of ourselves, though. 1 spade out there. And now 2, right on cue.
Yeah, I mean, Andy could have, Hecklin could have just flatted and basically decided to mostly keep on putting the rest of the money in as long as an ace doesn't come.
You know, I set that one up as though Hecklin's 10s were good, but it was the jack that was always ahead, and given that the 10 of spades was the only available 10, Hecklin actually drew dead on that second board, so apologies. I'm just always so want to create drama. Probably not good for relationships, is it?
I don't think so.
I love the kindness with which you said you don't think so, but I'm fairly sure that you've got a greater deal of conviction about that particular opinion.
You know, Ali, in these type of spots, I find it's nice to speak euphemistically. Okay? Gotta...
You're a good friend, Rast.
Yeah, we don't know to always be literal, precise.
Ace deuce, button limp here from Elton. Ton accepts the invitation. Andy does as well. And then all of a sudden Victor says, hang on, guys. We got a cover charge. And it's 30K.
There's a bunch of bad hands that he's attacking here.
And we don't know with what he is attacking. Beyond the 10 of hearts.
Yeah, it's hard to say. Like ace 10, maybe?
Well, we'll never know. Only one card scanned, only one card shown. So Malinowski takes a nibble.
Ton in position's gonna peel one here. The 9-6 of clubs, and Andy's certainly gonna come along. Nobody in this pot has a card 10 or higher.
Ace 10, 9. Bottom pair for Ton, the best of what's around. Rui not interested in a follow-through, having been called in 2 spots and staring at napkins. Round of knuckles. Still no betting thus far.
I do wonder if Roy's going to bluff the river. I kind of think maybe he will. I'm just getting that feeling. He's just going to rifle it off quickly. Yep. 5 high.
Had a hunch. No showdown value.
Got to find some bluffs here, and this seems like a pretty good candidate to do it with, and it's going to work.
Victor tries to slide in with the queen 9. Rui says 4 won't cut it, so 16 paid. Into the flop we go. 8's still in front despite the 2 overs. Couple of quick checks. Deuce on the turn. Nine on the end. Looks innocent enough, but it's the card that actually puts Rui in second now. He didn't bet it in position on flop or turn, and that leaves Victor thinking maybe value is available? Or is this mergy?
I mean, look, he bet 12 into 39, well under third pot.
Set the price?
It's definitely value.
Okay.
Right? We just got it checked on the flop and turn, yeah. You know, he's definitely hoping he doesn't get raised, but, you know, he gets called a lot and wins.
You know, it's interesting. Rui just snap-clicked call there, but the point that you make about he's hoping he doesn't get raised, sometimes we come with something that milky, and the characters like Rui will just sniff that out and, you know, all of a sudden make it 40-something, turning his eights into a bluff perhaps, and, you know, trying to figure out how proud you are of your hand.
Yeah, I mean, seems like it. I'm trying to decide. I mean, the thing is that eights can beat a 7 there. And maybe my opponent's betting 30% on the river with a 7. That said, it's kind of close enough that it might be a cool thing to some real small percent of the time. You just raise huge with 2 8s. And I don't mean to 40. I mean to like 120. And the idea is just like I'm repping a straight. And I have 2 8s and it blocks it. And you don't do it like every time you have 2 8s, you know what I mean? But like, let's say even if you wanted to randomize it, you do it like 10% of the time or something, and just bomb the river with 2 8s there. Seems like a pretty good play to me.
Jack-Jack tray board here as Queen-9 suited for Hecklin. Made it 12 to skate. ST the lone customer, now facing a c-bet of 8. And ST wants to peel here. Picks up a gutter, as does Henrik, who retains the best hand. Hecklin, second barrel of 12,000. ST still making the call, and I'm not altogether certain it's just to find a queen on the end as both players find a 9. King kicker plays. And let's see whether or not Henrik has a third barrel in him. Showdown value makes it seem like there's no point.
Yeah, I was very curious how the river was going to play off on cards where no one improves. This is not that interesting a card because they're just going to show down and chop the pot, whether there's a small bet or not. Yeah, there's no small bet, not surprisingly.
I should have a king.
Carve it up.
Yeah, the 9 was one of the least interesting cards that could have came for
but the peel
poker
on
watching.
On flop and turn by ST, obviously he's in there.
Yeah. Flop especially.
Yeah.
The bets were kind of small. Oh.
Nothing small about aces.
Ton's ready to go. Quickly sending video message of the clip where he's puts in 100,000 pre-flop with Jack 3 suited to everyone in WhatsApp. Like,
right.
Hey guys, you remember this hand?
I'm that guy. Come and get it. Andy coming in for the 12. Henrik as well. Elton will close it for another 8K. Offsuit connector. Gonna play a one-man stand-up game here is Tsang. Flops himself the gut shot straight draw. It's about, well, no, ace-3 suited, backdoor clubs, and a wheel gutter for Andy. Could prove problematic down the line. 56,000 out there. Ace of spades very relevant for Tom. In comes the C-bet, 20,000.
For that size, I suspect both Andy and Elton come along. Elton gets to close the action, drawing to the stone nuts with a 6. Getting almost 5 to 1.
20.
So
Ace on the turn, and this is a problem for Andy as Tom makes top set, having cleared the field of Henrik.
yeah, he's going to be inclined to think that a pair of aces might be good. And
Andy, that is?
yes, and he actually only has a deuce to win. So Ton getting called in 2 places with all these draws.
Size up?
Really has to want to bet again here. Yeah, and in general, betting big on a board like this, as you bet, you polarize your range again, makes sense. And yeah, Ton goes for a pretty big size. It looks
93.
Like a little over 80%. And this call I cannot fault Andy for making. Seems quite reasonable. It's actually even like you'd rather have ace-3 here than like ace-8, you know, because the added gutter equity.
Oh, no. The 3 on the river, as Andy already called this 92,000, now maybe left thinking aces up could be a winner. Granted, 4-liner on board, any deuce X makes the wheel, and the spades have arrived.
Deuce X not a huge consideration, just neither player has a lot of deuce X, given that it was raised call. The spade is a much bigger problem. Ton is blocking nut spades, which is very important, as ace X spades are the hands that Andy can most have and want to call the turn when Ton bets so big.
Well, from betting so big to not betting at all, Rast, Ton has checked the end.
Yeah, which it's interesting decision as to whether or not he can bet for value or check. I do wonder if maybe he thinks he can get some information out of Andy's bet sizing on the river when check 2. Maybe he wonders if Andy doesn't call enough when Ton has the best hand. I mean, it seems kind of reasonable, right? Like, if Andy had a set.
By the way, Andy did check it back, so
yeah.
A lot of meat left on that bone, I would imagine.
I don't know. Like, if Andy has a set, right, he's probably raising the turn or the flop. Right, so like, what are we really, like, the flush got there, the open-ended straight got there. If somehow Andy has a deuce, like ace deuce, it's beating me. It is a really dicey spot to bet the river, even though you're blocking nut spades. But I don't know, it's seems like a reasonable check to me by Ton.
And it seems like 2 players might find themselves into a 7-figure W in short order. Elton already there, Ton on his heels, as the 2 have been jockeying toward the top of this leaderboard. Malinowski continues to languish, and now Andy Nees suddenly A big red candle. 640K. Stuck.
很想就是很像买黑桃一样的哦。
想像，但是去了好多黑桃，我手上有一个黑桃。
啊，对。
那里还丢了个黑桃吗？去了2个了。
对。
有可能10转投机，不一定对的。
投就那个牌我还要。
因为你有10的话，你也可能会扣一下，说不准。
Rui opens to 10,000.
会啊，你有 A 的打得这么重，我还扣出啊！我一般早就飞掉了。
10-9 offsuit, the responsible holding.
我没有谁的选。对啊，我那天那把还有点怕了，真的。
Tan. A7. Climbs aboard. And flops top pair up against the gut shot straight draw. And I don't think I need to point out what card in the deck would be explosive. A big, beautiful 7 would give Tan aces up, and
Don't
Rui
think you do.
the 10 high straight. Check call of 10K. Oh my goodness. I promise you, I don't know these things are going to happen. We're watching this live, we're commentating on it live, and somehow a made-for-TV movie breaks out here, courtesy of the 7 of Hearts. Second check from Tan, thinking this is a great card for him, and yet here he is, facing the second barrel of 28,000 from the nuts.
Yeah, and now the check call on the flop where Tan is like, maybe I have the best hand, maybe I don't, just call. But now on the turn, you can feel a lot more confident with aces up, but he doesn't have the best hand. So now, let's see the river. I think if Roy Cal bets small enough, Tan probably check raises him, but I don't think Roy Cal's going to bet small.
75,000, and Tan just flats. Never got himself in trouble, Rast, and I'm a little bit surprised. Maybe on the turn, Tan announces himself with a check raise.
Yeah.
Aces up.
Tan also snapped the river. Would have called a bigger bet than that.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, you know, 75% is pretty meaty, 75K, but Tan would have called.
I mean, it was big enough to take the river check raise off the table.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, in fact, Roy probably got around the least he could have got on the river. If he bet bigger, up to who knows, up to somewhere around 140, Tan's probably always calling. And if he bet a lot smaller, like let's say he bet 30K, Tan probably check raises it. Probably folds to a re-raise, but.
Malinowski decides to limp with 2 jacks under the gun. Nobody calls, and now he squares off against the straddle of Andy Nee, which turns into an open-ender as Victor makes top set. And Nee is going to lead into him here for 10.
So Nee led as the straddle. This is interesting because this isn't really a board that's better for Nee. It's definitely a board that's better for Victor opening kind of an early position. All right, we got 3 big cards that are connected, and Victor's going to have a pretty tight range that has a lot of hands that hit that, and none of the junk that doesn't hit this very much.
So perhaps some flawed storytelling. Andy does check in the face of this king turn, which means any queen makes the straight. And that makes 8x a far less exciting proposition. So Andy does fold, and again Victor finds himself hauling in the modest ones.
Yeah. Most definitely, although that particular pot couldn't have done a lot better.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that it's through any fault of his own, but just one of those things that, you know, are a quotient of all that goes into a bad session. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Things just can't seem to go right for him, even when he's winning a pot.
6 of clubs, Louis.
德国只能深层把它只反出去。
Peter，你幾時出山啊？想打牌啊！
10K to skate as Cow takes it uncontested.
Hard to complain about raise it and take it. There's 12K out there. Right?
That's so absurd. There's $12,000 in just dead money.
Yeah.
Every hand. Small and big blind of 1 and 2K, 4 straddle of 4,000, and then that oh so juicy 5K big blind Annie.
难丢了，我也不丢，我都不丢。
Jacks resurfacing this time for ST. Makes it 11 to go. Elton setting sail with the 4s. Henrik joined the party with 9-10. Finds himself a gut shot. 2 jacks are busy, of course. ST not necessarily in love with these 2 overs.
I mean, surely we're not going to see an offsuit jack this time. It would be quite an action card.
Well, 7 isn't a terrible development for Hecklin, as he can go the other direction. Now, hunting a 6 after all 3 players checked flop. Still no betting. Now a pair of 10s. The improvements for Hecklin. Front door flush arrives.
I 看赢的机会很小了。等我一下1对8。
check.
Check. One pair, right?
10.
Wow. 2 pair.
So no post-flop action, as the full shutdown leaves ST happy to claim that one.
你明白了吗？我明白了。为什么每次都是你先做呢？
Rast, are you crashing on that coffee a little bit?
I am, man. I'm gonna.
You need a re-up?
I am. Yes.
You need a little coffee?
I think we're gonna have a break in a little bit, and I'm gonna grab coffee part 2. Energy is getting a little low.
You sound a little seductive, if I'm being honest. I mean,
these guys' rich monotone voices are drawing me in. I'm imagining all the amazing things they're saying that I can't understand.
You remember those old 976 phone numbers? It would be like 2 a.m., you're up sleepless watching TV, and like a bunch of hot women are on the commercial, and they're like making it seem if you call this number for like $10 a minute, they're going to pick up. Oh, man. Did something just happen in that last pot? Because I confess I was in La La Land.
No, man, I don't remember that, but I'm living vicariously through your memories now.
Stop, Rast. You remember that. Get out of here.
976, bro, you know the area code?
It's not an area code. It was like this prefix where if you dialed it, then every one of those numbers collected per minute fees from you. You know, I mean, that's how I built my bankroll. No, I'm kidding.
What I do remember is, like the back in the day thinking, wow, how many dollars per minute? Sounds like a good gig.
Oh, yeah.
This was back when the dollar was a little bit stronger. So every year it's a little weaker.
Well, not weak. Not the strongest, but good enough to open with is the ace-10 offsuit, Deems Tan. Pocket fours. Once more. Hunt to set, this time for Henrik. Ace-Jack. Rui with the medicine. Coming along as well. $45,000 pot. 2 diamonds, 2 5s, and a queen. Fours. Still in the lead. Little 15K follow through. Job done for Tan.
The worst hand wins.
You remember the first time you ever played live poker, Rast?
No.
No longer have a recollection.
No.
In the casino, not just like with friends or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of remember around where I was, but I don't have any specific memories.
Do you know what casino it was in?
I'm also not certain of that. I know it was like one of 2 casinos, but I don't remember which one exactly.
Which 2?
It was either Barona in San Diego, or it was like the shoot. There was like a little casino that only had limit games up by Stanford. I can't remember which one. It's not Bay 101. Like, so it's
Garden
like
City?
Green Garden City.
There it
That's
is.
right. Yeah. I think it was one of those 2, and I don't remember which one.
Jack 6 suited here for Malinowski. I ask because
I want to say I think it was Garden City. I think.
Yeah, San Jose area.
Yeah.
In California.
I think the first time I went to a casino, I was still at Stanford, and I didn't go to Barona until I went back, but I'm not certain about that. That summer.
ST
Do
taking
you
that one
remember?
down. Yeah. There's a little card room called Casino San Pablo up in Northern California.
Not Pablo.
Not Pablo. not Casino Escobar. It was a $2, $4 limit stud high game.
Okay.
That I was playing in, and it's 2 years before I was legal, I think, maybe a year and a half. I wasn't 21 yet, but, you know, they kind of had that security desk as you first walked in, and if you looked too young or unfamiliar to them, then they would stop you. But otherwise, you know, you just kind of take your shot. And once I started going often enough, then it wasn't a biggie. And, yeah, I was a little $2, $4 stud high grinder.
Yeah, it was limit hold'em. That was.
Yeah, I transitioned a little bit later on, but that means something different today.
Yes, it does.
Recal, 10,000 to go with 10-8. Tan wagging his finger with Queen Mystery card, irrelevant, as Cal can't take the heat with that particular holding. You getting nostalgic at all about being in Jeju, Rast? As you look out at the surroundings?
If I'm being honest, not really.
No.
I do miss the weird little like Black Mirror Jeju Shinhwa world like cartoon intro. I was like straight out of an episode of Black Mirror, but no, it's all right.
I realize that
nostalgic.
I've just sort of let the cat out the bag that the two of us are hanging in Vegas right now, where we both live, and actually broadcasting this from South Korea by way of the U.S. I don't think it detracts in any way, shape, or form, though.
What I am nostalgic of from that trip is the stop in and out through Seoul, staying at the Four Seasons.
Yes, the spa there. Quite a popular one. Queen 7-8 might not be so popular, though. Andy Nee, just the gut shot, would seem to be the hand that interacts most nicely, although TBD, considering that Victor was the pre-flop raiser and is c-betting.
都是这样吗？
Yeah, for those that don't know, the last time that the Triton Super High Roller Series was in Jeju was earlier this year during the cooler months. And it was off-season for the theme park that's connected to the multiple hotel complex.
Yeah.
And it very much was strange because the music would still come on, you know, and it was almost like the Possessed Doll soundtrack kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then there was no kids.
Chucky.
But, you know, it was a little Chucky-ish and dystopian, like you said, Black Mirror. I thought a portal was going to open up to another dimension. Where all the kids had vanished too.
I think the poker players were hyped for Jeju because they were like breaking all the records and 100 something person 100K.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
like the biggest 25K or biggest tournaments ever for Triton. And yeah, like the fields were hype.
I mean, listen,
but you know, in terms of place, like for me, out of all the Triton stops I've gone to, the one that I liked the most was the place in that we just the last
Montenegro?
one. Yeah. That place was dope. Yeah.
We'll be back there. No question about it.
The fields were a little smaller and maybe tougher, but the locale was great.
Yeah,
And
time
I'm
of year.
commentating, so you know I'm mostly all about the locale.
Okay, friend.
Victor, pocket fives, trying to evict Tan, does so successfully. I mean, one of the wonderful elements of the Triton Super High Roller Series, which has its roots in the Far East without question, in terms of the beginnings of the tour, Manila, Macau, is the ability to travel the world, see many different places, which I think is important in terms of diversifying, you know, balancing life for these guys who are kind of on the road. Sure, you can look at it as inconvenient, but, you know, a lot of players will often bring their wives, husbands, girlfriends, boyfriends out with them. And
yeah, it's a host of different places. I mean, I haven't been doing this straight, right? Like I did, maybe it was 2022, and then I took 23 off, and now I've been doing 24. And it's like, I think I've only been to one repeat place, Cyprus. I think I went to Cyprus twice, but otherwise it's only been different places.
North
And
Cyprus is great as well,
yeah.
the Merit Complex.
No, I enjoy that. I mean, I like the Cyprus place.
Yeah.
But like the next place we're going is another place I've never been to, Monaco.
Oh,
like I mean,
yeah.
I've been to Monaco, but I just mean for Triton.
Right. Been there
Yeah.
probably for an EPT or something like that. But Sporting Monte Carlo going to be playing host to the Triton Super High Roller Series, November 1st through the 14th. Those potentially interested in joining us, don't hesitate to reach out to the Triton Super High Roller Series, as once upon a time one Ferdinand Putra did, and now regularly frequents the tour.
Yeah, no, actually, I think I've been to Monaco twice, never for an EPT. I think once when I was going around Europe for like almost 2 months in
Drug trafficking?
in college.
Oh.
No, like playing a little internet poker, checking things. That was the summer with the Greek Olympics. I stopped through there briefly on the trains. But the other time, and this is the interesting one, I went over with Durr.
Okay, Tom
This
Dwan.
was forever ago. Like, this is like 20 years ago. And maybe not, but like 18 years ago or 19 years or something. And we heard there was going to be a game. It was like during the Grand Prix.
On a
So we
boat.
just showed up. And like, I guess Guy had some huge game, and we both got to play, but not at the same time, one of the days.
Wow, just from showing up.
Yeah. And so
That was ambitious.
it was kind of ambitious, actually.
Guy Laliberte, of course, the founder of Cirque du Soleil.
I remember, this was so long ago, but that's what I think happened.
Guy in question. You know, if Guy was still playing poker, I'm not sure he is. He would make a wonderful fit to Triton. I think he may have hung up his cleats, though, as we see.
Gotten into DJing. I don't know if he's still doing it, but he
Oh, wow.
was.
I could see it.
Yeah.
He's a talented guy, creative guy.
I mean, I'm sure he knows how to throw a good party. That I would bet.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, on the topic of creative, obviously Tan Xuan well capable of having something other than king jack suited with which to open pots, as both parties do check the 9-9-10 flop, in spite of the fact that Tan had 2 overs and the gut shot he did not follow through. And so now ST's 5s checking once more, and this time facing a barrel of 15,000 after Tan connects with the king. Oh my. ST
Bang.
check calls and smacks 5s full on the river. Granted, diamonds have gotten there, and we've seen Tan really be tidy in these spots. You wonder, with 2 9s on board, diamonds getting there, whether he has value on his mind.
It was an ambitious check call on the turn.
10皮。
你打一下嘛，1对1对，1对5，1对5。
You know, these are wins in my book, Rast. If I can get away with just a 15K
不敢了，不敢了，兄弟。
post-flop barrel on the only street on which I had the best hand, and then escape any further discomfort, yeah, chalk that up as a W.
有这肯定不能否的吧？你要牌的时候跳。
都是这样，没牌死命锤。
好不容易中了一个3条，一共赢了几个毛。对啊，然后对子们也不是我的对子，哎，整个人上头了。你去管他的对子干嘛？跟你有什么关系？你收钱或者输钱就好了。对呀，我看我能拿到拿不到。你拿到了没有了？你拿到了没用啊。
Ace King suited here, being played as a little Limpsky from Rui Kao, who's looking to set a trap, and this is well timed as ST understandably wants to play for more with Ace Jack off and makes it 20 to go.
Elton, if this was just one of them raising 20, he's definitely defending, but he's even going to do it with Roy behind him, and this couldn't have worked out better for Roy Kao. He's ready to limply raise here to like 100 dimes or something like that. I mean, these guys are all deep, so he's not going to go less than 100, I think.
And here it is, 90,000. Elton, by the way, caught in the crossfire after calling with the 10-9 off.
Yeah, and this was one of the arguments for Elton maybe letting it go there. Is if it was just folded to ST and ST, you know, goes 5x to 20K, yeah, you call with 10-9, but it's like some of the time when Roy Limpery raises, you kind of just have to let your hand go and you just torch the 20K, and I think it's enough to make it so you probably just let it go.
$220,000 4-bet from ST as something seems off about the line from Rui Kao. And of course, as we can see, this is the genuine article.
The last time both these guys got into a raising where they had aces. Now neither one of them has a pair, and I don't think Roy's going to fold. So the question is, yeah.
Oh, 这么多 AKK 了你们。
And that is about as demoralizing a sound as you could hope to hear if you're ST Wang. I mean, you've just bluffed 220 into there, and once Rui jams, over $1 million.
Yeah, you're done with that.
It's just a gross spot. This is dead hand walking right now.
It sucks, but it's not that gross. Ace Jack off, it's just kind of an easy fold.
Listen, I'm not looking at it from the standpoint of bad beat.
Oh.
I'm looking at it from the standpoint of 220,000 smackers are getting past one seat to your right.
Yeah, they're just gone. SD was kind of digging his way out there, but he just slipped back in quite a bit.
Yeah, put a foot wrong there. Sometimes you get caught feeling yourself a little bit when you're out there, Rast. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
In fact, that's the thought that I had, not so much you know, prior to the 220 coming in from ST, when Elton flatted with the 10-9, he's having a great day. Everything's going his way. You know, he doesn't need to be in there with that hand for 20, you know, but there he was. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's not the player I want to focus on. It's the 220 from ST, where I think, you know, he got ahead of his skis a little bit in that spot. Now, granted, it is Rui. Sometimes don't want to be results-oriented. That ace-jack gets through. But
yeah, and it's a reasonable hand to do it with. I mean, it depends on a number of kind of guesses you're going to make about what kind of hand your opponent's going to re-raise with and what they might call with. But it's definitely a hand that's pretty good. When you're called, you're going to have equity. You're in position. You might even be dominating them. And a lot of the times when your hand's buried, they just 5-bet you or whatever, and you're done. Like ace, king, kings, aces.
Field done here as Malinowski follows through on his 10K pre-flop raise, courtesy of the Broadway gutter for 12,000, and takes it down yet again. Don't want to harp on it. Winning the relatively small ones. And whether you're into small pots, big pots, tournaments, whatever your little heart desires, head on over to QQ Poker. A new player gets themselves a $50 Triton reward tournament ticket, and all you got to do is deposit $30 and get access to 30 grand guaranteed. That's QQ Poker. Our partners over there branching out globally now and ready to welcome experience levels of all types with their easy-to-use interface and wide range of games. They've got you covered. Sign up today at QQ Poker. Ace king for Rui, makes it 10 to go. Tan Xuan, the only customer, dominated, and now the joint for Rui Cao. Just 10s in the open ender for Tan, who checks and faces another 10 dimes. He'll peel. On the hunt for a 9 or an ace. The 9, of course, would be no good, and that is exactly the card that rolls off. 47,000 in there. And a very face-up sort of affair with the 4-liner on board. Second check from Tan, and now Rui delivers 45,000.
Yeah, the question is how expensive is this going to be for Tan? I mean, my guess is he just calls here and ends up kind of just calling river. I mean, the problem, Rui being the one that opened, Tan flatting OOP, he can have ace-king, but Rui has ace-king way more than him. And it's not going to help no board pair. Rui's probably going to bet big. And Tan just call. Yeah.
175,000 on the end here.
It's a sizable overbet.
Yeah. From 10 to 40 to 175, that's the progression post-flop. And you see Tan just sick about it. Best case scenario we were thinking in our heads here is a chop. Do we think that we're ever just a clean winner?
Yeah, I think Roy can have ace-king, can have some king-x, and can have bluffs. So we could be chopping, we could win, but he's going to have ace-king a lot when he bets this. And I don't think he's going to have very many bluffs.
分6万，你要不要命？你真的是大家好朋友一场，你搞得，你想要我给你，我不分了，请你
Wow.
Fantastic lay down.
Dude, Tan is playing good today, man. That was a pretty sick fold, and he was right. And he's just had a number of other pots where he just gets max value or loses the least. I mean, that's what's playing good poker. Getting max value when you have the best hand, losing the least when you don't, and sometimes bluffing when you don't.
Yeah.
And I mean, Tan's kind of hitting all those chords.
Yeah. Healthy triumvirate.
AK
Stone had Rui on the joint. And by the way, a little bit harder to do against somebody like Rui Kao Rast, considering, you know, he'll play all parts, not unlike Tan himself.
Yeah.
Queen Jack here for Hecklin. Table for two. Ace King 5, advantage Victor. Broadway gut shot, the development for Hecklin.
And Hecklin is coming out the gate with a large bet, or slightly over pot, right away. Now this is a spot where he's immediately polarizing his range as the person who basically has aces, kings, and ace king, and his opponent never has those hands.
Well, Malinowski does check call that 35,000. Here we are, pair of jacks now for Hecklin. Second check in front of us.
He might go ahead and keep betting. I mean, this hand just gives him more equity versus hands like what Victor has. Now, instead of just a 10, he has a queen and a jack. So I'm curious to see if he fires another barrel here. I think versus a flop slight overbet, the jack has like almost zero showdown.
Trip aces now for Malinowski.
Now Malinowski's debating whether to value bet this hand himself. And if so, does he block? Does he go bigger? Yeah, he's coming with a block. Henrik has to ask himself, how often can he be beating a hand Victor has? Check calls, big flop. Like, does he have a 5? If he does have a 5, is he going to take this line on the river?
So that little 10K does manage to eke out value from the Queen Jack. And Hecklin sustaining a little wound. Malinowski continues to trend in the right direction, but still plenty of work for him to do. Seems like break time is upon us as Luca comes forward with the racks and a lot of ankle cleavage, if I'm being honest. Here's a look at the chip counts. Malinowski now 800 plus in the red, Andy 700 plus. Those the two big L's being hung around the necks for the time being. Almost $1 million in the black is Elton. Rast and I will return for continuing coverage here from the Landing Casino at Jeju Shinhwa World after about 15 minutes. Stay close, frame 4, right around the corner.
You been at the gym? You got those sore muscles? You got to get a new pillow when you're sleeping at night? I mean.
Probably the latter would be more
Yeah.
responsible for my tension, you know, that and day trading. Meanwhile, QQ Poker, mystery hand time here. We're going to black out ST's holding, which has raised it to 18,000 here. Picks up Andy Nee's Queen Jack off suit for the ride.
It's a big open raise, 18K.
It's out of the big blind versus the straddle.
Okay. Yes, never mind. That's the out of position stuff. So,
by the way, Andy checking back top pair on this Queen 9-4 board.
now, if ST can beat top pair, I feel like at this point we would have seen him bet turn to bet river if he was able to beat a hand like Queen Jack. Unless, I mean, he's going for a check raise. But if it's check call here, Andy's got to feel very good about Queen Jack. I mean, having checked back the flop and just getting check called here on the turn. Queen Jack is effectively the nuts at this point.
Oh, and an interesting and unanticipated line here out of ST as he goes check, check, raise.
Yeah, what are hands that make sense for this? I mean, for value, maybe aces, right? Maybe a hand like ace-queen, maybe some like draws of different kinds.
Well, I wonder whether or not that 10 of spades completes some of the draws that you have in mind there, which are obviously blocked by Andy's jack of spades. Does he bet the 15,000, call the extra 60, and here we are, 192 in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, Andy has a pretty good bluff catcher at this point, blocking king jack and jack 8, having top pair. I won't be surprised at all if he calls river, although he is basically not going to be beating any value. Yeah, and I mean, he's betting the pot, so I'm not even... I mean, this is a strong line. You know, maybe aces, maybe some kind of like two pair. Obviously, he could have rivered a straight of some kind. I don't think we're really going to see less than like ace-queen for value. It's probably about the weakest hand I think you could see at this point. Big check raise on the turn. Pot size river bet.
$200,000 decision for Andy Nee here.
Could be a hand like Queen 9.
But problematically, Andy does block the queen.
Yeah, exactly. The queen is a pretty good card, as well as the jack blocking the straights that got there. So he has a hand that makes a ton of sense to call the river with as a bluff catcher.
Unblocks hearts.
You know, if ST's bluffing, could be hands like, who knows, like 10-8 a heart, or maybe he doesn't bluff 10-8 though. Try, you know, 5-6 of hearts, 8-5 of hearts.
Yeah, I was thinking King 10 might not bluff either.
Yeah, I think if you have a 10, you're not bluffing here. So let's take those out.
Looks like the call has been made. And let's get a look. Whatever it was better than Queen Jack. And there it is, a set of sevens on the turn for ST. And he did very well to maximize the earn with that.
I mean, it's been a hot minute since I was really playing over in Macau.
Talking about 10 years plus?
A little bit less than that, but it's starting to approach that. I mean, I think I got all my last anything that was over there out in 2017, and I hadn't been playing for a couple years. So,
well, get a look at this. Rui Cao has the red aces. He's open to 10,000, and ST Wang has the black ones. A 3-bet to 35,000 in a very rare sight, which of course harkens back to Kerry Katz against Connor Dryden in the $1 million one drop once upon a time, where somehow the pot was scooped.
你这样第一把就带回来很假了，你不觉得？
Rui now 4-betting to 110,000. ST loving this. Little does he know, same kit awaits him across the way. Now, in position, do we ever look to just flat and bloat this one post? Or do we just look up and salivate at the prospects of taking 110,000 down pre?
I mean, I would guess that ace is mostly 5 bets here, and is pretty much your main hand for 5 betting. They are cutoff dealer, so maybe kings. I don't know, but I think you can call, but I think ace is mostly 5 bets, and you base the rest of whatever you're doing as a 5 bet off of aces.
Well, ST agrees, and now it's Rui's turn to do backflips, as he has heard ST make it 240,000.
Now is the spot as Roy where I think it's more, you know, do I re-raise or just call with aces, right? And I'm curious to see what Roy's going to decide. There's plenty of merit to both plays.
They are incredibly deep, as you pointed out, Rast.
Yeah, this pot is over 200 blinds, where the 4K straddle I'm counting as the big blind, basically.
Six bets. Range is narrowing considerably for both parties at this point.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine Roy wanting to do this with something other than aces, really, for value. The 6th bet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A 了，我操，这还有 A 啊！很强 ，chop chop OK OK。chop chop。No。
None of that. Roy is not interested in in the Connor Drynan Carrie Katz situation.
It seems as though they agreed to chop it.
Yeah, I thought they
in
did.
advance.
哇，你有 AA 啊，这还有 AA 啊！
And now it's official.
I was so happy. Yeah, I'm happy too. Stupid fucking game 啊！AA 打了个7B 出来。哎妈！你们是不是为了节目效果故意
Help us to ensure that we can continue to deliver the finest in streaming poker entertainment to you free of charge. Now then, QQ Poker mystery hand time. We're going to block out Elton's holding as he opens to 12,000. And he's going to run into a couple of hooks here for Andy Nee.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I hate the set. Oh.
Andy's counting out a 3-bet. Looks like 44.
Spot on. As to be expected.
Elton, so it's mystery, so let's kind of parse it. That was a relatively quick call, which leads me to believe that, assuming that's kind of a straight-up one-to-one thing, which I think this early in the hand it probably is more often than not, means he kind of has a hand that's a pretty easy call, don't really need to consider 4-betting.
Not cuspy.
Yeah.
Queen
Okay.
10-7 board here, one overcard to the jacks. Greeting Andy, along with a check from Elton. Nee cobbles together 37,000.
Oh, and a little check raise that looks like.
That it does.
Okay.
90 now, and this is not exactly the kind of check raise that expects to be ditching a wide variety of Andy's holdings.
No, I mean, some hands, you know, 7s, 10s, or queen 10 suited are all hands that might check raise here and kind of like snap call pre.
But for another 53,000, we are able to retain a decent variety of Andy's hands.
Yeah.
Jacks included, apparently, as he reaches out and plunks in the call.
And see, I'm less inclined to say a hand like ace, queen, or kings, right? Because these hands all might 4-bet.
Right.
So
now here we are, an ace on the turn, supposed to be more Andy's card.
yeah, I think so after the check raise. There is a question of, like, would Elton check raise hands like ace jack suited maybe, that, or king jack suited that flat pre? It's unclear, but possible.
So while it is a second overcard to the jacks, Andy now must consider the gut shot Broadway draw for 85,000. Oh, and it looks like he's made his mind up. Oh, well, thought maybe.
No, he's just counting out what he has. I mean, this is a pretty grim spot for jacks. Like, I kind of think it's a fold. I mean, yeah, other than maybe like calling to almost bluff river in some way, like, but I just don't know. We're not really deep enough that like blocking king jack is that big of a deal. Gutter's not a ton of equity. It feels just like you're like a losing play to put in 85K or more here to me. But
he will make the call. In spite of that, another 170 into the middle. This pot has grown to 450,000 and a mouthful of cotton on the river here.
well, I mean, I guess we're really hoping Elton was kind of bluffing and gives up. If he goes ahead and puts us all in here for 202K, I mean, are we calling? That maybe is one of the reasons you call jacks on the turn.
Well, listen, how regularly do we expect Elton to work us into a 450K pot and then step away from the thing on the end? Granted, SPR is sub 0.5 now.
Yeah, not that often, which is why I felt the call was a little loose, but who knows? Okay, yeah, Elton doesn't give up. I mean,
what does this line read like to you? Is this king jack more than?
No, I mean, the hands I said I think are all the most likely ones, like queen 10 suited, 10s or 7s. If I'm going to pick a hand, I'll go with he has 7s.
Okay.
Because that's the hand that doesn't think about 4-betting. There's one more combo of 7s than there is of queen 10 suited. Yeah, I'll pick that Elton's mystery hand is pocket 7s. Well, I mean, if I'm trying to find bluffs at this point, like 8-9 suited or maybe like jack 9 suited. I mean, we're blocking jack 9, but this would be, Elton's capable, but this would be quite the bluff. I'm going to go with Elton has 7s. What do you think?
I like it.
Yeah, if they were a lot deeper, mashing river after check raise bet on the ace with queen 10 suited even would be like slightly annoying, but not for like half pot. Super easy. So Elton could still have that, which check raises flop.
Well, you know, it's interesting, Rast, because earlier in the broadcast you did point out that the coast had been so clear, the sailing so smooth for Andy Nee as he was dictating things. And now all of a sudden we're observing him being put into the blender and being served orders from elsewhere at the table.
Yeah, man. I mean, the kind of the analogy of the hammer and the nail. I mean, life is easy when you're the hammer, but like being the nail is tough. I mean, and there's hands in poker where they're the aggressor, they're the one making you decide if they have it or not, you know, and you're kind of putting a lot of money hoping that they're bluffing. And like those are the spots that are just a lot more tricky to navigate in a lot of ways.
Well, I think that Andy has removed any sort of Queen X from Elton's range, given the follow-through on the turn and now the jam on the end. So the jacks are a little cozier in consideration of that, and he's trying to deduce whether or not an ace-X combo or better lurks across the way, but it's important to be able to deduce what the bluffs are that you're looking to target if you do find the call. I mean, this would be a very ambitious call.
I think so. And I don't know that jacks are really a good kicker to have. Like, yeah, you're blocking King Jack, but like I don't think Elton has King Jack a ton.
He's made the call, and it is pocket sevens, Rast.
7. So I'm 2 for 2 at the mystery hand when I've tried to guess. I just want to let that be known.
Well, it's written right on the paper next to you. I'm just kidding, everyone. Rast doesn't have any sort of intel in these spots. But obviously, you've got a well-sharpened mind across many, many years of cash games. And Elton just cannot seem to put a foot wrong out there. A fourth and final frame of day one of the Triton Poker Series Cash Game Invitational, second edition from Landing Casino in Jeju, Shinhwa World is upon us, and if history is any indication based on Cash Game Invitational number 1 from Montenegro, this is when the fire breaks out. Updated profit and loss tallies here as Ali Nejad, yours truly, alongside Brian Rast, are eager and ready to bring you the final 2 hours of this 1K, 2K, $5,000 big blind ante mandatory straddle no limit hold'em game where Elton Sang has been holding court the bulk of the session. Tan Xuan jockeying with him, currently up $750,000. Rui Cao has spun it up over 400K in the black, but obviously down toward the bottom of the board is where we find some deep red figures that will be undoubtedly looking to make something happen here, even though it's proverbially and even literally, for those that are going to have a seat across multiple days, one big long game. Rast, we've all been there. You want to book the W on the session. It isn't necessarily logical, but it's a thing for poker players.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to start off well, but you know, at the end of the day, it is only the first session. But yeah, some of these guys are going to have holes to climb out of. I mean, Andy Nee is, I think, currently right on the tip of his ledge here. I think minus 700K is right around the most stuck he's been.
And he was in the black a decent amount early.
Yes.
So we're talking about a potential close to $1 million downswing for him.
Yeah, Malinowski, while he is down 800K, he's walked it back a bit because it was almost $1 million.
That it was, and we get things underway with Elton Sang raising it up to 12,000, courtesy of Ace Queen, flopping top pair, top kicker, and working his way ahead of Tan Xuan's pocket eights, which were played as a flat pre-flop along with ST, who has checked it over to Elton.
Elton decides to check here on the flop, which is kind of reasonable. I mean, having an ace, it's nice in the sense that ace queen's the queen with the best kicker. The flip side is you're blocking one of the overcards, so an ace or a king, right, that could counterfeit you if it gets checked through. I mean, you want someone with an ace to catch because you make a better aces You make aces up, top 2 pair.
Tan did peel.
No, Tan bet himself.
Sorry.
In position.
Elton flatted.
Yeah.
Forgive me. Obviously, his decision to barrel was aided by Elton taking the passive line with such a good hand.
Yeah, kind of a merge of like value and protection when Tan bets there when check 2 with his specific hand. Now he checks back, and Elton really with a green light in terms of his hand being the winner here. I mean, it's not 100%, but it's pretty close. And now the question is, you know, what sizing does he want to take? He can go pretty big. He's even beating other Queen X hands like Queen Jack suited, obviously pocket pairs. 7s specifically got there on the river, you know, or maybe a hand like 5-7 suited. But other than that, had the best hand on the turn with the check back and still has it most of the time. So kind of see what sizing he wants to go, but he could go up to the pot.
And 17,000, the number that he comes with, and you see Tan smitten with that.
It's a very small bet, and one I think Tan will likely pay off. I mean, if you're Tan, you could even talk yourself into maybe having the best hand here once in a while.
腰没扎直了。
除了科技股，全都涨了。你打多一点嘛，他妈的，还没价值。
啊？
打18000我就丢了。
从18000就丢了。
打这17000。
为什么呢
You know what's funny about this?
因为昨天晚上。
I almost think Tan called just to be able to see what warranted the cutesy bet, even though he didn't feel great about it, just so he could give Elton an earful about not betting more on the end.
告价钱最后一把多少钱他们替别人买的一些傻逼就是不好的价钱啊，然后转天就容易回到正常的想。一些31号最后1个小时总会是这样。
难打。
经常不是总会，因为有些人也会赌嘛。就是还是他们钱损失。一些傻逼不见的钱，他们选最不合适的，
理解。
然后一下子空，然后他们可以后面再想干什么干什么。
Queen Jack for ST. Work cut out for him here in these final 2 hours. And of course, being dominated pre-flop is not the right recipe with which to expect
someone plays first time,
to be able to claw.
It's way more for him easier to start if it's like only set roll. But if it's like always progressive double, even like I think the VIP maybe
they like it.
There maybe
easy to understand. VIP understand.
No, but like first time is hard to
understand. I think if someone is first time, I think that's could be more acceptable.
3-bet to 40,000 from Henrik's Ace Queen ends matters. Henrik, by the way, didn't get started until the 3rd frame.
Aggressive work again? Well, it's very easy. We play limited. So let's say 8 players, there's 11 squids total. So after 11 hands, whatever happens, the game finishes, right? Okay. And then when you get, obviously, 1 is 1, 3 is double, 3 is 6, 5 is triple, 5 is 15. And let's say we do 2Ks, and then at the end of the game, after 11 hands, after, like, if there's more than 1 player without squid, they all pay. But usually, like, the loser pays around, like, you know, if like about 15 squids on average, something like that. Like, it's like one guy gets double and everybody has a single type of thing.
Yeah, that sounds very complicated.
Yeah. It's like 30K to lose. It's not, like, tremendous a lot. But people play way looser. It's like way more action. A lot more 3-bet, 4-bet, 5-bet, and just, like...
Right. Very fun to play too.
Like very, very fun. Very fun.
So for those maybe not able to keep track of the
2 seconds.
discussion there between Elton and Henrik. Hecklin being familiarized with the Squid game.
I mean, it's still the same normal Hold'em game, right? But
variant of the stand-up game that Rast kind of walked us through earlier. Meanwhile, pot breaking out here, 12K ahead between Andy and ST. Ace-10 being outflopped by the 7s.
Did you pick that? He's like, very fun game. Hecklin's like, very fun game. I know inside he's thinking, okay, so yeah, people 3-bet, 4-bet, 5-bet, way wilder. Hecklin's like, I'm playing one of the biggest games I've ever played in my life.
Yeah.
And now these guys want to ramp up the amount of money going in the pot by like 3x. He's like, that game sounds aggressive.
Yeah.
You know?
Swingy.
Like, that sounds like a game that's fun to play when you're playing for stakes that aren't that big a deal for you.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I don't want to be presumptuous as to how big this game is for Henrik. He's been a Macau legend for a long time.
This game is big for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is a huge game, dude. I'm not saying it's necessarily huge for all the guys sitting at this table or anything, but this game is massive. Like, guys are already up 7 figures and down almost 7 figures, and this is day 1. This is a huge game. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's not for Hecklin. Maybe it's not for some guys, but I'm just saying that if you're sitting there and someone's like, "Oh yeah, here, like we're gonna play this like extra game, which makes this game like 3 times bigger." If you're already kind of like, you're like, "Oh, awesome." Sign me up. The game, it makes it 3 times bigger, and I've never played it before. Let's do it.
This campfire feels a little toasty, but sure, go ahead and spray some more lighter fluid on it. King 8-3 here, a couple of spades, 11,000 the pre-flop pricing from ST's Ace-Queen suited, which checks back on the flop after Tan binks the 8 for the lead. Cozy looking turn card for Schwen.
No more short deck or what?
Short deck is dying. Still some, it's dying. And then, but Squid Game is like on the rise.
Elton's giving the lowdown. Apparently short deck is dying, but Squid Game is on the rise. Squid Game does sound kind of fun, though. Because it's like you're keeping track of who has, and you don't want a guy to get like to the double or to the triple, and you want to. So it's like you're going to do different things.
And the things that got done on the turn here were 13,000 bet and called. Tan fired, and now ST, having stuck around with just nut no pair, finds a queen for a winner on the end.
Yeah, especially if you know otherwise he plays way differently and then just randomly like
More aggro. I mean, it's hard to dress, so you can 3-bet 10 black off, right? And then
But so another thing that I think is good about Squid Game, it's a game that kind of punishes nits, which in general these guys probably want to do, right? It's also a game, right? You know, I don't know, but definitely in terms of material you can study. There's nothing like I have never actually Google searched, but I would guess if I Google searched Squid Game solvers, there's like I'm not going to find anything, right? Like maybe you'd have to hire your own guy and do your own stuff, and maybe I don't know, I have no idea. But in other words, it's not. It's like if you want to take guys out of their preparation, so to speak, and like, oh, this is how you play with the 100 big blinds, and you know, hijack versus small blind. Okay, good. What about when it's the Squid Game?
Right.
Right, and you got to stop this guy from getting the second squid. What do you do here? But it's, you know, so I think it kind of rewards guys who are just solving stuff on the fly.
Yeah.
And
critical thinking skills.
Yeah, and like willing to take chances, not nits, right? Because obviously this game sounds like you're putting more money in the pot and being aggro. So I think it's fun and, you know, not something that's going to be as prepared or studied, and exactly the type of thing that people are looking for to keep poker fresh.
Tan was not looking for a river bet against ST, who went for value, 17,000 on the end, and as he's done on so many occasions, Tan lands on the right decision, laying down the pair of eights.
So if you have like aggressive side of the table, you keep the button always. It's very fun.
You can keep the button?
If you win the hand in tournament, if you win the hand in tournament, you keep the button.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, you can keep winning.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's fun.
That's interesting. I never played that.
Poker stars, they used to have like a...
What if it's a chop pot?
I think the stays, like stays where it's...
But what if it's It's chop hop between, like, I'm the button, but it's chop hop between you two. Then it stays back to me.
The out of position player on the hand.
Oh, the other. Okay.
Pocket fours.
Go to the final table, you root for
Speaking
Lee
up.
to win, 'cause he just picks it up.
Maybe he knows.
Oh my
And
god.
he defends the straddle.
What about big blind?
play when the button.
Every big blind?
That's the problem. Yeah.
If you play
It's
when
like
the
volleyball, you know,
that's
you're
why I said
serving,
he knows.
and then you need to return the serve, otherwise
Drop on the river?
you're getting blinded out.
Fours. Still best.
Yes, yes.
No, out of position.
That's why
No
it
follow
comes
through
from
on the
lots of
king
action.
high 2-spade board. Third spade on the turn. No flush draws present.
Very fun. I played that one. I enjoy it so much.
Squeeze.
Yeah, of course, but I'm saying for tournaments, like.
It's fun if you're chip leader on the bubble. The guys who they're gonna start hating you. Yeah, they hate you.
Still no post flop betting.
Yeah, yeah.
Board pairs.
Yeah. Yeah. Very different game.
This river probably just goes check, check yet again.
Yeah. Yeah, it probably only works in 1K.
Online was quite fun, but I don't know, they had the 2K on Star before.
都是你的对子，你这个对子是不是有什么问题啊？你中我也中，我要拿你的对子我就拿了3副了。我操！ Yeah.
Queen Jack suited. We'll turn Rui's attention ever so briefly away from his phone to deliver 10,000 to the pot. Dominating Ace Jack suited for Elton. On the button, seeking privacy. And another Queen Jack suited in the small here for Tan.
Does he want to get involved out of position here?
I mean, this is cutoff button.
Yeah.
Raise 3.
Does he cold for it?
It does feel like the preferred course of action versus flatting, does it not?
Yeah, I think in general, you can just play your ranges, fold and 4 bets here and have like no flats really. I think it's fine. He is up. We only have less than 2 hours left today. No idea what he's going to do. He 4 bets, of course.
151,000 from Tan.
And I think Roy's going to be out, but Elton probably calls this. I mean, they're really deep and he's in position, but
it's another 116,000. Rast on top of this 35, which he could simply step away from.
it is. He chose a big size as well, which might get Elton off. It did.
And I think it's a function of Tan really not having had any intentions of having to play that one out of position post. He really was just looking to take it then and there. So we check in on the chip counts now as we switch dealers. Not a whole lot has transpired since the onset of this 4th and final frame of the day. But wait for it is all I can tell you. Not because I know what's going to happen. I don't. But I just suspect historically this is where the magic happens.
黑头 S5真的有一个。
Tan opens with the ace-queen. Pretty one for Andy, direct left.
Yeah, interesting hand, the last one. Anyway, I don't know. I feel like, I mean, if Tan's doing it with most of the suited broadways, and even if also ace-king, ace-queen, a few suited ace-x, some pairs.
Oh, yeah.
I like flatting ace-jack suited in position there super deep.
Oh, okay.
Anyway.
Okay. Yeah.
Andy chose to flat the Jack-10 suited, has himself middle pair on a king-high board versus the Broadway gutter for Tan. Checks it over to the puck.
Tan's got a nice hand to keep betting. Given how Andy's been playing, not playing super aggressive post-flop, a good candidate to bet with, even with equity. You don't want to get check raised off.
And the check call of 15,000 delivers a third hook to Andy's doorstep. Note that Tan now draws dead, as the 10 would fill up Andy.
This seems like a pretty reasonable spot to check back for me. I don't think we get a king to fold. A jack, which might have folded on other turn cards, isn't folding now either. And we're, with ace-queen high, you're ahead of all unpaired draws. So jack in particular for ace-queen feels like a pretty decent check back. And I think it sounds like Tom agrees. Now it seems pretty natural for Andy just to value bet, and Tom's going to decide whether he thinks Andy's bluffing.
46,000. The sizing.
I mean,
Tan's hand doesn't serve as a great bluff catcher, though, does it?
No, that's very accurate, Ollie.
The queen of diamonds in particular is an unpleasant one to have in our hand.
Correct. So because of that, because Andy hasn't really shown himself to be that wild, I think fold is going to be the conclusion he comes to.
And again, even though Tan is losing that pot, he is just keeping the damages controlled, not getting reckless, and just settling on good decision after good decision, it would seem.
Yeah, it's a mix of, I feel like Tan is playing well, and I also think he's maybe the guy where other people in the game are playing the worst against him. Right?
I mean, yeah, I would agree with that, and I think he's earned
people are
that.
actively making kind of bad decisions against him because they're not really sure.
But are you surprised by that?
No.
Or is it to
not.
be expected based on the reputation we know he wields?
No, I'm not necessarily surprised by it, and not even sure it's something that will continue over the course of the next few days in the cash sessions. But that strikes me, just thinking back to a number of times, it's like, who's been the guy who maybe guys have misstepped a little here or there in some pots, or maybe made a fringe close decision that, now that we can see the hands, was like kind of slightly the worst one versus Tan. Even just this recent one with Elton folding ace-jack suited in position, dominating. Like he's a big favorite against queen-jack suited there. So, you know, I mean, it's close. I'm not trying to say it's a massive error, but yeah, I think people are playing a little bad versus him.
Well, Elton's been playing well himself. He's the pre-flop raiser with this queen 10. Picked up only Malinowski for the ride, whose pocket fours have been out-flopped on this two-club paired queen-high flop. Nevertheless, he's going to keep an eye on Elton. Check calling, not improving.
Yeah, and getting bleaker for fours, but
Elton checking back now and improving to queens and tens. Backdoor spades arrive. And Victor is going to find himself in bluff catch mode. Let's see whether or not Elton dials up something milky like he did against Tan.
think in the Ton hand he was out of position, right? I feel like in position here he's a lot less likely to make really small bets, and we can see he doesn't. He's betting pretty close to the pot. I think OOP, you mix up your bet sizing a lot more. It's like when you're check to in position, when you make really small bets, you need to be careful because you're opening up the action again with the benefit being to only win a little bit more, right? Whereas when you're out of position, that's not true because your opponent will have an option to bet even if you check. So it really changes kind of the theory behind how much you're betting in these spots, especially on the river.
And Malinowski, a non-believer, pays off the 55,000, and once again, Elton just stacking pot after pot and just optimizing every spot.
Gift for you. Very, very bad hand.
Very bad. 我这中牌率挺高的。
Who would you say has been the MVP so far? I know we still have a little bit of play left, but if I tasked you with saying this is my horse, the one that's run the best race so far, who would it be?
Well, I mean, in what sense? If I was going to pick...
All around. Overall performance turned in.
Yeah, I'll take Ton.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Who's second then? Because I feel like Elton's played a very solid game as well.
Yeah, maybe Elton. But I actually like how Ton's played a little bit more than Elton. I think Elton's run, I mean, obviously he's won a decent amount more. He's run a little bit better overall, but...
I get that.
I mean,
I do know what you
really
mean.
navigated some streets really well, like won pots. I mean, Queen Jack just now, you know, couple checkbacks where he really like checked back pretty good hands that were beat. Like one or two of them, it's almost close enough to like his checkback was slightly bad, but he was right. And so I guess today I'm taking Ton.
Nobody could argue too hard against that. And there he is. The man who spent some time on top of the leaderboard, and the only other player to do so, Elton.
And, you know, without being specific, I feel like there's been a couple hands where maybe I'm like, okay, I don't know if I love the way Elton played, whereas I don't even remember thinking that about Ton yet. But anyway.
Well, we're going to black Ton's hand out here as the QQ Poker mystery hand moment pays us a visit once more. $12,000 open. Victor, ace-king suited, third scoop up to 36.
Elton passes the cold 4 spot in the straddle with the suited wheel ace.
Yeah, that one performs a little bit better as a 3-bet, does it not, than a 4?
You know, it's
6 of one, half dozen of the other?
I mean, as the number increases, the range tightens up. So, yeah, you're 3-betting it a lot. You know, if you're just cold 4ing every time you have a suited wheel ace, you're probably an extreme maniac and need to dial it back. So
998 here. Malinowski didn't shed Ton, predictably, as Schwen's added 24K investment. Sees him checking out of position against just the ace-king high.
Not a great flop for ace-king, really. A lot of hands that Ton might be raised calling 3-bets kind of interact with this. It's going to be hard to shed them. The Jack 10s, the Queen Jacks, obviously all have straight draws. You know, Ton can obviously have 9x suited stuff, pocket pairs.
So the check call of 32,000, and now the board double pairs on the turn as the pot grows to 148K.
And the 8's an interesting card. I mean, it improves any hand with an 8 in it, although they're less likely because another one came out, but it counterfeits any 7s or smaller, which were hands that were beating ace-king high, but now aren't. So in a sense, it's kind of a good card for Victor, because he was already losing to 8x, and now he can't beat 8x, but he was losing to deuces through 7s, and now he's beating those hands. I guess Ton's thinking about leading, which, coming from the idea of, like, I'm really the guy that can have 8x and 9x, right? And you kind of have very few of these being the pre-flop 3-better.
Just slapping the cuffs on Malinowski, regardless of his holding, which, again, shouldn't contain 8 or 9x, whereas Ton, as you pointed out, Rast very much could have that sort of holding.
Yeah, so to me, this is kind of, I have a feeling, let's see what happens on the river, but if Ton bets again, it's going to be kind of polar to hands like 9 and 8x full houses, and then some bluffs. And bluffs will be hands like 10 jack, you know, pocket 5s. Pocket 6s just got there, but, you know, those type of hands. And I think that's how we're pretty much divvying up Ton's range in the event that he bets again, which I think happens pretty frequently with him taking this line of check call then lead turn on an 8. And it's a pretty gross spot for Victor if he faces a bet here with like ace-king on the river. Really not fun.
Well, you do get the sense that Ton didn't come this far just to shut her down on this run out. He knows he can really stick Malinowski in the blender with a beefy bet into this 240.
Yeah, in a sense, I mean, an ace and a king are like decent cards because you're not blocking any bluffs. Like, you don't want to have a 10 or a jack in your hand. You know, I mean, not that like ace-5 suited blocks a lot of bluffs, but you do like kind of block pocket 5s. So
overbet Rast $280,000.
I've got no idea what Ton has. I mean, the fact that he bet huge here in a spot where Victor probably almost never has boats makes me just, like, my gut instinct is he's bluffing. Because his bet's big.
Yeah.
But the thing is, if you had a boat, you'd love to make this much money too. So it's...
Well, and Ton is absolutely competent enough to take the line that's going to make him look weakest when he is strong.
Of course.
Well, the time banks are being put forward, and as if Malinowski's session...
This is tough, but let me think. Let's try to guess some hands here. I'm gonna go with Jack 10, and he's bluffing. What do you think?
Oh man, I mean, I see it. I definitely see it, but I don't know. You know what? For no other reason than that Victor can't win a pot, I think Ton has to have a winner.
Oh, yeah, well, I don't even know if Victor's calling. I'm going to go with he calls.
What an absolutely massive, pivotal call this would be. Let's sit back and...
I'm just saying he looks like he's about to call. Do you get that vibe? I feel like... I'm not saying he should or he shouldn't, but he just looks like he's going to call.
Yeah, it does feel like some courage is being summoned. He's found it. And what does Ton have? 8's full.
6-7. Oh, no, 8-6. Okay. He had it. So everybody just has it. The mystery hand is they have it. I got one wrong, but this time because I picked the bluff.
You know, my silence isn't because I'm not engaged in what you're talking about, Rast, but more so because that pain of this session for Victor Malinowski is so palpable.
Yeah, he was digging his way out, but he's back fully on the ledge again. Peak stuck over a bean almost for sure right now.
For her. This is that scene in the movie where you know, you can see the abyss below the person who's grabbing on to their friend's hand, and then they take the tight shot of the two hands slipping apart.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure how much longer Malinowski is going to want to hang on here. He is getting wrecked.
Yeah, and I take no joy in the fact that he's losing, but just as a spectator, I do take joy in feeling something.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, whether it's the, you know, glory of victory for Tan Xuan, who's been executing flawlessly, or if it's just the compassionate, empathetic sort of pain that you're transitively absorbing through your screen out of seat 1 there. You're definitely feeling something.
It's like 8-6 of diamonds. Why couldn't it be 7-6 of diamonds? What's the difference?
Yeah, yeah.
The difference is $600,000 my way instead of his. It's no big deal.
It's a big deal, Rast.
Of course it's a big deal.
It's a massive
that was the
deal.
most fake nonchalance I've ever summoned up in my life. Like, that's him trying to console himself so he can play another hour and a half of poker and not be upset. It's no big deal. We'll just make it, you know, just make a good decision in the next pot.
Here he is, just desperately trying to make something happen. King high, probes, threes sticking around. Victor raised it up pre to 10. Didn't bet the turn. Now action on Elton.
And just Elton's gonna win this pot. Victor's nothing's going his way.
Chips, please.
No fancy river bluff, just give up, and yeah, threes is good, man. Take it. You know, how could I beat pocket threes?
How can you beat Elton Sang? When it rains, it truly does pour sometimes out there. But I'm going to ask you this, Rast. You've played a wide variety of games. There's been times where you are the nail, as you put it, not the hammer. Things not going your way. Regardless of how good the game is, regardless of how fresh you might feel, are there ever moments where you make the conscious decision to say, today is not the day?
Sure. Oh,
and just pack it in way earlier than maybe you intended to, you know, because, you know, you feel like your table image is compromised. You feel like there is just no wriggling your way out of this spot for reasons either understood or not understood.
Yeah, I would say that if I think the game is quite good, I have big plus EV, and I still feel like I'm playing well, I really never pack it in that spot.
Okay.
But if the game is really good, and I've quit games that are really good. Like, I quit back in the day before he's been sober for 10 years, but like, it might have been the night that got Rick Solomon to go sober. It was some 48-hour game in the Bellagio. I had been playing in the game for like 40 hours. I was tired, but it was an amazing game. And like, I played some hand, and after the hand, I was like, dude, what did I just do in this pot? Like, this is I just played a terrible hand of poker, and I quit, even though the game was great.
You know, I've watched some people do that.
So it's definitely true that even if the game is great, I'll quit if I just feel like I don't have the energy to play well for whatever reason, whether it's an energy thing or mentally, or I'm tired. And if the game isn't really good, those games, yeah, I'll quit a game that's like whatever, the game I'll play in every day. If I could quit that game. It might not even be I think I'm playing bad. It might just be I'm starting to lose a bunch and I'm getting a little bit grumbly and unhappy.
Yeah.
And then I'll be like, I just don't want to be happy today, and this game isn't anything special, so I'll see you guys tomorrow.
No reason for Elton to grumble. King high, best hand, whole way. Finds a king on the end and takes yet another one.
I think that is like a really important aspect of being a good professional poker player, and a lot of it's about knowing yourself and really like understanding yourself, and I think it's pretty difficult, and a lot of guys, it takes time to learn that.
I'll tell you what, some of the biggest losses that I've ever had in cash games have come from times where I knew. I mean, I stone knew that I absolutely can't be playing my best here. My table image is compromised. The game isn't even particularly good. But here I am, just willfully, stubbornly powering through and taking what could have been a palatable loss and turning it into a big one. You know, and that's tough. It's tough to be honest with yourself about it too. Not so tough to open ace queen suited. Rui does just that. Elton playing 8s as a flat, 1-8 busy, paired with the 6 of clubs in Andy Neve's hand, the third participant with second pair on an ace-high board. Rui, top pair and the nut flush draw. So much hand here. Bets 11.
Well, Elton and Andy are just blocking the heck out of each other.
And it doesn't matter what happens on the river, neither of those two parties who did stick around for 11 ahead are going to find a winner. Courtesy of this spade on the turn. Rui with the nuts, following through for 30. And just doing it with pace, as we've pointed out, the fastest player in the game, and it isn't close. And often you can just be led to believe or sense, maybe intuitively, that there's something reflexive or automated about his procedures that maybe cause you to range him away from hands such as this.
Yeah, he just acts very quickly in general, so I don't know. I mean, because of that, it seems quite hard to use his speed to pick up something on him.
Look at Elton, steamed up at the fact that he didn't call with the 8s after Andy mucked behind him.
But again, like, I actually think it's something that it's more likely that Roy uses that to his benefit to get timing tells on his opponents. Because he acts so quickly, I think it takes away some of the time that like his opponents would have to kind of be thinking, well, he's supposed to be doing something, and then he gets a more accurate kind of read on how long his opponents take to make decisions. I'm not saying that's all the time, but that would actually be my guess.
So you know your food is here? Okay, yeah. Sorry, just in case you
King 10-9 board here. 3 amigos in for 12,000 ahead. Button open from Tan with the Queen 7 suited. Flush draw and a gut shot for Victor.
This is a bit of a test for Victor with 8 high and the best draw. Can he win this pot where no one else really has anything? Or is he just really...
Yeah, you know, I don't blame him for checking Rast. I mean, he really, to me, at this point, feels like he just desperately needs to produce a winner at Showdown. You know, just get back to that place.
It's a pretty natural spot to fire the turn there with 8-6 clubs.
And the fact that he didn't, I think, kind of supports my theory, right?
Yeah, he definitely feels a little beaten, and I do think this is a big piece of evidence for that.
Board pairing 9 on the end after 2 full rounds of checking, and, well, Victor is going to summon something here on the river, and you see that ginger manner in which this 60K is being delivered into the pot. I don't think Tan is the candidate, but it will come back around to Andy, who did make a very heroic call, incorrectly, albeit earlier.
Okay.
Not in the mood to do it here, though, with the force.
Okay. Now Victor, maybe he's getting some pep back in his step. He won one down, overbet bluffed the river into 2 guys. Let's go. He's got like marching guys ready. He's back.
I appreciate the cheerleading, and I'm sure Victor does as well, even though it's happening unbeknownst to him. But I got to tell you, it's we're a far cry from feeling swaggy in that seat. You know?
Thank you.
It's negative Nancy over here. He's doing everything possible not to feel swaggy. Okay.
My favorite is when you're in the mixed streets, you lose a cap pot, and then you raise and take the blinds.
Yeah.
And some smart Alex says, "Oh yeah, lose one, win one."
Yeah.
You just look back and like, oh, is today the day I just choked the life
Or
out
the
of
like
you?
where even, like the
Yeah.
guy caps you, and then you like take it down with his C-bet on the next one.
Right.
Plot you play with him, and he's like, we're even.
Yeah.
I actually kind of like ironically throwing that one out with like a grin, just like
Yeah. Yeah.
you
yeah,
know, like, oh come on, you know I don't mean it. I'm just
yeah.
kidding.
Right.
Yeah. 对吧？肯定上次
Well, Ace King
肯定的伤心
is the medicine for Ace
还不是
Queen.
伤心哦，你上弹下
10 turns into 46,000 as Hecklin pushes back from the straddle against the under the gun open of Rui Cao,
星星大增
who's ready to party.
对吧？
哎，13是玩1万1分了，别搞了。
对，这可以跑路啊。
100K pot.
1万1分你就跑路。
Remember, they're pretty shallow because Hecklin only started this pot with like 260K.
But the key is he started it with way the best of it, and now he is a better than 4-1 favorite with 2 to come. Has to play it out of position, though, unpaired on this 9-high rainbow board.
Yeah, when you got Ace King here and only a 2-1 SBR in this 3-bet pot, you know, you're pretty much not thinking fold. You're still ahead of all the other like Broadway hands, Jack 10, King Queen, etc. Any Ace X that didn't have a 3, 5, or 9. So we're putting money in for a little while, but you know, runouts can come that might be able to get him off. We'll see. Rui Cao doesn't really have a hand that you expect to bluff a lot, right?
Oh, well, hang on, though, because his 25K position bet, taking control of the pot, does set himself up nicely to barrel the wheel draw and nut flush draw, courtesy of this 4 of diamonds on the turn, as Henrik will now have to call 55,000 to proceed.
And so when Rui bets the turn here, I'm kind of thinking like he's setting up a river bluff a decent amount by betting. Like, we'll see, but I don't... I'm not really... Like, he's kind of, by betting flop and turn, he's getting most hands that he's beating to fold.
Shut down on the end from Rui, and Henrik sticky enough to find his way there free of charge, courtesy of the check call on flop and turn. So earned his way into that one. And you see Rui frustrated that he didn't find that last barrel, perhaps.
Well, my take on that hand is, it's like when you bet flop and turn, you're getting out a lot of these unpaired hands, like queen high, king high, worse ace highs, especially by once you bet flop and turn. And it's like now you've gotten your to the end where, yeah, ace queen's pretty good, but really your opponent doesn't really have many worse hands anymore. And it kind of, so like that's why I was saying, like when he bets turn, to me it's almost like setting up that he's turning ace queen into a river bluff on some rivers. So, you know, I think after deciding to bet flop, I probably am checking back turn with ace queen of diamonds, probably always specifically. But I don't know. It's an interesting hand.
12,000. The sizing selected by Tan, who is showing us the dark side of his pre-flop hand selection. 5 deuce suited. Andy Nee, pocket nines, playing it as a flat. And now Rui Cao activates with the ace-6, offsuit no less. Doesn't strike me as the typical candidate for such behavior. Out of the straddle, but squeezing away. Oh, and is this going to be another one of these savage 4-bet kind of situations? Doesn't look that way. A flat from Tan, and you wonder, is this an opportunity for Andy's nines maybe to try to take it here, Rast? Or would that be too difficult a story to tell?
This hand is sort of ridiculous. Yeah, if I'm Andy, I might just ship it in here for 281. If versus these two kind of like nutcases.
You know?
Yeah.
That's exactly what he does. And
it's also part of the reason why this is the first time I've seen a spot where I kind of am like, don't really like Tan's decision. I mean, listen, it was fun that he was trying to gamble versus Roy Cow, but like, I mean, Andy's behind him here with a little like tiny stack that's just gonna punish you. You know what I mean?
So maybe a little more field awareness with respect to the size of that stack of Andy Nee behind him would have led to a more fruitful outcome. Instead, Andy takes down the pot, and we take a moment to remind you to sign up at QQ Poker today. Deposit $30 and get yourself a $50 ticket for the Triton Reward Tournament with a $30,000 guarantee. The tournament runs from October 7th through the 12th. Get your $30 in before October 11th to secure your spot. Asia's globally expanding new poker platform, QQ Poker. Sign up today.
Yeah, man, so that was just a short stack, getting in there and ruining our fun as spectators watching the ace-6 off and 5-2 suited trying to play a huge pot with each other.
I like Andy's choice, though, Rast, as opposed to just flatting there and then getting caught in the wilderness against these two jackals. You know, let's go. If you got real hands, so be it. You know, earned himself 100K uncontested, which, you know, a lot of board textures might have seen him looking for the exit or wading in the murky water post.
Unquestionably the right play. I mean, both of his opponents had hands that were much worse than hands they're supposed to have, and I think nines is a reasonable hand to kind of do that with anyway, so unquestionably.
Big blind versus straddle here. Limped pre. Cheeky little 5K from Rui's queen on the flop. He checks and then calls 5K in turn from Elton on the turn, who just binks the Broadway gutter on the river. And now all of a sudden we go from these nickels to a couple of quarters. $50,000, and Rui's all done with it. Ace Jack now for Victor. $10 to go. Tan's going to look down at a defendable one in the straddle. In comes the extra 6, heads up, 28 in the pot. Queen 9-6, backdoor spades and the gutty for Tan. Spade coverage for Malinowski, who's well in front. C-betting, blocking the gut shot with the jack.
Tan definitely not going to fold here. I would assume he calls most of the time, but certainly going to think about raising.
I called them backdoor spades. This is like running front door spades more.
Yeah.
And of course there is the spade. Double gutter now for Tan. Nut flush draw versus second nut flush draw. Gut shot acquired for Malinowski, by the way.
Yeah, maybe Tan could lead here.
And what, create PTSD for Victor based on the 8's full pot?
I mean, he's going to have more flushes and straights and even two pairs. So it makes sense that he gets to lead this card some, I would imagine.
Right on cue, Rast.
Yeah, this play makes a lot of sense. Obviously, Victor has a hand that's never folding to this lead. I mean, I guess we're going to find out if he's going to raise or call. I think call in position.
Another 40 into the middle. Board pairing 9 on the end. And let's see whether or not unimproved Tan wants to lay claim.
I mean, I kind of feel like, I mean, we know at this point that Tan will go with a feeling, right? But to me, after leading turn, and he led, it was like less than half pot, it was 20 into 46. Like, I'm following through on this river.
Yeah.
King high, it's never good.
The sizing kind of set himself up nicely, if called, to still be able to barrel here, you know, without making it too dramatic.
Yeah.
60.
Question is what he wants to bet, kind of like what type of hands. I mean, he could kind of go for, okay, I got the king high spade flush blocker. I'm going to rep kind of like, let's say the king high flush. That could probably bet something around the neighborhood of 60, 70K. Could bet more. But I'm just saying in this game, a lot of these guys in these spots have been betting a little bit less. So,
look, he blocks 10 jack.
Yeah.
He's got that king of spades working, and the 9s full belong to him more than to Victor, I would imagine. And so here is 57,000, and Victor forced to bin the winner. So calls with ace-king when it's no good, and then folds ace-jack when it is. Tan has had Malinowski's number.
Yeah, I like that hand. Nice little hand by Tan.
Well, a nice little community also that we've got out in the streaming streets of Twitch and YouTube. Of course, welcome to those of you aboard live, as well as those streaming through the Triton Poker Plus app, which we do certainly recommend that you download. It is the ultimate supplement to Triton broadcast, more so in the tournament streets, but also a very robust data set. Allows you to see archived hand footage, and during any given tournament also track players, chip graphs, table by table coverage. I mean, really the premier app at the bleeding edge of the tournament poker experience, as you well know, Rast, from having played some of these Triton events as well. But shout out to Twitch and YouTube. Glad to have you with us. Click like and click subscribe if you like what you see. And help us to continue to stream these things free of charge direct to your tablets, phones, smart TVs. Boy, Malinowski, as if the session itself hasn't been rough enough, when he goes back to figure out, you know, the hands that were unseen, it's going to get worse for him.
哎，这个是什么时候放出来啊？明天18小时以后，18个小时就。
20K open from the small here, out of ton, sizing up.
8个小时啊，现在。他们说的，不是等3天啊，等3天好一点。
明天没有，明天就出来。
明天就出来了。
哎呀，这打法一下子刚刚调整一下又被破解了，怎么搞？
再调咯，
再调，
连续调一调。
Andy
也是变形金刚啊，一直。
decided he wanted in with this 5-6 of spades. Note that a 7 is no good for him if it shows up, given that Tan holds a jack. Backdoor hearts, 2 overs as well. Action on him with 49,000 in the middle. Does not barrel. Nor does Andy, who picks up the spade draw on the turn now. And given that Andy called 20K, the ace could still be in his range, right, Rast?
Oh, certainly. I'm a little surprised Tan didn't c-bet the flop. It's an interesting decision. No, Andy's going to peel this in position, having picked up spades. And who's going to take this down on the river?
Well, Andy finds a 5 here. As the bet and call of 18,000 brought the pot to 85K, and let's see whether or not Tan wants to go hard at this street.
I mean, it gives him the best hand, but it's hard to know that.
Oh, Tan opens the door.
Oh, I imagine having hit the 5, he'll check it back.
Yeah, he's got showdown.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, that one might have had a little bit of a bow on it, as Tan certainly had the latitude to fire that river. I think he got the sense it was a really dry development, and the line from Andy was attached to an ace-X, and he just didn't think he was going to be able to get it through. That's the vibe that I get.
Yeah, a lot of that hand to me was a very kind of just goofily navigated hand by Tan. I'm not saying he actually needs to c-bet the flop at all, but just a kind of surprising decision not to for a guy who's usually somewhat aggressive, especially with equity. And then, you know, kind of after betting turn, not bluffing river. So he I'm not saying any of it was unreasonable, but just it was very interesting. And if you had given me that hand and said this was the run out, I wouldn't have guessed that Tan played the hand that way.
Well,
that's all I'm saying.
I would imagine opposition here wouldn't be guessing that Andy Nee has himself ace-king, as he limped pre-flop from the small blind. Big and the straddle both joining. King high flop, all Andy, with 2 checks in front of him. Malinowski can't resist. Check raise to 33,000. Makes quick work of the steal effort. Fives for Tan. Henrik flatting the ace-queen, failing to improve. 2 diamonds, 2 nines, and a jack. Knuckled over to Schwan. $12K c-bet. Ace of diamonds is working here, as is the queen, towards some running cards. So Hecklin hangs in. How about 5s full, no waiting for Tan Xuan, as Henrik will draw dead. And this is just so well disguised.
Yeah, it's an interesting spot. Hecklin, you know, Hecklin's decision not to 3-bet his hand pre is an interesting one, right? Versus a cutoff open. It's maybe like the best versus the cutoff. He's probably always 3-betting ace-king even off. I mean, he started this pot with sub 100 big blinds, 100 big blinds. So maybe ace-queen off, it's kind of almost the best hand he wouldn't 3-bet. Some of the time, at least. So it's under-repped from that perspective, even though this flop obviously didn't hit him. Unfortunately for him at this point, he's toast. That 5 is bad news bears. And that sizing is a little kind of there's nowhere to go except in the muck.
Yeah, Henrik agrees. Check folding to the 53.
对吗？就我觉得那个是挺好的。他
哪个？新一？
基本上没有赢过的。
那个那叫肥鱼。长，跟他长得一样，他的水平跟他的跟他的块头一样。但他正常也还好，他会经常不正常的。
Ace 2 suited, taking us up.
他其实
Nines now for ST.
但会上头，最强的时候
Flats
就
the
上
button.
头，不停的把来，把3B CB 来。
In a two blind and straddle game, Rast, are the nines not better served as a 3-bet from the button to try to clear the field and kind of take control?
是那个时候在日本滑雪。
Yeah, I mean, it's a hand that could kind of play both ways. I mean, there's merit to both plays. I think
Top pair nut flush draw, by the way, for Hecklin as a dynamite development here for him, although he still lags behind. ST, just look at the equity. 3 ways, he's got the lion's share of it at 49%. Elton does not follow through, and so ST, proud of the overpair, fires 18,000. Go on.
it's a complicated question, because if you were to look at like solver outputs, they're just way more aggressive in these spots, 3-betting the majority of the hands that they play, and they flat way less than people do. Even good players, for the most part, in these type of cash games. So, you know, from that perspective, yeah. But I just think, again, even solvers, they kind of always mix almost all the hands. So I think you can do either one. It's fine. There's good arguments for both, and that's kind of where we're at. So back to this particular hand, it's quite interesting because Hecklin flopped a huge hand here.
And has chosen to check raise it 18 to 58,000. Another 40K for ST to proceed. And remember that Hecklin did defend from the big blind.
So yeah, he's going to have 2 pairs and basically the only player in the hand that can really have 2 pair. He could even have straights. And ST just lets it go on the flop.
Well, he had the best hand, but he didn't have a whole lot of comfort. And so, looking up at what could be a straight, what could be a set, and deciding nines aren't performing altogether well here, he does end up laying it down. Credit to Hecklin, by the way.
You know, on the one hand, given he has very little visibility about what his opponent has. His opponent can have any number of hands. His opponent could have king 4 for open-ended straight draw and king high. His opponent could have hearts. His opponent could have 2 pairs straight. It's just really hard to know and hard to play moving forward. So in those type of situations, it's very easy just to like let your hand go and move on. That said, once you start folding hands that big, it's pretty exploitable. So it's dicey. But I can't say I blame him.
No.
For getting out of the way.
No. In fact, there's something kind of tidy about it, you know, because it's murky at that point.
It is murky, but when you're really playing world-class poker, you're in the murk.
Yeah.
You got your goggles on and you're down in the swamp. Like, let's go, bro. You draining the swamp? No, fill it up because I'm in here in the murk. And you're going to have to get dirty with me and figure out these spots because it's nasty in here.
Tan pipped by Rui, but he is the pre-flop raiser. Following through on the 12K, he now delivers a 14K payload. Rui, of course, raw power of the ace-jack high and then the ace of diamonds working. Sticks around to see this turn, which pairs the board.
Maybe 8-9.
Again,
I just said Joba.
cow checks.
Did you have a pair?
Yes.
Just 1 pair?
Yes. Well, no.
Tan does as well, and Rui connects with a jack.
Oh.
My hand was officially 1 pair.
Your hand was officially 1 pair, right?
wasn't just a pair.
It's like overpair, big overpair.
No.
I don't get it.
That's a flush draw on the board. And a straight draw.
Okay, so pair and a straight draw or something.
Something like that.
Yeah, like a pair and a draw, yeah.
1对2、1对4买什么？我想。
22K, the barrel being deliberated on by Tan, but ultimately
1对买单、买花、买生的。
properly folds.
对啊，就1对2、1对1对7不会大嘛，1对7会掏嘛，1对4嘛。
Henrik basically
怎么一定要1对1的？
saying more or less what he had. A pair and a draw.
手里有对嘛，外面发什
Accurate.
么356啊？356，我就是说你拿个6-7啊、4-5啊，这是不行吗？没有必要 raise 的嘛，还可以 call 的嘛。我操，跟你说的我都上头。
上头，这个
上抽了。
不在一个频道。
自己打自己。啊？你有见到他大王 call 什么牌了？
And the two guys who have been crushing the session today. The only two remaining in this pot. Elton tries to get in for a limp, and will Tan let that slide? He says no.
And he does it with 10-6 suited, by the way, and just look how deep the two of them are, Rast. $3.7 million spread across those two seats alone. Pocket eights for Victor. $10K if you do. Tan's ace jack does. 6-3 suited for Andy. Likes the price. Top two pair for Tan, well out in front of the field. Two knuckles in front of the pre-flop Razor, who's staring at two overcards, but sensing that maybe it's his board to bet. And to follow through of 12.
Tan's immediately got a decision about whether to check raise or call.
What are the arguments in favor and against?
I mean, Victor has a stronger range than him, so in general, Tan shouldn't be check raising a lot on this. It's kind of hard. I mean, Tan kind of can't have aces. He might not really have jacks. So it takes away two of the very best hands he can have. But the flip side is, you know, he can have ace jack, can't have jack some, can have threes. It's close. I think you can kind of play it either way.
I mean, he unblocks clubs. He can target those flush draws.
Yeah.
Certainly there could be some other ace-X across the way for Malinowski Broadway combos, which are going to feel compelled to invest another 26,000 here. Which Victor does do, Rastin. Is this a little bit too desperate? King of clubs, not exactly Tan's favorite card, by the way.
That is a pretty loose peel.
Does give him the only flush draw. Not that that's the route he's pursuing.
I mean, he probably doesn't call eights without a club. But yes, it's a very fringe, not that likely occurrence on the flop to just run out club. But you know, we're halfway there.
Oh, and this is kind of, I think, part of the calculus for Victor is hoping that something develops that leaves Tan checking the turn and allowing Victor to take back control of this pot, which he does, betting 62,000 into 112.
Again, this is another spot where, to me, part of the reason or value of betting the turn here is to follow through on the river frequently, because you don't get a lot of hands that check raise flop and are beating you to fold here, right? Such as aces up. But you might get them to fold on the end because you're kind of repping a flush at that point.
Oh my goodness. And runner clubs do slide in. So Malinowski finally has something go his way. And let's see how Tan responds, as he did check call the 62,000, and now with 236K in the middle. Victor can just check back and show down here, Rast. It's not impossible for the 8 of clubs to be beaten, is it?
I mean, there's only 3 clubs that are bigger.
Queen 10 and 9.
But
and as played, how many combos does Tan actually have that contain those?
Yeah, I mean, as played, if Tan has a club, it's probably bigger than the queen, than the 8, but...
Oh, hang on. I don't think anybody expected that to be rolled over, and there it is.
Mistake, should bet.
Mistake?
Yeah, river pair.
Left four.
You know, in those spots, I wish I would have bet just so I didn't have to show the 8s. You know what I mean? Just so I'd be able to quietly put that one into the muck, provided that Tan, as he stated, was indeed going to fold to a bet.
Bet 10?
No, check turn. No, check and bet.
Oh, you bet turn.
No bluff, no dodgy.
Yes, you have pair.
扣住哦，照顾还扣住，这个奇怪了。
啊？
你3张打过去，他扣住了吗？
我那个注嘛是引诱他的，让他去call的。
这个没有办法，这个是哦。
他确实中招了。
Rui raises it up. Ace high versus ace high on a paired board. Advantage ST, although 70+% of the time these guys will work their way to a chop at showdown. Check call of 9,000 from ST. Both guys playing ace high for a chop as it goes 8-5 on the run out. No further betting from the turn on. Carve it up.
记得发到谁赢好不好？你有7，我有3。
Okay.
10-5 suited, showing signs of boredom. Out of the hijack. Elton going deadliest catch with the 2 3s. These are the ones, Rasty, that leave Tan in a mischievous mood. 9-6 suited.
Oh.
Does play it as a flat.
Oh no, is ace queen just gonna wreck our bad hand party? We're having a bad hand party over here. We got 9-6 suited and 10-5 suited, and here comes ace queen off to just wreck it.
No, you were having a bad hand party. Now you are having a regret that I put 10,000 into the pot party.
Yeah. I mean, Elton might peel pretty deep, try to set mine, but I don't think anyone else will. Well, if Elton calls, does Tan call behind? I mean, he might. He did put in like 52K with someone behind him with 5 deuce of hearts. This is actually a little bit more reasonable than that because he can't get squeezed out of the pot afterwards. And he's, you know, ending with the dealer button for the rest of the hand. Yeah.
Well, all of a sudden, an unanticipated $215,000 pot pre-flop breaks out, courtesy of Elton's flypaper effect with the 3s, luring Tan in. Everybody looking up at Jack-Jack 8. Nobody, however, finding any improvement on that board texture. Zhang's 3s still best.
Kind of a fun flop. No one really has anything, and actually ace-queen off has the most equity, as we can see here. Ace, queen, 8, running diamonds. It's going to be a tall order for Tan here. No spade.
Yeah.
It's a small bet, but he really doesn't have that much going on.
You know, I would give anything to just be able to listen in on the thoughts going through Tan's mind in a spot like that. It almost feels like he is waging an internal war, you know, between like, do I get myself in a little trouble here? You know, the guy, the red cape on one shoulder and then the white one on the other.
I think he's having fun.
Oh, for sure.
You know, he's having fun and like he's thinking about it, but then at the end he's like, oh man, I'm just thinking about putting money in with 9 high, no drop. We're just going to let this one go this time.
872,000 in the black still, 65K shorter than he was a hand ago, but no matter. Same story for Elton, by the way, who's up 1.1 million plus. And just look at Victor Malinowski. By our tally, Rast, he's stuck almost 1.25 million in spite of winning that, you know, decent pot from Tan with the 8s
oh,
not long ago.
Right. He was down even more before that pot.
Yikes.
So he's not on the edge of the ledge anymore, but the hole's gotten deeper.
I mean,
on the... Yeah, how much did he win in that pot? I'm trying to...
Not enough?
No.
3 players at 10K ahead. Rui Cao, the party starter. Looking up at the 9-6-5 board. A good one for Rui. Top pair gut shot straight draw here. Checked all the way around. Ace on the turn. And this is certainly a line whereby Rui could barrel the turn. Instead, it's another round of checks. King on the end.
Okay, check. 我的79啊，179 offsuit。My favorite hand, 7-9.
Full shutdown, and Rui proclaims favorite hand. As the 9s take it.
Offsuit.
很多远征的，很多远征。就你开open 多少8%呢？单打多少8%？
你秀出来的牌，他们都会有记录的。我知道。
I rep them more.
So if you also play in 7 deuce game, whenever flop is 7-7, you just see?
Yeah.
Every time.
And if you have a 7 deuce, you get a quarter more.
你开 open 多少%，他就知道你的范围了。很简单的东西。这个时间一久了，
Big leak in poker. making your favorite hand something pretty bad and then playing it all the time. Dude, I saw it on like late day 5 of the WSOP main event or something. I just got moved to this new table. It was like the last level of the night. Or no, this was, sorry, it was not day 5. It wasn't quite. It was like we hadn't hit the money yet because I think on day 4 you make the money in level 1. So it was like the last level of day 3. I get moved to this table and this guy 2 to my left like puts in half his chips or something, and these I don't remember very many details, but the short end of it is no, he opens to my left and this other guy who has like 3 blinds goes all in, and it gets back to the guy to my left, and now he's like, oh shit, and but he calls because it's like he only has like 6 blinds, but like he's got a call now, right? Because it's only 4 big blinds or whatever it is. So he's like, well, you know, then he turns over. I don't remember the exact hand, but it's like 8-5 off or something like ridiculously bad. He's like, my favorite hand. And then the other guy had ace queen or ace king and won, and the guy to my left was out shortly after. And it's just like, wow, bro. Like he had, I'm saying it's too short, but he had something like 10 blinds and put in half of it. And it's like we were like 30 off the money. Like he probably could have mostly folded and made it, but he just loves his favorite hand.
Well, Hecklin does not love this river here. As he tried to limp in, Rui Cao made it 16 to go, looking for glory with 7 deuce, despite no bounty being available. Henrik called pre-flop, check called on the flop, check, check, turn, and then Hecklin actually was beaten by 7 high on the river, so he leads out and gets Rui into the muck quite easily.
比枚数多少钱，大哥？你不要老这样搞。
Boom. Yeah, there you go. It didn't even cross my mind.
我也不能激怒他，我能要激怒他，他
Maybe too weak.
他自杀，我他妈厉害。
Probably in there.
Huh?
It's probably in there.
Maybe bigger.
曹睿是一个有性格的人，万一自杀，我操，把100万全部送给他，我他妈的哭去。
Red 10's here for Tan.
我觉得挺好啊，很合理啊。我爆炸带你一起爆炸，输这1000万，哎，行，可以。
没有啊，自己买股份买个7000出去就好了嘛。
His joy not interrupted
直接输给他嘛。
by the big pair, but it is being leaned on by the ace-8 suited of Andy, ill-timed. 3-bet to 36.
10、20、30、40。
Like 100, basically. 4-bet it to 100 here.
$105.
105.
Ace-8 suited shrivels up quite a bit at this point. Kind of like made your aggressive move, but yeah, it's time to get out of the way. And
yeah. Thought they might be plums, but instead they were prunes.
懂意思吧？啊？
我有一个。
You ever had prune juice, Rast?
not sure. Not that I can remember.
It's nature's Roto-Rooter.
Okay. Keep that in mind.
The only reason I know this is in college. I didn't drink, so I wasn't a wet pledge in the fraternity, so they had to come up with exotic things to make me drink. And
Okay.
you take a 64 of Sunsweet to the face, and I promise you, you'll find a new orifice out of which to relieve yourself in liquid form.
Well, that sounds awesome. Can't wait. I'm going to try that right when I get home.
Listen, if you're backed up, I mean, I'm just here to help.
No, yeah, certainly.
A7 suited for ST.
你不会来吧，兄弟啊？
Makes it 11 to go. Henrik, 6-7 suited, 3-betting to 36. Showing some left brain activity.
哦，真的被我送上头了。
Now this is interesting. ST. Wonder he could kind of go any way here. He could fold. He could call. He could 4-bet. What's he gonna come with? Oh, that's looks like a 4-bet.
Well, it certainly doesn't look like 36, does it? 95,000. 10K shy of the figure settled on by.
Let's see, and now's the annoying part about the 3-bet with the 7-6 suited here, because if he had $1 million, Hecklin would be calling this and seeing 3. But with only 400K, I mean, it's a lot to put in. He's going to do it anyway. Can't say I blame him.
Is that something that needs to be considered when we make choices to 3-bet with hands such as this, as being deep enough to fade the 3?
Yeah, but he's kind of just getting deep enough to start doing it with suited connectors, which is why he did. But I'd say like 100 big blinds, which is kind of like what he had, is starting to get to the cutoff where it's like 3-bet, then calling the 4-bets in these spots with suited connectors. It's just about as shallow as you'd really want to be considered doing it. You really want to have like 150 big blinds or more.
Yeah, I said fade the 3, of course. Fade the 4-bet was the correct descriptor, but not the correct flop for 6-7 of hearts and Hecklin. Left to check muck. Well-timed aggression there from ST. Flopping top pair, following through and taking it down.
我觉得我跟他脱离，有几场我都愿意脱几场，真的。
I mean, some of the influence also was ST didn't do a particularly large size, like well under 3x.
我感觉他没带钱了，妈也不是不给你拖了，他妈的！我再拖，我再拖。
他一定赢不到大钱的，这很简单的。
我再拖，我是
打比赛脱离一样的，拿个冠军翻20多倍，赢个第。
明天你问曹睿，
赢个报名费。
哎，你可以跟我拖。 我们自己拖。
明天拖我底吧，刚拖我底啊，刚拖我底，
刚拖我底。
明天我们自己拖自己的。
像那天一样吗？拖底吗？
你拖5个底。
不是，拖我底。
拖你底，我操！你说你拖5个底，好像你也是
这个
玩的太大了吧
？5个底很大。
玩的太大了。
好的 position。
啊，明天我们互相拖。对，我们可以互相拖嘛。
Rui. Ace King can certainly handle the heat here as Elton, suited and connected, gets after him, and now Andy needs to make a decision with pocket 10s. Remember with 9s, he flatted and then 4-bet. All in. Here he is in a very different situation. Perhaps very different is a bit generous, but how do you like 2 10s to be approached?
I mean, I think versus like a button open. I mean, we have 3 blinds now, but button, small blind, 3-bet. You know, 2 guys who are both aggressive and capable of putting it in. I'm not folding. I'm probably 4-betting this to, I don't know, like 115.
Well, he's just going to go ahead and rip the whole 400 plus out there.
Which is a little bit big, but I'm probably making it like 120. And then if either of them goes all in, I guess I have to call. But if Rui goes all in and then Elton calls,
you can
then
escape.
You can fold.
Yeah. And that's where the difference is between just ripping this in and praying and 4-betting to a size that allows you an escape and preservation of the other roughly 300,000.
I do think that if you were going to mix it and have some rip it all in sizes and some kind of 3-bet whatever sizes. I do think 10s is not, could maybe rip.
Well, Elton out of the way as Rui makes the call. And Andy negotiating to run it twice, and Rui's going to be just fine with that, given that he is behind with this ace-king, $870,000 pot.
But, yeah, I don't know.
And the first half of it is very much listing towards Rui. Stays that way on the turn. Andy hunts a 10, but doesn't find it.
There's only one 10 left. Elton folded the 10-9 of spades, so his best bet to win is fading Rui, hitting an ace or a king.
Always good to get rid of the ace in that first board. Wouldn't have minded having another one or a king out there as well. So a 10, the case 10 on this second flop. Spades working though. And it's over. These guys are going to chop it up. By the way, that was a dynamite board there for Elton. Flush draw on a pair of 10s. Of course, not against a set.
当然的，这个机会中的那个 AK 很，OK。
我这靠有点危险啊，是不是有点傻逼靠？
啊，你啊，很危险啊！我后面还有啊，不怕我 AA 啊。
很危险。
你敢动，他1秒钟甩了。
对。
你敢动，草1秒钟丢了。
我妈的，我动个屁啊！
你来，你下次你来动，
我不敢。
但超力哥，你来编辑的机，
没必要嘛，这个又没编词。
对，试一下嘛。你就说他要敢动，
除非这是真的自杀。
真的自杀，拖了他2个底，有可能啊。为了保护 Andy。10%。报大姐啊。
Elton wakes up with a big hand here. Raise and 3-bet to him. Rui has really upped the aggression in this last frame.
By the way, Elton choosing just to flat on the button with these queens. Is he trying to lure someone into squeezing behind him? Because Andy Nee with ace-king is definitely going to do so with good reason, but my question stands.
I think it's kind of maybe Elton's deciding that when they're this deep in position here versus Rui, he's going to have some flats just in general as a way to keep the SPR lower and maintain a bigger positional advantage.
Well, it was Rui Cao who Andy Nee squared off against 10s versus ace-king moments ago for all of it. Let's see how this one takes shape. Elton apparently did rip it in. Andy snapped. And we're off to the races. $925,000 pot now. Nee finds the king on the first board, sailing fairly smooth. Oh no! A king burned and a queen arriving. Ace-king drawing dead on that board on the turn. So now, Andy needs to find an ace or a king once more in order to simply carve this one up with the queens of Elton. And this time it isn't there. Two tugs at an ace or king. First one, fruitless. And there's the ace of hearts. I'll tell you what, Elton doesn't love having to chop that pot. But if you caught the look on his face on the turn, it did seem like he almost felt bad about potentially stacking Andy this late in the session, given everything's been going his way, obviously, and you know, for Andy it's been a bit rough.
Yeah.
I might be completely off, by the way, with my read.
Andy's been just scraping by to chop these pots, it feels like. I mean, he's had fine equity, but it just feels come down to the, he needs to win the second run out. Here it was the river card.
Sure.
Just to avoid being absolutely buried. He's already stuck. There's no version of Roy folding this. Oh, wow, he does. He lets it go. Unbelievable. I guess he just likes being the aggressor, doesn't want to...
Open to 10 and just relinquish to the 35.
Yeah. The way he's been playing, I mean, he's been so aggressive. It just felt like he's going to play, but... I mean, it's a good fold. It just felt like Ray was in a gambling mood to me, but it's just the impression he likes to give off.
现在我令五最多。现在我令最多。都是一半一半。啊，都是一半。都是 free。啊。哎。
上头那个牌，为什么我还要输钱的呢？
哎呀
，40万，差一张。
12,000, the raise from Elton's 3-5 suited. Out of the hijack, a flat from Tan. Andy comes along with nut diamonds. ST happy to flat with eights. Victor in there as well. Queen 8 suited. Not your favorite hand in a six-way affair, but at this price, you'll take your chances.
Roy Cal's the only one not in the pot. And the biggest equity, it looks like, is King Jack off and Ace-7 of diamonds with 22%.
Well, on the 4-5-6 board, a couple of straight draws take shape with a pair for Elton, without for Andy Nee. Eights, still the best hand. Start things off with a check.
Eights is the best hand, but in a six-way pot, it has 7% equity. Interestingly enough.
Yeah, that's a little bit tough to imagine.
Yeah. Now, somebody folded, it's up to 12. King Jack off actually doing better 5 ways. The best hand according to the equity is the Ace-7 of diamonds. Not entirely surprising. And as other hands fold, we can now see 8's equity go up significantly.
Note that a 7 is no good for Elton if it arrives with ST still in there, as he would make the 8 high straight. So another 45,000 into the pot, 9 on the turn. Is Tom just going to take an open nap here in the middle of this one? Round the knuckles. Board pairing 4 on the end. I think he might be off to the coffee machine.
Doesn't feel like SD can value bet, but he has to kind of like this run out overall and the fact the turn got checked through. Andy can never win at showdown with the Ace-7 there.
So just the one street on the flop. of betting and calling. And then it was a shutdown, allowing 8s to get on their backs and collect the pot.
Would have been a kind of interesting spot to see Andy bluff, in my opinion. Actually think ace-7 of diamonds there is far enough down in his range and a hand that makes sense to check back turn. Kind of interesting bluff. He can be repping hands as 9's up, a rivered 4 for trip 4s. Not a lot, but I don't think he has a lot of bluffs either, so.
Ace-10 suited, the opener. ST set mining.
人站在那里都要 raise 的牌，那个牌要多大？
你真的是找场子。
Ricao defends his straddle. 3 amigos. Queen Jack 4 board. Couple of gut shots for both Cao and Xuan.
I fold.
Tan's 24K. Has a follow through. Takes it down. Well, we did get a couple of prospective collisions, Rast, where crises were averted courtesy of 2 boards and chop pots. But that 4th frame billing, I think, still stands in terms of massive pots, all-in calls.
Yeah, we've gotten quite a few all-ins. It just so happens that they've been chops, as,
Yeah.
as you said.
没有，就是你那一盘赢钱。
Bloodshed was on the table. Nine-7 suited for Tan. Ace-6 suited for Henrik, facing the 12K open. He flats. Elton. Queen Jack joins the party, finds a jack in the window, and no overcards to it behind, but note the 2 diamonds, plus a pair of 6s for Hecklin. Dynamite flop for him, but is trailing behind Elton, as both parties check over to Tan, who does not bet and picks up an open-ender on the turn. Things dampening as all parties with good reason to stay involved.
Yeah, I wonder what Hecklin's going to do here. He has a pretty robust hand to check. Betting big doesn't really seem that attractive with his hand. Okay, so he finds a small bet, which does make a lot of sense.
Is this almost designed to invite a 3-bet that he could then 4-bet?
I think versus... Yeah, I'm not sure versus a 3-bet whether he'll re-raise or call. But it's not so much that it's inviting it, but he doesn't mind it because he doesn't have to fold to it, right? So he's not betting and then folding to a raise and losing his equity.
Well, Elton has chosen to flat, and you wonder if that mischief-minded Tan Xuan is going to throw a little hot sauce on this. No, he flats.
Inviting's like a little strong. I don't think Henrik wants to get 3-bet. It's just that he doesn't have to fold.
Yeah. Well, this is a relatively uneventful 8 of clubs on the end.
Or sorry, excuse me, I don't mean 3-bet, I mean raise.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is too thin for Henrik to bet. And Helton, given how little money's been put in here post-flop, he has all the reason in the world to think Queen Jack is good. Will he value bet it? Will he check it to Tan? It's a good question. If Tan bluffs here, which he definitely might, I don't think this is getting through Elton as played. The only way would be if Ton goes super huge and Elton will think about it and make a big fold.
那我拉钱来了。
Yeah.
拉钱来，拉钱来。
这里好运嘛！你给他右边裂开。
Full shutdown as the queen jack.
右边裂开。
Able to roll it over for a W.
手鱼。
And with a brief pause in the action, we remind you to head over to the folks at QQ Poker and get involved with Asia's growing poker platform, which is now expanding globally, offering fair play, a wide range of games, and an easy-to-use interface for all players. A $30 sign-up will get you an extra $50 ticket to hop into our Triton Reward Tournament, offering a $30,000 guarantee. It happens October 7th through the 12th. Make sure you get involved before October 11th to secure your spot. Whether you're a beginner or a seasoned pro, QQ Poker has you covered. And remember, play responsibly. Unless you're here in our cash game, in which case, play in as irresponsible a manner as your heart desires.
38.
赌到了，赌到了。
10-8 dominating 8-5. Eklund's button open. Defended against by Schwen. Advantage Eklund in a very real way here on the ace-ace-10 board. He follows through.
要不要问问他，明天有没有犹豫啊？还问吗？没有，我已经问过了。他现在要问所有人，问所有人，单独问所有人。 然后就万一有人不好意思说不想打的话，就你明白吗？啊。Okay. Okay. Thank you. Did everyone give you answer yet, or still waiting? Okay. Great. Okay. 打完球之前，我们去玩怀13水吧。我们三个人玩。啊？都可以啊。
曹你干嘛？我干嘛？
如果有牌打就打牌呀，也可以啊。
你干嘛？我干嘛？喝酒我都陪你喝酒。
喝酒啊，
我们还可以去 KTV 喝酒，我都可以的。你打13水，陪你打13水。
Time for the QQ Poker mystery hand. Hence the blackout over Andy Nee's holding, which has chosen to 3-bet to 49,000. Over the top of Rui Kao's deuces. Rui doesn't look like he's altogether ready to resign. This is button versus straddle.
Yeah, versus a 5x.
49?
Rui's just getting to the uncomfortable amount to call, but it's reasonable, and we're going to see a flop, and we all know already that Rui likes peeling with pairs.
Well, he's got queens up on this flop. Of course, we're not going to know what Andy has.
Tough little situation for the pocket twos, but versus really small bets, Rui can continue somewhat comfortably. Let's see how 40K. I think Rui's gonna keep coming here. Yeah.
如果我们有犹豫局，就可以先打个犹豫局，可以教他，他可以学一学吗？我也可以。你也可以学，你可以打。
5 on the turn has an extra 80,000. Heads into the center, now standing at 186K.
你为什么不学了？欧玛。现在很多欧玛局啊。
You feel like there's a bigger pair in there for Andy?
真的。
美国很多。
没有美国。
Let me see what he does here. I mean, it looks like he's betting. Let me see what he bets. I mean, I think it's most likely now what he's going 86. Based on the way Andy's been playing, I'd say probably. If he doesn't have a pair, I would expect to be seeing clubs as opposed to him just kind of rifling off multi-barrels. Wow, this is a pretty scary board for Roy now. Ace King is one of the hands Andy definitely can have, and it got there.
This was a pretty sticky 86K that Rui called on the turn. Pot up to $358,000, Rast. And if you were to just close your eyes and then look up at this moment in time in this hand, you'd kind of be wondering how we arrived in this spot with deuces.
Wow.
Well, Andy wants all of it, and granted, he's the covering stack, but
the way Andy's been playing, in some ways, this really narrows his range down a bit. Like, I'm not sure if Andy bets 10s or jacks anymore. Like, he might just check and try to show them down. There's a lot of money in the pot. So we're saying, okay, does he have a queen? What is that, like king, queen, or ace, queen? Maybe queen, jack suited. Kings, aces, ace, king. Ace, king. The times that he bets ace, king on the turn, which he doesn't always do. And then some bluffs. Could be some hands like ace, x of clubs, jack, 10 of clubs, jack, 9, 10, 9 of clubs. Roy's not really blocking anything, value or bluffs. He just kind of has the two deuces.
And by the way, they haven't been pitched yet. For whatever reason, Rui Cao strikes me as thinking that Andy is a bit sus, but as you pointed out, Rast, we haven't seen the 3-barrel blast off out of Andy at any point, and I tend to think deuces are no good here.
I think Andy, if he had a hand that ran into clubs on the turn, probably ends up blasting it off. But what I think Andy doesn't have very often would just be like ace 10-0, right?
Yeah, agreed.
Okay, so that's kind of where I'm at with this. But
if this was a blast, I feel like at minimum it's a king that connected with Andy and specifically ace king.
Well, I mean, then you're not blasting anymore. You're value betting.
Yeah, right.
If it's a blast, I mean, again, I think he probably has 2 clubs.
But what would be the club combos?
Like ace, 7 of clubs. I mean, he just 3-bet the button or something. Or what were there?
It was an open to 10,000 from Rui's button. A 3-bet to 49,000 from the straddle of Andy.
Yeah.
Rui makes the call. 40K bet call on the flop. 86 on the turn. $250,000 if you do on the river.
Ace 10 of clubs, 10 9 of clubs, jack 9 of clubs. You know, like basically those hands, I think, if Andy's bluffing.
And obviously those are all hands unblocked by Rui, who has no club. And
yeah, but Rui's not blocking value either.
Yeah, true.
So he's just kind of has...
Well, he has, drum roll please,
aces. King 9 of clubs.
Oh.
Okay, there it is. See?
So it was a hand that was 2 clubs, but it didn't blast off unimproved on the river.
No, on the river, he got there.
Yeah. Not in the preferred manner, but nevertheless.
Yeah, baby. Put me in, coach.
To leave him proud enough to barrel a 3rd time for the full clip. Nice pickup there for Andy Nee. As it turns out, by the way, Rast, that 86K call on the turn by Rui was with the best hand. I thought it was a little rich, but his adhesion was warranted.
Yeah, the turn is a very dicey spot there. But yeah, he was right. See, one of the issues with the turn is, especially with deuces, you got all the counterfeit cards as well. Right? It's like queen, 8, 5.
Sure.
So the 8 and the 5, along with whatever equity your opponent has. It's just dicey.
Yeah, that's the spot where, let's say the 8 rolls off and the king 9 blasts, and you're just left playing the board, and you can't do anything. You're done. Hecklin, ace jack, Picks up the 5s of Andy, as well as the 8-4 suited of ST out of the straddle. And he flops himself top pair, does Henrik.
No criticism, though, of Roy's play from me. It's just dicey.
Yeah. That's not a man afraid of a dice roll right there. This much we can be quite certain of. Another 10K. The follow-through sizing here from Henrik. Small enough to keep Andy interested with the 5s. Let's see how ST feels about backdoor spades and bottom pair. He'll close things off. 66 in the middle now, and the 3 of hearts right on cue, Rast. You said he's working on a straight flush. He's 80% of the way there. Note that the jack of hearts is the best flush draw, bar straight flush. Well, it isn't a straight flush, but the red deuce does give Andy Nee the best hand, as Henrik did not want to barrel in position against 2 callers on the flop. And Andy does not lead either on the end.
Yeah. Didn't lead turn and didn't lead river. So I wonder if he's going to pick up a bluff from ST, though, by checking.
And you know, you can't really fault ST for turning 4s into a bluff here, because he feels as though there's something honest about 2 streets of checking from Andy. And the 5X is supposed to belong more to him as the straddle defender than it is Henrik.
And, you know, ST is kind of in a spot where he's turning really kind of the bottom of his range. I mean, flopped bottom pair into a bluff. It's hard for him to really have worse, other than like maybe 7-8.
Note the sizing, by the way, Rast.
Yeah.
This isn't on the shy side. Full pot plus. And Henrik wants to think.
You know, the issue is not only Henrik needs to beat ST and either be beating Andy or have Andy fold a better hand.
I don't want to get ahead of ourselves here, but 70 is full pot plus. If that is both bet by ST and then called by Henrik,
Andy's going to overcall.
For sure.
I will be pretty surprised if he folds.
Well, he's definitely not going to fold now. Henrik out of the way.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. He's going to call.
As played, he really doesn't have any other option. His hand is under-repped. He's blocking a heart.
Yeah, and as played, I mean, ST can have bluffs.
Sure. And he's struggling a little bit with the decision. I think that 70 is going to find its way neatly.
I mean, I want to lay like 6 to 1.
I've nuked these before in this spot. I don't think Andy's going to.
Although it sounds, I mean, it looks like he's trying to talk himself out of calling. I'm getting more nervous about it watching him. It felt like it was automatic, and I'm now, I mean, like the 6 to 1's off the table. I still think he's going to call, but yeah, okay. I mean,
哎，输给你打折，我赢。打到抽地址啊！
哇，F 超级啊！卖广告啊！卖广告！哇，F 超级！啊？没有开牌吗？有没有开牌？开了个4啊？开了个4，开了个4啊！
Well, I'll tell you what.
哇，开了个4。
ST got his money's worth there. I mean, it almost makes me wonder,
挺好的，保持住。
had he dialed up something
哇，
real
真的给你
crazy?
套了几的把？
yeah. If he bets like
1.5x, 2x.
2x I think gets through.
Point being that, you know, he wasn't dead to winning that one.
Yeah.
Of course, 2x also would have been from complete outer space.
Yeah,
But
just
8-4 of space.
no heart in his hand, just bombs away.
Oh, he had some heart. It just wasn't in his holding. Meanwhile, 2 queens awaiting procedures in front of them for Malinowski in the straddle, and Henrik is open to 10,000. Suited and connected, ton flats.
Wow, so this is interesting. Victor's going to 3-bet. What will Henrik do? If Henrik jams or whatever, then it's over. But if he doesn't, Ton probably flats this in position. They're pretty deep, right? Like basically 200 blinds, so...
Another 45,000 on request from Victor's queens.
I don't know what Henrik's going to do here. He can kind of do all 3 of the call, raise, fold. I mean, he's getting in 75 blinds here, which is not very exciting when you're called.
What is exciting for Malinowski is having these queens be well in front here. Still 30% equity for Hecklin, however. And I don't know whether or not they've negotiated to run it twice yet. Rast, did you get any indication in the 620K pot? Yes. Run 1 of 2 en route.
I didn't hear anything, but it looks like based on the graphics that they're going twice.
And it appears that that's going to be a good thing for Henrik, who's both covered and behind. And officially drawing to a chop.
The best hand won the first run out, and going to number 2.
Where it's holding on. It took till the very last card for Andy Nee to give us a chop on one of the 2 other occasions on which we got chips all in already here in this 4th and final frame. And you hear Henrik calling for a 4 for at least a quarter of this thing, and instead, Victor Malinowski felts Henrik Hecklin late on the session. And that would explain why Henrik isn't reaching for a rebuy.
Are we going to keep playing afterwards or what?
Maybe, possibly, yeah. I think so. But,
You want to keep playing?
we will keep playing. Huh?
接着打吗？
要打完了。
4手。
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 can.
500.
It's up to you.
I'll just go to the bathroom. Let me figure it out.
不打了吗？
All right, so Hecklin's going to take a quick break.
忙住来了，
While
删这些东西的。
we've got about 10 minutes left on the day's coverage. Of course, these players do have the latitude after the stream shuts off to continue to grind. I think that's being worked out right now. And not to be overshadowed, Rast, but that's a pretty key pickup there for Malinowski. Granted, he would have preferred to have squared off against one of the bigger stacks, where that scoop would have been worth a lot more, but he'll take it how he can get it as he seeks to cauterize wounds.
Of course.
谢谢老板。
He's been
谢谢
getting
两位老板。
demolished all day. That was by far I think the most amount of money he's been plus net after a pot. Probably gets him stuck less than $1 million. When he was down probably close to 1.5 at one point, so.
哦，你呢
So we march on, absent Henrik Hecklin, Elton in the straddle with a very defendable queen-jack of hearts, but those hearts are covered by ST Wang's button.
你应该是都
Ace deuce suited, which does open, and now eights for Victor. 1.1 deep. He's going to take us up to 50,000.
我没有说过投一层，我是问你投多少，你说投一层，我说太多了，我说50。
这个人有谁的感觉？他根本赢不到钱。风险系数很那边打什么？除非我自己输。打马哈。
Milton just steps away. ST won't be doing the same with position. And the baby-suited wheel ace. He'll make the call. Window was pretty, but the rest of the run out, not so much for ST. Quite the opposite sentiments for Victor, who's thinking at long last, final orbit of the night, and I'm beginning to heat up. Top set, and a stranglehold on this one, but perhaps with this check, able to sell the story of having just a couple of nude overcards.
Yeah, I think Victor's thoughts are that this board is going to favor the dealer raise flat 3-bet range as opposed to his 3-betting range, which hits at some. Obviously, they're very deep, so he should have some suited connectors and some pairs, but more big cards, and so he'll just be checking this some.
And he has managed to lure 50K forward from ST.
Yeah.
Gonna play it as a flat here. Obviously, this is wet texture, not dampened too much by this jack of clubs. Granted, 9-10 has arrived.
And this was not helped for ST. You know, he had some backdoor possibilities, and that wasn't one of them. So
he does check back, and now a 4-liner on board. Let's see if this run out leaves Victor content to just check, decide. Maybe a block?
I don't know about a block. I think there's compelling arguments here to check. I mean, if you want to tell the story, hey, maybe I have ace-king, ace-queen, like, or, you know, something not that good to either value bet or try to bluff me, go ahead. You know, ace-4 suited. All reasons maybe you check. Flip side is, what if my opponent has something like a 7 or whatever that doesn't value bet? Do I miss out value by checking and instead bet? I mean, there's arguments for both. I think I kind of like checking, given the way he played this on the flop with the check call. So
did use a time bank. And now ST wondering whether or not he can blast his way out of this potentially, because I don't think he senses that ace-deuce has any showdown against Malinowski's hand, and there's $211,000 in there looking for a home.
No, it has no showdown. So, I mean, versus ace-deuce, this was definitely the best way to play as Victor.
120K, the river barrel. And as much as we don't love it, I think
you like
Victor, you know, it's uncomfortable a little bit.
I think you're pretty happy here with the set of 8s. I mean, yeah, maybe my opponent has a 9, but it is what it is. I think ST can be value betting worse than a set of 8s here. Like, you're definitely beating value.
Yeah. The call.
I mean, ST could have a bunch of 2-pair hands.
Being constructed here. Well, time bank first.
But I mean, I don't think you can raise. So I kind of think versus this size, you just call.
Yeah. You know, this reminds me of Andy Nee moments ago with those pocket 5s.
He's calling.
Yeah.
Okay.
And ST once again
getting
caught.
Good hand. Good hand, good hand. I had 8-8. Yeah.
Victor really scooping some chips up here to like save his session. I mean, he's still going to be a big loser, but like he's going to get, I don't know, maybe half the way out by the time he's done.
Listen, there was more oxygen on the summit of Everest than there was in seat 1 for a good portion of this session. But all of a sudden, we've got a relief of the breathlessness that was Malinowski for the bulk of this session.
See, this is what is about to happen with Victor is really why we need that word. Were there any good suggestions from Twitter on, you know, being up from the bottom?
Our YouTube chat is generally who we can rely upon for this stuff. Limp pot. Both blinds and the straddle involved. Queen, queen, deuce. No improvements to any party.
Last hand? One more hand?
Last hand.
哇，上头啊，打错好几把。
There is Luca Vivaldi, who apparently didn't pack his socks to Jeju. He's always bespoke, though. Cash Game Invitational Series, you know, not going with the full three-piece. Always looking good, though.
没有，真的跟你效果。
要一会儿。
那我也以为
我说没有就没有了。
早知付掉了，我一个对二。
对二你怎么了？
flop 就付掉 ，preflop 也可以付掉，哎。
点码。
他妈赢几万块才。
点码。
好了。他点码，我跟他算台点。
我有上。
这180。
他们要算完账，你有一个 TV 才算那个钱。我们一层，他们算好我们赢是多少。
哎，像这个算了。
Yeah, just do a quick count.
赢5万1。
Yes, of course, yeah. Yes. We know what to do.
Yeah. 有人不同意。
Is that it, Rast?
有啊。
I don't see cards getting dealt.
刚刚抛给我。
And Luca's out here tallying up stacks. And indeed, we draw the curtain on the evening's festivities.
I've got a proposal. Down spin.
Down spin.
Yeah, so like Victor
interesting.
is down spin almost 800,000.
Right, stuck over 1.5 million. Ultimately, down 736,000 at the end of day 1 of 5 full days of Nosebleed. Cash Game Invitational action from Jeju. An abrupt sign-off from yours truly, Ali Nejad and Brian Rast. Thank you so much for joining us. Hope you enjoyed it. If you did, click like, click subscribe, come back and see us again tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, guys.